Sunday's victory against the Reds. Hoskins with an RBI single. Skipper Steven Vogt, how Hoskins has looked when he's been out there playing at first base.
He's looked good. I mean, he's a pro. We know he can go over there and play a good first base for us. So, Reese is going to play a lot of first left-handed pitching. So we get, and maybe even some righties. He's looked good over there all spring.
Guardians will play the first of 2 exhibition games at Chase Field in Phoenix against the Diamondbacks tonight. Slade Ciccone gets the start for the Guardians. He is 2-1, a 2.13 ERA. Cavaliers one more day off before they're back to work tomorrow night. Going to play host to Orlando at Rocket Arena. Cavs come off a road trip, but they went 3-0 Saturday night down in New Orleans. Cavs rallied from 15 points down in the fourth quarter, got the win 111-106 in that fourth quarter. Donovan Mitchell and James Harden combined to score 25 of the Cavs' 35 points. Reports this morning say the Seahawks and receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba have come to terms on a 4-year contract extension. Deal's going to pay the former Ohio State Buckeye nearly $167 million. $120 million of that is guaranteed. Smith-Njigba becomes the highest-paid receiver in NFL history. The men are off until Thursday, but the NCAA women's tournament continues today with second-round action later on this afternoon in Columbus. Ohio State will take on Notre Dame tonight. The top overall seed UConn playing host to Syracuse. The Huskies still unbeaten this season at 35-0. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
This is why I hate spring, and I rant and rave about spring, and I know you guys are tired of hearing me saying it, and I'll try to keep it brief. I hate this season. I hate everything about spring. It's a giant tease. Anytime you think it's good, it's bad. That's spring. Spring sucks. Good morning. Gary on the road. Hello, Gary.
Ted, quit complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, Northeast Ohio, how are you doing today? We want to welcome everyone in listening to the show. Again, it's Baskin and Phelps. We love having you on 10 to 2. Or we love you having us on from 10 to 2 each and every weekday. And we really want to welcome back winter because we just haven't seen enough of you. And we want to congratulate you on your snow this morning. You absolutely suck. I'm so tired of this. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
It's not the nicest thing you've ever said.
I was listening to Ken's little promo there. He's right. I mean, like, why can't we just – I'm in the elevator coming into work today. Guy's like, I didn't see snow coming. I'm like, neither did I. Yesterday I was in Columbus. It's like 50 degrees warmer down there. Normally it's 10 degrees warmer. Today it's 50 degrees warmer.
Well, it was 50 degrees warmer when you were there, and then you drove home, and after the front came in and lowered the temperature everywhere. Would have been lower in Columbus too, but you left.
Did you just say the front?
Yeah.
Are you talking about weather?
Well, you took me there. I had to respond.
Wow.
I could have immediately said, I think Stuart Fairchild's going to make the team over C.J. Kafis. That wouldn't have really played along with the conversation that you laid out
that's okay.
to start the show.
Either one is fine with me. I have no problem with that. Anyway, he is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin.
Hi.
Meredith Kane is somewhere back there, I believe. And Dan Mennigan is here today, too. Hi, Dan. How are you? Good to see you. Good Monday morning to you. Come on, let's get going.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I got to ease into the week. We don't just go.
Oh, man.
It's like a diesel engine. You know, they don't come out doing 60.
Do it.
You
Let's
just
go.
kind of, you got to rev up to it.
Rev.
All right, well, let's start here. How are your brackets? Oh, you guys didn't do brackets, did you? Either one of you?
Yeah, mine aren't busted.
Well, congratulations. Jeff Phelps is the only person in America that does not have busted brackets.
Nope. Dan's there with me.
I'm scared. I didn't look at my bracket today because I was so bad. There's an office pool, obviously, we have here that – I shouldn't say pool. Office for fun bracket thing that we did.
Good catch.
And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this because Christy's in charge. Christy's the greatest. She's fantastic.
Winner gets chicken wings.
Oh, is that true? I don't know either. I didn't think there was a prize. But anyway, I'm like, she asked everyone in the office to do it. So yesterday when I looked in the morning, I knew Gonzaga got beat, and I felt good about them going into this. Man, was I wrong. I was in 28th place, I think, out of 32 people. It's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? But it's always, I was like, if you don't take a chance in the bracket, you're not going to win. You're just not. You're not in an office pool. You got to take some chances.
Well, your strategy worked really well. How's 28th feel?
I'm going to regroup. I'm going to find some kind of new Sweet 16 bracket. I'm going to do a little bit more. Now, I've seen some of the teams that I didn't see before. Obviously you're just, High Point. Like, who's thinking about High Point? I was, because I picked them in the first game. I was hoping they're going to win the second.
Nice job.
You know why, though? Because I heard Rick Boyage's, was it Rick? Yes, or was it Paul Biancardi? Paul Biancardi said, take a look for High Point. And so I was on it, and I thought maybe they might win the second game. That's all I got for you. How about your State of Ohio teams? They suck this weekend, too.
Well, they had some issues. You'll have that. That's what happens this time of the year. It was a rough way to go. Thought it was very, very entertaining watching Iowa knock off Florida last night.
That was nice. Yeah. Get rid of at least number one.
Number one seed is out.
I'm surprised. I want to hear your take on Akron. Like, what happened, Jeff?
They lost, Andy, by a bunch. It's a close game, though, late. It was a 4-point game with about 8 minutes to go, right?
Yeah.
I thought the Zips would win it. Not able to pull it off.
I mean, I was pulling for them. I wanted them to win, but I was just like, and then Miami. Like, okay, they won in the first 4. That was great. And then that was quick.
It was a great opportunity for the Mid-American Conference, and it just didn't work. And unfortunately for the conference that we love and follow, everybody's going to point to, well, see, that's why you don't get 2 teams in every year. That's why you're not going to get 2 teams in next year. Took somebody going 31-0 in the regular season to get 2 teams in. And that's why, and then they get in, and each team loses big. It ultimately loses big. Akron was competitive for a while, but then you lose big. And unfortunately, it's going to work against the conference next year, Andy. It works against them all the time. And that's a shame.
It was interesting because, we had talked about how Kent was close, and you were close to having 3 teams in for a conference that hadn't seen 2 teams in since 1999. And so you sat here this weekend, and you're like, and then Wright State, they were in there too. Ohio State, how much fun is that? Not, I don't know.
And it's a crapshoot. I mean, it's truly a tournament in the complete definition of tournament because it's one and done. And if you get hot, you can do some big things. I'm not saying Akron would have beaten Texas Tech in a best 2 out of 3. Who knows? Mm-hmm. But it's such a crapshoot because it's one and done. Does Iowa beat Florida if they play, a 5-game series? Probably.
No. Do you think?
Yeah, probably. I would bet.
You're saying would Florida beat Iowa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure you said it the right way.
Yeah.
I would have taken Florida in a 5-game series.
Sure.
There's no question.
But it's one night, one team. Who was hot? Who was not?
Does March Madness still have the
Magnus?
Magnus, yes. Madness still have the oomph that it's always had, or do you think it's more or less?
I think people really enjoy it, and they should. College basketball is a great game, but everything that goes around college athletics, Andy, I think it's tarnished things for a lot of people. I'm not one of them, but I think it's tarnished things for a lot of folks. When you're putting together expensive rosters and guys are making a lot of money and good for the kids. NIL turned out to be something I never thought it would get to, but that's the world they play in now.
That's because I don't think NIL is what we.
Well, it's not what we expected it to be.
Yeah, I think we were all thinking guys would go out and do car commercials, and that would be the end of it. And
or get deals, like get a shoe deal.
Yeah, but now
like Cooper Flagg last year, getting you could see, okay, this guy's going to be really good. We're a big shoe company. We want to get in on him for when he's a pro, so let's sign him to a 5-year deal. Something like that. I'd never expected it to be where the schools would have their own NIL basic, payrolls. I didn't expect that. I was naive and I was wrong.
I think what's even crazier, and I was talking to somebody about this over the weekend, is things that we used to think were scandals now are nothing.
Now we're embraced.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. You can get tattoo and play here. I mean, think about that.
How much?
There were
making
two
here?
things that happened at Ohio State that would never happen now: Tressel and Jim O'Brien. I mean, Jim O'Brien was trying to help a kid who was in a war-torn country and tried to help him get out, and they figured out a way to get him some cash over there. And the kid never played for Ohio State, and that was the end of that. Right? Like, think about that. Things that were, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, right? Like, would bring down a program.
It's a different world.
I know.
So it's...
Now it's, hey, man, you need I don't know, $1 million to get out of your country? Yeah, here you go. Here's $1 million. Come on over. Let's come play college athletics.
Could probably pull it off somehow.
I think part of this goes back to our conversation last week with John Steinbrecher, the commissioner of the Mid-American Conference, and he was just saying these schools have to figure out if they want rules or not.
I think John was absolutely right about it.
I think he's 100% right, too.
And I would think there's a big group of schools that really don't want rules. They want to operate as a business.
Or they want to have...
They can, and they probably do.
But those schools will end up being in a group by themselves that will have their own rules, which will be much different than...
You think, and I think that would be a great idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I don't see that happening.
It's the mega conference idea.
It is the mega conference, and if you do the mega conference, you're going to do away with the NCAA tournament? You're just going to have a mega conference tournament?
Well, maybe you just... Maybe you break it out into different sports so that now your mega conference in football isn't the same as your mega conference in basketball. And, these guys know it. How much money is coming in because Siena's in, because, South Florida's in, or Cal Baptist, right? We're talking about schools that you never talk about, and yet they're bringing money in. So it's just a kind of I think what will happen in the end is basketball will kind of go onto its own. Football will go into its own. They're going to have to figure out some kind of regulation at some point, aren't they? Or are the ratings through the roof for this, and who cares? Just keep playing this way. We'll live in this world. The more you start thinking about government starting to get more involved and trying to figure out how to pay the players here or there, or trying to get regulation, what's fair, what's not, there is none. There are no rules right now. At least that's the way it feels.
It does feel that way.
I don't know. So do you have a team you still like here or no? Where are you going with this thing? I like Arizona. I liked Arizona coming into this thing. And, I watched last night against Utah State. Okay. Just kind of got their win and moved forward. I thought High Point gave Arkansas a great game. Yeah, that was fun to watch too. High Point was kind of a cool story all weekend with the coach saying to the kids, hey, we beat, we won, we won the first game of the tournament. And, they were able to get into that game against Arkansas, and he's like, we can beat this team, we can beat any team, and this team's beat teams. I love that. I thought that was a great part of the weekend.
The team I was rooting for is out, so I'll follow Iowa the rest of the way. Why not? They were fun.
I'm just kind of looking at who's left here, and with the seeds that are left here. Again, Iowa's your 9 seed, right? They're your high seed coming through. Otherwise it's not that. Well, Texas was an 11 seed. It just seems weird that Texas is an 11 seed, doesn't it?
No.
It does. I mean, they're a major basketball program, and for them to be like this crazy 11 seed that's coming through.
If they're not playing very well.
In the regular season, yeah, but now they have a chance to kind of bolt through. All right. I want to talk a little bit more about college basketball. I want your thoughts on the brackets, on the weekend, what you saw, what you liked, what you didn't like. And then I got to talk about Kentucky for a second, because they just lit $22 million on fire. See you later. Peace. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan. 216-474-0092.
Men, trouble in the bedroom?
headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, so we're just talking a little bit about the NCAA basketball tournament. We'll catch some of your thoughts on this, too. At 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. One of the headlines, though, I think, from this weekend with Kentucky losing, their roster cost $22 million, Jeff, and they didn't get out of the first weekend.
Andy, that's why they play the game.
$22 million gone because Kentucky couldn't get out and get into the Sweet 16. How devastating is that? You lose your job over that, don't you? College basketball team making $22 million all over?
No. This is the world you live in. If you want to go ahead and pay $22 million to a bunch of 18, 19, 20-year-olds, go ahead.
According to The Athletic, by the way.
Oh, okay, thank you, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, don't get pulled into a lawsuit.
But remember, it's still a game, and it's still, these guys technically aren't pros, although they are. They're technically not pros.
I just, to
just
me,
because you're paying somebody doesn't mean you're going to win the game.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how these schools have put all this cash into their program, like straight cash to the players. You know what? It makes me wonder.
Tell me,
if they're paying $22 million now, what were they paying under the table? Does anyone ever think about that?
I'm guessing it wasn't $22 million.
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked either. That was like when we first started talking about this, I was wondering how much money was going in gym bags and paper bags and McDonald's bags. And
you're not putting $1 million in that McDonald's bag.
Yeah, but you could funnel that money a lot of other ways to different people.
I don't know, guys. Again, the whole NIL thing makes me stupid and I'm naive about it. I can't imagine you were paying guys that kind of money.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you were.
Well, you're thinking. You don't know.
You could pull up the information and all the investigation that's been done on Zion Williams going to Duke. I mean, the amount of different kickbacks and things going on. I bet you a couple mil if you took all of the gifts and various things that they had done.
That's one.
And found its way to Zion.
That's one. What about the rest of the roster?
I mean, I'm sure if they were doing it to Zion, they were doing it to the other guys on that roster who I'm forgetting right now.
That's an assumption, and it's a fair one. It's a fair one.
The goal of NIL was to get 60% of this above board. That's like all everybody was saying is, for the love of God, let's get 60% of this, 70% of this above board.
That's an assumption, but it's a fair one.
I mean, there's Will Wade coaching over the weekend. I think he was coaching Texas. The guy who got busted for offering guys a whole bunch of money. I think it was Arizona. It was either Arizona or LSU, and I can't remember which one.
LSU, I think.
And it was so funny to see Will Wade on the sidelines coaching a team and going, everything that you used to do to recruit guys, that was legal. Same thing with Calipari.
Yeah, but it's a different world, guys. This is what it is now.
Yeah.
We can't even look back and say, well, that didn't used to be legal. Well, who cares?
So let me throw this at you, though. When you're watching these games,
didn't used to have a 3-point shot.
Well, that's true. But when you're watching these games, do you care about the NIL? I don't.
No.
Oh, God, no. You just want a quality product.
Yeah.
You've gotten it all weekend.
So maybe it's not the end of the world.
No, it never was. It's why it always made me laugh how people would freak out. Oh, my gosh, these guys getting paid. It's going to ruin college athletics. No, it's not. It's going to be the same thing that's always been.
Yeah, I think it's more getting paid in public. And by the way, the big winners are us because those are all taxable income.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we win. All that money comes. You like those roads you're driving on? Keep paying these kids more money above the table.
60 to 65% above board, if that is what is taking place, because I'm sure there are still, McDonald's bags being handed about with cash in them.
Right.
Like, I'm sure there's still all sorts of different things that are taking place, but if you get 60, 70% above the table, you're doing great. You'll take that.
Ken, the mayor of Hoops, is in Brooklyn. Hi, Ken.
Hello, Ken.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
First of all, I got two things this morning.
Okay.
I was at the docks Friday. All good.
Good. That's great to hear.
Don't see him for 6 months.
All right.
Nice to hear, bud.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Very glad for you.
Everything's good. Listen, Jeff, last week I talked about that I'm not participating in the NCAA tournament this year.
I know. Well, your jumper just has been off. I think since the transplant, you've just been a little bit off.
I guess so. But here's the deal. It needs a whole revamp.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna go to 80 teams, and don't hang up on me because I got a Cavs take too. I'm going to 80 teams.
Okay, Ken.
Okay, no first four garbage. The first four teams, first top four seeds.
Season, or are you talking about tournament?
Yes. The only thing that the tournament championship guarantees you is a trip to the NIT. This all has to be changed. And the teams were overseeded in some categories because I took a look at the bracket, but I am not following the bracket per se. Okay.
Ken, I agree with you, by the way, about the conference championship. I mean, what's a better indication of who the best team was?
Yeah, you play 30 games, and some team wins 25, and they get bounced in the first game because they had a bad night. They don't go to the tournament. That's trash, total trash. And I don't need to see 20 and 11 teams from a big conference because they play these quad games. All right, that's all. It's total nonsense. You got a dozen guys in a room, and they can't figure out to know basketball what the teams that should be in there should be because it's about cash. No,
nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're the only one that probably watched that, although I saw it too. So who cares?
I've been watching it for 50 years. That's why.
Yeah, I know. We're all proud of what Cleveland State did in '86. I get it.
That's fine. That's great. But they weren't the first Cinderella.
Yeah, we know. Okay. All right. You have 5 seconds for a Cavs take. Go.
All right. I want somebody to get in the film room, and I want somebody to figure out what is Evan Mobley doing on his foul shots.
There you go. Okay, Ken, thank you. That was what he wanted to know. The mayor of hoops, Ken. What's he doing on his foul shots?
Each player has 2 coaches, right?
Yeah, isn't that how it works?
I think it is.
Unless you're the Browns, then you have 3.
It's got to be somebody that can help him.
Then you find both. You are right. I think he's right about that, though. It is so much harder to win the regular season than it is to win a 3 or 4 game tournament.
Yeah,
at the
you
end
play
of the year.
18 games, and that should tell you.
It's still, but it's attrition. I don't. It's if you got to win 3 in a row to win, don't you think there is some validity to the conference tournament? Though it's not easy to win back to back games.
Well,
it's hard.
Yeah, I know, but if you're a conference, if you're a big time conference, and your champ gets knocked off, there's no question they're going to get in. If Miami hadn't been 31-0, the max regular season champ wasn't going to get in. If Miami was overall 28-5, and they lost in the first round of the MAC tournament, they weren't getting in. Even if they were 18-0 in the conference. And so I agree with Ken completely on that.
The show itself, though, is still the show. It doesn't matter how much money these teams are making. I think you get $2 million for a win for every win. Somebody was telling me that last week. So, that's why it was good for the MAC because they got $4 million. Well, do you get $2 million to get in or $2 million per win? I think it's $2 million once you get in. The money you get back to make these tournaments is a big deal too. But some teams are sometimes that money goes right back to the conference.
Yeah.
So the conference takes all of it.
The nature of the game itself, Andy, just lends itself to incredible excitement and the opportunity for phenomenal finishes. Like Iowa last night with a great finish against Florida. That was a lot of fun.
Was there a game of the weekend that kind of caught your eye?
I liked the Nebraska Vanderbilt game. That thing had a great finish.
Dan, what were you locked in on this weekend?
That first round VCU game was really good. The one that went to overtime. I forget who they went up against, but VCU ended up winning. There were a lot of good ones. I mean, it It was what you wanted in the NCAA tournament. It was wall-to-wall basketball with 3 to 4 games going on at any given time, and you could flip back and forth. And the only 2 times that ever stunk were when all 4 games were on a commercial or when the 6 o'clock news started. And you had to remember things like, that's right, I should probably eat something. Like, oh, yeah, the news is on. I guess I can make dinner.
I should probably eat something.
Yeah. Oh, no, the news is starting. Okay, I guess I could get up. I guess I could use the bathroom without missing anything.
The games that get me are the ones where, you start to watch and it looks like it's going to be an upset. I'm trying to think of the game I was watching on Friday night. Was it Kennesaw State? No, they beat Gonzaga. That's right. They killed my bracket. I'm trying to remember the game I was watching on Friday. It was just one of those games where you're like, okay, the underdog's going to win. I think the underdog's got a shot. The underdog's got a shot. And then you get to just past halftime. And then, boom, all of a sudden, the team that was supposed to win just goes on a major run. And the next thing you know, you're like, oh, that was fun. That was great. We were there for a couple minutes. I don't know. We'll see how the Sweet 16 goes. Again, your odds of a team winning from the other side of from a 9 seed are virtually nil. The teams that are left, I'm just trying to think who's left.
It was before NIL, Andy.
Still.
NIL changes everything.
But look who's left, Jeff. I mean, you only have... Who's left who's on the other side of 9, other than Texas? I'm just looking at some of these games that are back in here, and you're like, okay. It was an exciting weekend. It was fun. I mean, I don't want to make this sound. Iowa's a 9.
Yeah, I was an outsider there.
So
the Nebraska game was cool against Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
They scored close to a last-second shot, and then Vanderbilt almost hit from beyond half court. Kid put it off the backboard and rattled the rim and missed it.
I saw that.
That would have won it. But Fred Hoiberg is the coach at Nebraska, former NBA player and known as the mayor, was at Iowa State, so he and Ken are fighting for that title.
Oh, good.
But, was at Iowa State, and they had never won. Nebraska had never won an NCAA tournament game, ever. And now they've won 2. And they're in the Sweet 16. So they'll be fun to watch. Big Ten had a good showing. Big Ten has, 6 teams in the Sweet 16? And that just screams.
Well, when you have 15 teams making the tournament.
But Andy, that again screams why the tournament committee puts in deep seeds from big conferences as opposed to putting in the top teams from smaller conferences. I don't like it, but that's what it screams.
Kevin, Cuyahoga Falls. What's up, Kev?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Hi,
we are hanging in.
Oh, man, what an amazing weekend.
It was fun.
Some of these games, how about wasn't the Florida game? I mean, how could you have gotten a better game than that Florida game? That was just an amazing game. I mean, the buzzer, shot winner, it had everything in it. It was such an entertaining game to watch. I was loving every minute of it.
How are your brackets?
Good. My Final Four is still alive, so I'm doing good. So I'm happy. I'm moving up. So, listen, like you guys, we're all golden flashes. I'm sure all of us would have loved to have seen Kent get a bid. They had more than 20 wins. And if they would have been a quote-unquote major conference, that's a guarantee. You punched your ticket into the NCAA. Not even a question. 24 wins. If they had been Big Ten, SEC, ACC conference, they would have walked right into the conference, no doubt about it, and gotten a bid into the NCAA. But they didn't because they're in the MAC. And sure, we, as Kent State alum, would love to have seen them get in. But I guess I take it this way, and maybe you guys disagree with me. In the end, with this tournament, the better teams with talent and coaching tend to be the teams that go through.
Yes.
Yeah, every now and then there's one team that gets the miracle win, and one guy maybe gets super hot, and we've all seen that happen over the years. But really, by the time you get to the 8 and 4s, really cream rises in this. And if you want to, I hate to pull a Ric Flair on everybody, you want to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate. If you've got the talent and the coaching, win and you move on. Lose, you go home. It's just that simple. So I don't get worked up on, am I an 8 seed or a 10 seed or a 4 seed? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In the end, win, you go on, lose, you go home. Period in the story. So take care of the opponent you're playing that day, win your game, and everything else takes care of itself. So I don't think seeding and all this crap really means a lot. I mean, sure, some teams could claim they got a little bit disrespected of an 8 or 9 or 10 seed or whatever. Whatever. Go out and win. Who cares? Show them they're wrong.
Gotcha. Kev, thank you, dude. We got to roll.
Fellas. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Kev. Appreciate you. Kevin, Cuyahoga Falls, giving us a call at 216-474-0092. When we come back, let's talk a little bit about the Cavaliers and the importance of Jarrett Allen and how this is playing out and just how it will play out as the season rolls on as we get closer to the playoffs. 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. This baseball season, FanDuel is letting you choose your own reward for opening week. Let's face it, Thursday night, 10-10, Seattle. You ready? I'm ready. Betting customizations that transform how you experience the game. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next MLB bet. FanDuel is the home of home runs. Everyone loves the long ball, right? How much fun is it when you're trying to figure out who's going to hit the long ball? You got it. You know what I'm talking about. So, ready to play your game? Head over to FanDuel.com/local, LOCAL, to choose your reward for MLB's opening week. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel is an official partner of MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Opt-in required. Rewards are not.
20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Scott Petrak is going to join us at 12:20 from the Chronicle Telegram. We'll talk to him about the Browns. And Bill Bender, Sporting News, is going to kind of still figure out what's left here with the college basketball tournament as we get into the next phase of Sweet 16. Going into this weekend, I hope your brackets are okay. I do need to congratulate a friend of the show who sits in these chairs every once in a while, Tom Withers. He is currently in second place in his pool, and I can tell you that nothing bores me more than talking about your fantasy team, no matter who it is, or where your brackets are. So, Tom, I love you. Congratulations. My team sucks in the bracket, or my bracket sucks, so it's hard for me to feel the full love for Tom. But Tom let us know he's in second place. So, congratulations. I'm good for you. Love you, Tom. And Jeff has no worries. This is the problem, right? Like, you didn't fill out a bracket. You have zero aggravation.
That's correct,
either
sir.
way. And I don't know.
Let's see. Add drama to my life, or stay out of it. Okay, good.
Well, I mean, you have you have so many other worries. I mean, you have your fantasy football team that I'm sure you've made 2 or 3 transactions on over the last 6 weeks, right?
Yes.
Do you have a dead period during your fantasy football league or no?
No, we decided to make it year round.
Wow. And
we got that fixed.
Just out of curiosity, when's the last time you made a move on your fantasy football team, which probably hasn't played a game in 3 months? When's the last time you made a move?
Why do you care?
I'm asking.
A couple of weeks ago, I made a trade.
Okay. I'm just saying. It just keeps you active, right? Keeps you young.
No, you just pay attention. It's funny. I like sports.
Really?
Isn't that an odd thing?
That is weird.
Yeah.
But I just like
I traded Malik Willis for Ricky Pearsall of the 49ers.
And will you stash him away on your reserves, or will he actually get to play?
Should be a reserve.
Yes.
All goes well. And Malik Willis was my 5th string quarterback.
And everybody in your group is of the same mindset, right? You guys are all
Not
kind
completely.
of the same. Is it time to
pare down?
Yeah. I mean, relegate.
Get rid of some of the dorks.
Time to relegate some of the people in your fantasy league?
Don't tell them that.
Is it time?
I like taking their money.
Is it time to relegate?
Joke. No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't want to.
No, we have a good group. Been together a very long time.
And that's how it works.
League's been together like 30 years.
But you don't do the stuff at the end of the year like total embarrassment if you come in last place?
No.
I can't tell you how many waffles I would have had to have at the waffle place for coming into last place. That's why I'm apathy by week 1 or 2.
Nobody cares.
I agree. Nobody cares.
I didn't bring it up.
I know.
I did.
Nobody cares.
It's my fault. Well, you're not in the keeper league too, are you?
No.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
No.
I'm also in a keeper basketball and a keeper baseball league.
You ever thought about being in a keeper hockey league?
I don't know enough about your sport.
Thank you. All right,
I'll readily admit. You know that, though.
I know. But you enjoy
is
a good game.
Available?
Sure, he's available. He's currently playing in an Edmonton men's league right now.
I used to be in an IndyCar fantasy league.
I actually like doing that. The NASCAR leagues are pretty fun. I see that. I watch these people in the NASCAR leagues, and I think they thoroughly enjoy it. So I'm just a good spectator. How about the Cavaliers, Jeff? What do we have? Like 11 games left? Season is quickly coming to a close.
You know how many games are left, Andy? Too many.
Should they shorten the season?
No. Let's just go. There's not a whole lot that's going to be accomplished here. We've talked about the team having to kind of polish things up and get things ready. Most vital thing is to get Jared Allen good to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very critical piece here. And then get to the playoffs, and let's see what this crew can do.
What is the importance of Jared Allen? That question was posed to Joe Gabriel.
Without Jared Allen, and I know he's kind of like an unsexy ball player, it's not great to watch. You miss him so much, and you don't realize it until he's gone, like most things. He lays the foundation in the first quarter, in the first half. He lays the foundation. That's your guy. You're really seeing the problem with not having him, in that now they're kind of not themselves until the second half, and then they have to resort to hero ball or whatever it is. So again, I'm not really concerned with the effort, but they miss Jarrett more than people think. He's in many ways the key to the Cavs. They're 135 and 49 when he has a double-double, 14 and 4 this year. You know, you win 3 out of every 4 games. When he succeeds,
the team succeeds.
Who's Joe Gabriel?
He's the optimist, man. He's the optimist.
He's the man I spent way too many hours sitting next to on flights.
Yes. Yep. And you respect his word, right?
Yep. Joe was a fine writer for the Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm. All right, so just dive into this a little bit with Jarrett Allen, because I think we're waiting. I know they're being cautious. They want to make sure he's healthy when he gets
you're
back.
talking to the wrong guy.
Why?
Because I'm the guy who's been telling people, be quiet about Jarrett Allen ever since we started this thing and he got here. I liked him in Brooklyn. He's a fine NBA player. He's the type of player who helps you win basketball games. Why? Because he's selfless. He plays defense. You need him to score, he will. You need him to rebound, he will. He's a really good player who's caught way too much grief because he's not Wilt Chamberlain. He's a terrific basketball player, and they need him. And they need him to win. This team, I think, lacks in size still. And without Jarrett, I think you're going to be in trouble. So I hope he's back and good to go for the playoffs. He's just a really good basketball player. You win with guys who know how to play the game. He knows how to play the game. Joe is absolutely right.
How much do they need to play him down the stretch if he can come back here?
None.
I don't think so either. I mean,
he could walk in the door game 1 of the playoffs if he had to and contribute.
I just looking at, and I constantly find myself looking at the standings, and I just feel like they're locked into that 4 spot. It doesn't. Could they catch the Knicks? Yeah, they're 2.5 back on the Knicks. I mean, they feel rock solid against Toronto. Like, I feel like that's, the only thing that could happen there, Jeff, is everyone keeps talking about the Cavs and Raptors matchup, but Atlanta's only a half game back on Toronto now. So is Philly. I mean, all 3 of those teams, hell, Orlando's only 13 back. They're just a game back on Toronto. So who the Cavs may play in the first round.
Really competitive playoffs, Andy. In the East, especially.
I mean, there's only 2 games separating all the teams that are in the play-in tournament right now between Charlotte, Miami, Orlando, and Philly. And Charlotte's sitting at 14.5 back. The 76ers are 12.5 back, but they're in a virtual tie with Atlanta. So, that could flip-flop real quick there, too, and Philly could end up Orlando's only a half game back on them. One of those 3 teams could easily land in the 6th spot when this is all said and done. And I just feel like the Cavs are kind of locked into that spot right now. The other thing that, I felt like I was super concerned about Detroit losing the number 1 spot, and then having to see what the Cavs might have as a second-round matchup. But at this point, we should probably just worry about the first-round matchup, especially with the injury when we're talking about Jarrett Allen. And man, would that be devastating if they didn't get out of the first round. That's bad. If the Cavs didn't get out of the first round,
getting ready for major changes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't want to see that.
Don't predict doom and gloom. I think they have a fine chance.
I do too. I don't want to go negative, but I do think they're locked into 4. I just don't see it. Can they pick up 2.5 games on the Knicks with 11 to go? In baseball, I feel like you can do that. In basketball, I don't know why. Maybe just because the games are stretched out.
I think they could, but Knicks are playing good basketball right now.
Yeah, they've won 6 in a row.
It's interesting the teams beneath the Cavs. It was Toronto, then Toronto faded, and there's Orlando. Orlando's a tough matchup, I think, for them. And now Toronto's back up there. Orlando's not playing real well right now. It's going to be a challenge, whoever they get in that first-round series. And if I'm them, I think I'd prefer to play Atlanta if I could handpick my opponent, but you never know.
Well, you're right there. They're not that.
Yeah, I know. Whoever they play, it's going to be a challenge. Philadelphia is right there. If Embiid happens to be feeling better, if Tyrese Maxey's good to go, Tyrese has been terrific when he's been healthy, but he got hurt.
If you end up with Toronto in the playoffs, the Raptors have beat the Cavs twice. The Cavs, I'm sorry, is that right? Yeah, 120. Yeah. No, Toronto's taking care of business. They beat us all 3 times. I thought the Cavs won that one game. They didn't. So Toronto's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for this team. That's why I keep saying I fear them because of the games that I have seen them play against Toronto. I just kind of want the playoffs to get here. I'm sorry for being so antsy about it, but you know who's in the Eastern Conference. I mean, the 10 teams that are there are the ones that are in because the Bucks are so far back. They're 22 back. So, I mean, you're talking about Charlotte, Miami, Orlando, Philly, Atlanta, Toronto, us, Knicks, Boston, Detroit. So who's in.
You want to coach the Bucks next year?
No. Do you? Is Giannis there or not? No, he's gone.
One of their owners came out and said he's either signing an extension or we're trading him. One of Jimmy's partners, Jimmy Haslam's partners there.
Dan, is he back next year?
I don't know.
I'll bet he gets traded.
I'll say yes, just to be the contrarian, but I don't feel all that strong about it. It so much feels like the couple that just needs to break up and call it quits, and it's okay to be done. Like that's just what it feels like between the Bucks and Giannis. It's like it's okay, no good guys, no bad guys. You and me, we just disagree. Just go your different ways. Let's be done.
All right. Only you. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. When we come back, can I ask you this?
Yeah.
I mean, I like Jarvis Landry when he was here, and now he's got this podcast, and I don't understand what he's doing. What Jarvis Landry had to say about Kevin Stefanski next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
and they ran a very explosive offense over there for the last 3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, as we're closing in on the upcoming NFL draft, don't know if you know that, by the way, the Browns pick at 6-24. You can check out the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night. It's from 7 to 9. It features Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves in the offseason and free agency, draft ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app, and you can watch every episode live on YouTube. It's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night. That's tomorrow, 7 to 9, right here on 92.3 The Fan.
All righty. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. I don't understand what Jarvis Landry's doing, and we're going to talk about that in 1 second. I'm going to take a quick phone call. Wes Wycliffe, what's up, man?
Hey, gentlemen. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you.
Hey, just want to say congratulations to my high school alma mater, Lutheran. He's winning 4 straight high school straight.
The Lou, no one's ever done that before. Now Hathaway Brown.
We did that.
Yeah, Hathaway Brown's won 5 in a row, but that's on the girls' side. Hey, Les, I'm going to ask you really quick. Should the Lou jump up to D1? If you think they're the best, I think they're one of the best. It's up to them, though.
And that's my question to you.
Yeah.
Because I get in an argument with my wife about it. She says private schools and public schools should have a different tournament.
No, I don't think so. Look across the board at all 7 divisions. I mean, it is what it is. They try to do this equal stuff. I get it, but they've got the option to go up to Division I if they want to. So why wouldn't they? I mean, we're watching them. They've had some of the best basketball players in the state over the last 4 years. Why wouldn't they jump up to Division I if they continue to play like this?
Why? Because they've moved them down. They used to be D2, D3, D4. Now they D5.
Yeah, it's enrollment. It's boys enrollment. It's competitive balance. I get it. I think Anthony Lyman and I were talking about this for a second too. I think the Lou should jump up to Division I. I think they're that good. I think they could have hung with anybody. I don't know if they could have beat Princeton yesterday, but I'm telling you, I think.
Okay.
I mean, but
I mean, everybody else though.
And they're not scared to play.
They take on all takers, man. They beat everybody in the worst environments, the hostile environments.
So if you're gonna do that, just take the option. The state will let you jump up to Division I. Any school can do that now. Maybe they should do it.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay,
yeah, all right, but I'll give it to them. I'll give it to them. They're partying over there on Mayfield and Taylor. So good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Take care, Wes. All right. Yeah, it was a big weekend over there, Columbus.
Why decrease your odds of winning a state championship? If they're offering 25 opportunities to win a state championship, take the best one.
Yeah, I know, but they take the opportunity. Like, I give them credit because they play the best teams in the state all year long. And if you're going to do that, it's just 5 guys in basketball. Why not take the ride and go up to Division I? No one's done this before, Jeff. No one's won 4 straight boys championships. And I don't know in the older models when they only had 4 divisions and they only had like when we were kids, it was AAA, AA, and single A. That's how far things have changed. I thought, that was like that when I was still there. But I look at it and I just kind of wonder if there's a better way to do it. If there's a better way, and if it's too many.
7 is too many.
All right. Well, let's talk about that a little bit later because I do want to get to this Jarvis Landry stuff because I just don't understand what Jarvis is doing. Jarvis has a podcast.
Sure, you
now.
do.
Well, he's just trying to get clicks.
He's throwing Kevin under the bus. That's what he's doing.
So this is courtesy of 4th and South. It's his podcast
with Leonard Fournette.
Yeah, it's Jarvis and Leonard. Listen to what he had to say, and then tell me if you think this is right.
So you telling me that record he deserved 2 times Coach of the Year? Maybe he got it because he was coaching the Cleveland Browns.
First year he came in.
Yeah.
We made some noise.
Yeah.
Obviously, the years before, we hadn't had no success. So I do think it was fitting and well-deserved. I know when I was there for 100% fact, when we were struggling as an offense, I know Kevin Stefanski himself gave up play calling to AVP. The same thing that he's done, that we have guys that have told us that he's done throughout the years of not being able to get it done as a play caller and then putting it off on somebody else. Then the team gets success and then he takes over play calling again. I don't know how much history he's going to have as a head coach coach. But again, with this record, only thing he really got going for him is those 2-time Coach of the Year.
The end of that, I think, is interesting. He's saying the only thing he's got going for him is the 2-time Coach of the Year. He said, now Darryl Ryder argued the fact, and I can't remember, that, he handed AVP over the play calling duties, but I was listening to what Darryl had to say, and Darryl was like, I don't remember that happening, that Kevin said he was still calling the plays. Part of this is just like, okay, first of all, Jarvis is doing this, I'm assuming, because of his podcast.
I don't recall, perhaps I'm wrong, I don't recall him ever giving play calling duties to Alex Van Pelt.
Yeah, that's what Darryl said today, too.
Yeah, he did to Ken Dorsey, and he did to Tommy Reese.
Right.
Yeah.
But if Jarvis said it, doesn't that probably mean it's true? I mean, he was there. He was that. He was catching passes.
Maybe. Unless he's wearing a headset during the game, I don't know if he knows who's actually calling the play.
I mean, he could ask the quarterback.
Good.
I just don't. I understand Jarvis needs to get folks to listen to his podcast. I understand that. I just don't understand. This is now twice, though, right? He said something last week, too, on his first podcast about Kevin. Like, isn't there anything else to talk about on his podcast? Like, I think about
Andy Kevin.
This is bothering me because I really, really liked Jarvis when he played here. I thought he was just
Jarvis did a nice job here. And he was a good guy here
until the end when he didn't want to talk to the media. Remember, I don't know if you remember, he just kind of shut down the media in the end. He quit talking to us.
Well, he shut down his game, too.
Well, that's true, too. When you go back and think about the fact, the first year he was here, he had, 4 touchdowns. Second year, he had 6. Third year, he had 3. And then in 2021, in 12 games, he had 2 touchdowns.
Unfortunately for Jarvis, his career ended. He was 30.
Yeah.
One last go-around with the Saints, and that was it. Probably ended earlier than he wanted it to, earlier than I thought it would. But that happens sometimes. He said what he said. Kevin, to me, Andy, is a very easy target for guys. He's a nice guy. And when's the last time you heard Kevin say anything bad about somebody?
He won't. He just doesn't say anything.
It makes him a very easy target.
He doesn't say anything, though. But I think he's generic enough that he doesn't say anything about anybody, no matter who they are.
All I know
I remember him saying good things about Miles, and when there's a good play, he'll say there's a good play, or he'll say we got to work through this, or we got to do that, or do this. And as a team, everything is team. And I think you last a lot longer if you live that rule.
I don't know how a guy who has been the most successful coach since this team has returned to the NFL has caught as much grief as he has. To me, that's interesting. I don't quite get it.
Has the bar been raised?
I don't quite agree with it. We haven't seen the playoffs around here very much.
Mm-mm.
He was here when they did twice,
and he's got to win. Well,
no, he does. Andy, he was the head coach of the football team.
Yeah, he does.
A lot of weird things happened in COVID. We're going to throw it all out? No, he won the football game. He was the head coach of the team. I don't care if he was in the basement. It was his team. He put it together. That doesn't mean a hill of beans because he got fired here. Last 2 years weren't very good. Roster wasn't very good. I think Kevin coached what he was given, and I don't think he was given very much.
So do you think what Jarvis said was fair?
On what? In what aspect?
It's the end of it. I don't know. How long is that cut? I don't think it's that long cut. Let's just play it one more time. It's the end of the cut that kind of bothers me, where he's kind of like saying, yeah, I mean, if he got his 2 coach of the years, that's all he did.
Yeah, well, Jarvis has been in other places where he's had success. Sorry, we haven't had much here. Kevin's going to go to Atlanta. We'll see what he does. Yeah. I wish him well, and I hope he does a great job.
Here, listen.
If he doesn't, there will be justification.
Just pay attention to the back end here if you can. Here we go.
So you telling me that record, he deserved 2-time Coach of the Year? Maybe he got it because he was coaching the Cleveland Browns.
First year he came in.
Yeah.
We made some noise.
Yeah.
Obviously, the years before we hadn't had no success, so I do think it was fitting and well-deserved. I know when I was there for 100% fact, when we were struggling as an offense, I know Kevin Stefanski himself gave up play calling to AVP. The same thing that he's done, that we have guys that have told us that he's done throughout the years of not being able to get it done as a play caller and then putting it off on somebody else. Then the team gets success, and then he takes over play calling again. I don't know how much history he's going to have as a head coach, but again, with this record, only thing he really got going for him is those two-time Coach of the Year.
Leonard Fournette was the other guy on that. It's audio courtesy of Fourth and South, the podcast.
I don't know how a guy gets bashed for winning Coach of the Year twice. It's stunning to me. Guy won Coach of the Year twice, took him to the playoffs twice, and people bash his good seasons. You want to bash him for 3 and 5. But make sure you bash Andrew Berry in the process. Andrew put the team together that got 3 wins and 5 wins.
I wonder how Kevin's going to do in Atlanta. You know,
I hope for his sake he does well, and I hope Andrew Berry does well here. Hope Todd Monken does a great job.
The bigger part of this that bothers me is that Jarvis is kind of he was loved while he was here.
Well, and he just made comments. He's not he's not poo-pooing the city. He's just not giving Kevin a whole lot of credit for much of anything.
That's a good point. I just don't. Again, it's a podcast, so I'm. Just
did Kevin take back play calling after it got better? I don't recall it getting better and him taking it back. Now, when after Ken Dorsey left, he did take it back for the next year,
right?
But I don't think he ever went back and forth in the season. Could be wrong on that.
So let me ask you this: is Jarvis Landry right? Should Kevin be getting bashed right now? Should Kevin be getting bashed?
And he's getting bashed for his good seasons.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Scott Petrak's going to join us in the 12 o'clock hour.
Mike.
on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, even better. You can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. That's on from 6 to 10. Baskin and Phelps, that'd be us, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick, Jonathan, 2 to 7. Live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand, and you can do that right now.
He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane will be that friendly voice you hear when you call 216-474-0092. Jarvis Landry has a podcast out, Fourth and South, and the last couple times they've done this with Leonard Fournette, between Jarvis and Leonard Fournette, somehow, some way, Kevin Stefanski's name keeps getting brought up on his show, and we just played that clip for you. We played it twice for you, as a matter of fact. And at the end, it kind of is like, well, Kevin's got 2 Coach of the Years, and Fournette's questioning why he was Coach of the Year and, who's calling the plays and what's going on. And, there was a time when Jarvis said, hey, we don't need you on the Browns anymore. So that probably didn't help the situation either if he's got any ill will or bitter feelings. It seems weird that you're picking on Kevin now? Like, why didn't you do it when you were in New Orleans? Why didn't you do it right away?
If you didn't think he was a good coach, why didn't you do it when he was here? Now, we know why. Cause ill will and be a malcontent. That would be bad, and that was not what Jarvis was when he was here. Jarvis was top notch.
Do you think he kind of got baited into some of the stuff he was saying?
No, Andy. He's a grown man. He knows what he was saying. Kevin's an easy target.
What was your take on this?
So we have had coaches, former coaches, Super Bowl winning coaches, current coaches. We've had GMs on this show at one point or another, and all of them come back and say the same exact thing to us every time we ask about play calling, which is that's one of the most overrated things going on inside of a huddle is who is calling the plays and why. Because all of that stuff is put together, it's pre-programmed, it's all of that stuff, and as Jeff Phelps has said so well, and I will give him all the credit in the world, you could run the crummiest play on the face of this earth with the best players, and the play will run for 10 yards.
Correct.
It's true.
So, I don't know what Jarvis is getting at here. I don't know what his end goal is. I don't know if it's sour grapes. I don't know if it's just a guy who's sitting back with a podcast and going, all right, let me tell my story as to why I'm no longer sitting in the league the way that I should be right now.
Maybe he's just talking, Dan. Right? Maybe he's just talking.
Maybe he's just shooting the breeze. It wouldn't shock me for a second if we found out that other teams did the same exact thing where they would give up play calling to somebody else and just not say anything and have it be no big deal because success is happening. So who cares? We all win with success. We all lose with failure. I mean, we've heard that from more coaches than we can talk about. This is one of those, and I know this is one we'll get back people saying, oh, yeah, the media is always asking about this. I will speak for the three of us. The three of us have never cared who's called the plays.
I think it's the most overrated thing ever.
Exactly.
Because we sit here, and let's be honest. If you're in the middle of a game, and you're a head coach, and you're on the field, and let's just say it's, 3rd down and 10, and you're saying to yourself, you know what? Maybe this is the one time we run the ball. Maybe, Quinchon could be – I feel good about Quinchon. The line's doing this. I think we're going to run this. And then you've got another guy in your ear who's also on the offensive staff and says, hey, coach, when the ball's on the 40-yard line and we have this opportunity, and we've had this opportunity plenty of times before, and I'm looking at their defensive stats, we might be better off trying to run, a post pattern here. And it's up to the coach at that point to go, you know what, maybe you're right. Maybe we should run the post pattern instead of running the ball here. Okay, all right, let's do that.
Wouldn't you think?
It should be group effort.
Well, wouldn't you think most everything look at how many people you have. Wouldn't you think it's collaborative? You have all those coaches for a reason.
Yeah, but it's limited collaborative because the head coach knows they're ultimately going to take responsibility for the play, whether they called it or not, and they've got to know who they can trust in their ear to say, Coach, hey, I just want to throw this at you. I think that on this play that we've run before in this situation might be a little bit better. So therefore, who's calling the plays?
And especially this head coach, who's going to take the heat for everybody at any point, at any time. Hell, I'm pretty sure he would take calls here at the station and take heat for the three of us saying dumb things. I mean, that's just how Kevin Stefanski is.
Right.
So that's the other side of this of like, I don't know. Was he doing it? Was somebody else taking over the play call? Sure. I wouldn't be shocked. And I don't think it's a big deal.
Well, and we know he gave it up twice.
Right.
He gave it up to Ken Dorsey, and he gave it up to Tommy Rees.
The other part
did
is
did he give it up to Alex Van Pelt? Jarvis would know more than we would, but that was never made public.
Gentlemen, if this was a big deal in that locker room, what do we know about football locker rooms? When people are mad, they talk. When people are grumpy, they talk. And the fact that this never found its way out anywhere either is also skeptical to me.
Yeah.
Because you'd think Odell Beckham Jr. would be grumpy over what was taking place and he'd blowtorch the whole organization. You'd think somebody else who walked out the door and thought they got the short end of the stick would be going, forget this noise.
You think Baker would hold back?
Exactly. And I'm not saying Jarvis is a liar. I'm saying I don't think this is as big of a deal as we want it to be.
Rodney's in Cleveland. Hey, Rodney, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Rodney.
Thank you for having me. Well, my opinion on the situation is like this. I kind of like believe somebody. I would have more belief with the person who's dealing with the situation. And Jarvis was there on the team, on the sideline, dealing with Stefanski.
Sure.
So this might have been like some things that went on like that. Like I'm pretty sure it's been games where Stefanski, like y'all just elaborated on, like Stefanski might have wanted to play and Van Pelt might want to play, and they might just say, let's go with Van Pelt saying. It's probably been situations like that, but
yeah,
you know, I don't think he's trying to really make Stefanski look bad. He's just telling what was going on at the time. I really think that.
All right, Rodney, thank you. Appreciate the phone call. And I can buy into that.
Quite possible, sure.
Yeah, it's just like, kind of, why are you doing this now? And then, you know, Jarvis would always stick up for Odell. And wasn't it at one point, correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like Deshaun. Remember when Deshaun had said he wasn't coming to Cleveland, and wasn't Jarvis the one that was trying to help him? They were going to go somewhere. They were going to go to Atlanta.
That was in a previous pod that he had where he told the story of I was going to go. You know, I was talking with Deshaun Watson, figuring out how we were going to find our way to Atlanta because it looked like Deshaun Watson was going to Atlanta at that point, and then
one ringy dingy. All of a sudden, I'm in Cleveland.
Followed by I'm sorry, what?
That checkbook, huh? Nice checkbook.
200, huh? Fully pardon? Sweet.
Not gonna have to pay for this legal stuff I got going on? Or at least you're gonna bankroll it?
Sold. Easy.
Dan, how are you? Dan's in Cleveland.
Hello, Dan.
I'm fine, thank you. I got an opposite opinion on Jarvis about Jarvis' comments.
Jarvis? Yeah, Jarvis Landry.
Excuse me,
yeah, that's
Jarvis.
right.
Jarvis. Sorry about that.
All right.
I believe he's correct because I don't take him as a liar or anything like that. But see, I never was for 6 years, and I've been involved with football my whole life. And play calling, it does matter who's calling plays. Paul Brown said the art of quarterbacking and being a coach is calling the right play at the right time, the greatest amount of times. So when Stefanski's never won a peewee, a high school, a college league anywhere, in my opinion, this is the good old boy NFL network. When he won one of those Coach of the Years, this is the network involved. I think the one year they increased the playoff teams that they got in. Otherwise, they never would have got in on one of those 2 years. And
Dan, the playoffs were what they were. You got into the playoffs.
I don't care. But see,
I think you're on an island if you're a Browns fan and you didn't care about getting into the playoffs after not getting into the playoffs.
Not getting into they have to get into the playoff. I understand, but let's put all 32 teams in. Like the NBA almost does. So I'm just saying he's not an elite coach, and he never will be.
Well, he got fired here, so you should be happy.
I am happy.
Congratulations.
Okay?
We're glad for you.
I just hope that Todd Monken doesn't get cut up with Barry and Haslam.
I don't know how you don't. They own it and they run it.
Yeah.
They own it and they run it. Kevin suffered the same situation.
Yeah, I hope Todd doesn't because, see, Todd...
Well, how could he not, Dan?
Todd is more of a demonstrative personality, not Stefanski. He's not a yes... Stefanski's a yes man.
Okay.
And we'll find out about Todd in the coming months.
And
we'll find out about
Kevin, too, yeah.
Thank you.
And by the way, and Dan, I got to let you know, unfortunately, the Paul Brown basketball era has been set to rest. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Massillon won their first basketball championship over the weekend ever in school history. The last time they were there was 1937, and Paul Brown was the basketball coach, too.
Did he call the right place?
No, because they didn't win the state championship in 37.
Son of a gun.
What could Paul Brown not do?
Couldn't grow hair.
It kind of feels like we could start turning the Paul Brown stuff into Chuck Norris jokes and just recycle all of them.
Paul couldn't grow hair.
Mm-hmm.
If he had, I might have some now.
It's too soon, isn't it? I mean, Chuck,
no, I don't think so.
Chuck just
We've had a
passed.
whole weekend. Everybody was telling him all over the place.
Oh, we had 48 hours? Yeah, but now you're trying to put them on the Paul Brown.
I'm more cracking the joke that the way everybody talks about Paul Brown is the way we talk about Babe Ruth and Paul Bunyan.
That is true.
Which I thought was
John
very
Henry.
funny by you. I saw where you were going.
Yeah,
Appreciate
that
that from you.
Well done. Well done.
The dissection of a joke. It's always funnier that way.
Yeah.
Mark is in Cleveland. Bail us out. What's up, Mark?
Hey, fellas. I kind of agree with
Mark.
Jarvis, man. You know, I was a Stefanski guy, man. But what Jarvis was saying, basically, outside of those 2 coaches of the year, he hasn't done much, man. And that's what I took from what he's saying. And for you to say, like, clickbait, no, he has a podcast. You guys are doing it for listeners. You keep conversation going to keep your listeners involved.
Yeah.
He wants people to listen to his podcast, so he's going to bring up, he must have got a lot of clicks off Kevin. That's
for
how
sure.
I look at it, man. I mean, he could be telling the truth.
Hey, by the
And
way,
still
we're not the greatest commercial for his podcast right now? And we're talking
man,
about his
you my
podcast,
guys.
right?
Man, you my guys, man. Y'all better than any podcast. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Mark's up for caller of the year. Can we write that down?
But Andy, we here at the Fan never do anything to get people involved and engaged and to listen. We don't. Shedeur Sanders should be the starting quarterback of the Browns for the next 10 years. 216-474-0092. We never do stuff like that.
Yeah, we would never bait anybody to do anything.
No.
I have no interest in LeBron James coming back to the Cavs. 216-474-0092.
You know, you guys are just horrible people. I can't believe that you would do this for clickbait. Pete Rose deserved to be in the Hall of Fame a long time ago. 216-474-0092.
Okay.
Art Modell's a good guy. 216-474-0092.
Andy Baskin said that. Wasn't me. Wasn't Mennigan.
He did great things for the people of Baltimore.
Might need to clip that one for out of context.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Wow.
Demos, you got 20 seconds. Go ahead.
Demos.
All right. Stefanski, he lost me this past year, but when Baker was hurt and he let that just kind of linger for as long as it did all year, and then last year when Flacco went to Cincinnati, all of a sudden started lighting it up. I don't think Jarvis Landry has any axe to grind. He's just reflecting on his career. It's over now. He's a millionaire. What does he care? He can say whatever he thinks. I liked how he played here, and I'm not going to, and I'm an analytics guy. So I was like, I thought Stefanski, I had a lot of hope for him, but that other caller was right. His personality couldn't stand up to the system in Cleveland. I hope Munkin can.
Thank you, Demos. Appreciate it. Now he's got the Cranberry song linger in my head. It's going to be there all day. It's going to be there all day. Thanks, man. Thanks, Demos. Put that in my head. Headlines are next. 216-474-0092. Click, click, click.
this afternoon down in Columbus. Ohio State will take on Notre Dame tonight, the top overall seed. UConn playing host to Syracuse. The Huskies still perfect at 35-0. Listen to The Fan and Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, as always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all the local shows right here on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Might even hear Jarvis Landry's podcast there.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll take a listen. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. Scott Petrak is going to join us in the next hour, about 12:20, from the Chronicle Telegram. Bill Bender at 1 o'clock. Dan, before we get to headlines, I meant to ask you did you see there's a new Saturday Night Live not in the United States?
Yeah, I did.
I watched it last night.
How was it?
It was Tina Fey was in. I think they completely follow the model of the U.S. Saturday Night Live, which has been on for 50 years now. I thought a lot of the
hard
people,
to believe.
A lot of the that is crazy. A lot of the not ready for primetime players or whatever you want to call them. The actors in there were outstanding. I thought it was really, really good, rock solid first show that they had. But what will blow your mind away is that they can swear. So Tina Fey was dropping bombs, and Michael Cera was in the open. They did audience questions, and he was there. And Michael Cera was really funny about it. But it was weird. She was like in the middle of the monologue, and she dropped a what bomb, and I was like, what? And my wife looked at me. She's like, can they do that? And then she came back and explained it. The show I think is going to be good. You
want to explain what it is? I'm sitting here wondering, what do you got going?
What do you mean?
Where was it? What was it?
Oh, SNL. I'm sorry. I thought I
Saturday Night Live UK.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Okay.
It's Lorne Michaels. It's that whole group that's behind it that did Saturday Night Live. They've just decided to move it to the UK and get British comedians.
Yeah, they're doing a UK version. Like, how many times
took them 50 years to jump on that?
I thought that too. But
it's a long time on a rowboat, my friend.
Tina was really good. Like, paid tribute to every kind of British sketch comedy.
Is she on it, or was she just hosting
she
the
was
first
the host.
one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, it was really really well done. I thought. Now I only watched like half of it because I wanted to get back to basketball, but it was good. I would recommend give it a try. The humor's British, so you might not get some of it, but I enjoyed it. Okay, headlines. From the 45-second newsroom, here is Dan Mennigan with your headlines.
All right, gentlemen, let us begin in the National Football League. Guys, the New England Patriots have released Joshua Dobbs as their backup quarterback, clearing the path for Tommy DeVito. So, it must be asked.
Do we want him? 216-474-0092. Do we want him? 216-474-0092.
Pastronaut? Anyone?
Do we ever? NASA Cleveland's already on the phone trying to work out a deal.
I like Josh. I think he's a great guy.
I do too.
Bring him back.
I'm not being facetious.
I'm not either.
Dude majored in what? Aeronautical engineering? Aerospace technology?
Engineering?
Something involving space.
Yeah. He would love to work for NASA. He'd be great. Bring him home.
I was lucky enough to be on that tour with him.
There it is.
Meredith, weren't you on that too?
Ding.
There you go.
All right.
I thought Meredith was on that too.
Yes, I was.
Didn't we? We had a great time with him. I thought that was so much fun.
It may have been one of the coolest things I've ever done in my career.
I just, the thing about the Lewis Research Center, there were so many things there I didn't realize, like the tires that were being developed to drive on the moon and on Mars, and that zero gravity chamber. I walked out of there with chock full of information and like so proud of our city, huh? Right? Like all this stuff's going on in your backyard.
There you go, Andy.
Yeah.
Also, I learned how cold clouds are. Like, I feel like I should have known that, but it wasn't something that sank in until I realized that every single de-icing technology for commercial and other types of aircrafts developed here in Cleveland, Ohio, at the NASA Research Center.
Woohoo! NASA Research. Woo!
Can they call plays?
What'd you say?
Can they call plays?
They had
Sure.
a robotic dog that might have been able to call plays.
Oh, that's
His
right.
name was Astro.
Something to think about. Astro, catchy.
Isn't it amazing how much we remember from that trip? That was fun. Deshaun was on that trip too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, Jackson Smith and Jigba just got paid. And Andy, you should get a cut of this.
I know.
4-year, $168.5 million, 120 of it guaranteed. That dude got paid.
Ooh. He's good. They keep resetting markets. It's $42.15 million annual average. Wow.
I just remember the first time we talked about him on this show, he had just started playing for Ohio State, and Jeff was like, who? And
Well,
I'm
at that time, he was a who,
I
Andy.
know he was. I'm not questioning on that. I was like, Jackson Smith and Jigba, you're going to remember his name. You're going to remember his name. And you're like, okay, let's see. And you were right.
And there he is.
Yep.
He should at least take you out to dinner and pick up the tab.
Because I've been on his team since day one.
Without question.
Yeah, you've been a big part of it.
You have. You got
Push.
that one 100% right.
I
from
just
Jump
want
Street.
to thank Jackson Smith and Jigba for all he's done for my ego right now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got that one 100% right. You could put that one in your pocket for darn sure. A lot of people have been rumbling and rumoring about the Eagles possibly wanting to move on from quarterback Tanner McKee. ESPN now reporting the Eagles seeking a second-round pick for any team that would be interested in picking up Tanner McKee, who's come in and had a couple decent starts for the Eagles on games when they've sat Jalen Hurts because they've already clinched and want to rest him. He was banged up a little bit, and he came in as well. Jeff, second-round pick for Tanner McKee, that is, it's a little steep, don't you think?
It is, except if you want him and you think he can be your quarterback long-term, that's a cheap price. I mean, if the guy turns out to be the real deal on a long-term basis for somebody, a second-round pick is cheap. But you have to believe that that's the guy. You know, what would you rather give up? All the money that the Dolphins gave to Malik Willis or one draft pick to get a guy? You know?
Seems like too much. I mean, he's played.
Well, not if he steps in and he plays well. If he steps in and he plays really well, he's a bargain.
Okay. You can have him. I don't want him.
There's an if there.
Yeah.
If I'm the Browns, I wouldn't do it.
No.
But, you know, because if you brought him in, what would you do? You'd throw him into the competition with Deshaun and Shedeur. And, well, then why bother?
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. I wouldn't do it. But if some team thinks that they need a quarterback, for instance, if Arizona liked him, Arizona needs a starting quarterback. Why not? If Pittsburgh thinks he's going to be really good, why not? They need a quarterback.
I just don't see it. But I understand what you're saying.
I
understand what you're saying. If you want it, go for it.
If they think he's really good, a second-round pick is nothing.
So I don't know if this is ridiculous or if this is absolutely brilliant. So we will figure out that question first, and then Andy's going to drool on himself over what it is involving.
Oh, it has Buckeye?
So the Miami Dolphins
Yeah.
have told the media and have confirmed numerous times that there would be competition at every position. Right now, the Miami Dolphins are carrying Zane Gonzalez and Riley Patterson at kicker, Bradley Pinton and Seth Vernon at punter, Taylor Pepper and Tucker Addington at long snapper. Guys, they have 2 kickers, 2 punters, and 2 long snappers. Is this brilliant or insane?
That's what OTAs are for, Dano.
It is true. Pepper went to Michigan State. I don't know if you remember him.
No. I don't follow long snappers. I apologize. It's a blind spot.
I don't know.
We'll get it fixed.
I was hoping to join the long snapper union here, but it's just not going to happen. So.
Is this brilliant or insane, Andy? To have 2 kickers, 2 punters, and 2 long snappers going against each other.
I think it's brilliant. You want competition? We talk about having competition. Tucker Addington went to Sam Houston State, too, by the way. New England for a little while. Yeah, I think it's brilliant. I mean, we're talking about kicker, long snapper, and punter, right? And if you don't feel good about any of those, then why wouldn't you? Plus, you got Zane Gonzalez there, man. The real deal, isn't he? Haven't they? I mean,
I should say, would you applaud them for it? Or would you yell at them for it, I should say?
It's the time of the
I don't care.
It's the time of the year. Who cares if you have 2 long snappers? Who cares if you have 2 punters? Let them kick during OTAs. I'll bet by the time they get to training camp, they don't.
No, and when they got to make a cut, they'll cut one. They'll cut one of their former Browns kickers, right? Riley Patterson and Zane Gonzalez. So good for them.
Kevin Durant yesterday passed Michael Jordan for 5th on the all-time scoring list. When Kevin Durant hangs it up, Jeff, what will be your lasting memory of him?
How did a guy that skinny last that long?
Good question.
That's honestly,
the Slim Reaper.
In watching Kevin, and man, he's so good. And seeing him up close, man, he is as lean can possibly be. And he's had a really long career, and what a phenomenal player. But that's and kind of he's part of the guys who changed the game. Somebody that tall being able to have small man skills like he has. But man, that guy is skinny, and he's made it. Good for him. And he's basically other than the Achilles, he's held up fairly well for a long time, and was a Seattle Supersonic. I don't know if everybody remembers that.
I think he's the last one.
I think he's the last Supersonic still playing. Yeah.
there are a couple things I'll remember. One, of the Seattle thing I'll remember. Two, him not, from moving on after Oklahoma City to go to Golden State. And I think his relationship with his mom, because I always thought his mom, I thought it was kind of special.
When he won the MVP award.
Yeah.
And man, that was a gut-wrenching speech when he talked about his mom, and she was sitting there. And that was awesome. That's a great thing to remember about him.
Isn't it fun? Those are the things I'll always remember. That guy was only a 16-time All-Star. So.
My favorite stat of the tournament, we will end you with this. CBS had this last night in the late game. Gentlemen, coaches who wore suits, 11-8 in the tournament. According to CBS Sports. Coaches who wore suits, 7-8 or 11-8 in the tournament.
That's pretty good.
There was somebody did a mascot breakdown. If you were an animal, I forgot what the numbers were. I mean, really, we have nothing better to do. By the way, if you were coaching, what would you wear?
Probably a quarter zip, but I'm a comfort over anything else guy.
I got to believe Jeff's 3-piece. He'd pull out the vest. What would you wear?
I'd ask you if I could borrow one of your leisure suits.
Oh,
Well, also, did you see the coach?
Spandex not spandex.
They sadly only made it
nylon.
one round. If you missed it, throw it into the Google machine. The coach from Queens College, which is in North Carolina, the guy was made fun of for a while because his dress was boring. And so the way that he decided to solve it was to wear the most obnoxious
sweater was
he
brutal.
could get his hands on. And not only did you the American flag one that had for St. Patrick's Day, which was gross. There was another one for Thanksgiving that he wore that's got a turkey on it that says leftovers are for quitters.
Oh my God, that's funny.
There's
how about the gangsta rapper?
The gangsta rap one was
for Christmas?
really good too. Yep. Yeah, I wanted that guy to win so badly just because I wanted to see what the next sweater would be.
Grant Leonard.
Did you happen to see what?
He had a Hanukkah one too. Good for him.
And a Kwanzaa one.
And a Kwanzaa one. Yeah, there's a Kwanzaa one. I just saw that.
Did you see the jacket that John Calipari was wearing?
I'm trying to remember.
Red and white checked. It was like, ooh, that's a look.
Jeff, you will always be Mr. Fashion when it comes to sports, just so you know that.
That's good to know.
I just want you to know that. NFL free agents left that the Browns could be interested in. Let's kick that around. We'll talk to Scott Petrak, Bill Bender coming up at 1, all kinds of good stuff. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
In case you didn't know, baseball almost back. It is back. Opening night live on Netflix this Wednesday. It's March 25th. Aaron Judge and those pesky New York Yankees going up against Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. MLB opening night, Yankees, Giants. Nothing screams opening night like Yankees and Giants. Live on Netflix, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, if you're listening to us out in the Pacific time zone.
Oh, yeah. Netflix, my home for baseball. I always think about that.
Yep.
You know, I like to take like 5 or 6
games. It's a new world,
games.
AB.
I can binge like 5 or 10
the new world
baseball games, right? You sit there and binge baseball now?
It's a binge watch. You can binge
new
watch.
World.
Problem is, it's not the same. It's not the same as binging. The good old-fashioned sitting there in front of the TV and not moving for hours because you're hooked on Dairy Girls. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me?
Where should we start?
You know, it all started back in 1967 at a hospital that doesn't exist anymore. NFL free agency, my friends. The Browns still have work to do. Don't we all believe that? Wide receiver, offensive line. Jeff, you are a man that digs through the transactions.
The minutia?
The little things that make a difference somehow when it's all said and done. And you look at NFL free agents constantly. Is there anything they can still do here?
Yeah, there's still some wide receivers.
Okay.
Juwan Jennings is still out there.
He's ESPN's number one guy right now.
Yep. Shelby Harris might not like it, but, Juwan Jennings is still out there. There are other guys. It still seems to me, Andy, that they're going to draft a wide receiver. But it just feels like they need to add a veteran wide receiver. Now, whether they do that in free agency or not, the best ones are gone. Jennings could come in and play for you as long as he'd be accepted in the locker room, and which, by the way, I think might be a concern. And if they don't bring in a guy there, I would really keep an eye on Andrew Berry and making a trade. I mean, he's done it before at that position. It's his favorite position to trade for, it seems. So I would be on the lookout because I don't think just adding a guy in the draft is enough.
I'm going to throw this one at you. What about adding 2 guys in the draft in those first 3 picks?
I don't think it's enough. Now, it is as far as bodies. But what I think this team needs is along with the guy they draft in the top 3 picks, and I do think they should. If they deem somebody, if the guy is, if you're not dipping way down on your board to pick a position, then you should certainly do that. I would think at some point a wide receiver is going to be drafted in the first 2 rounds. But
would you be shocked if they took 2 wide receivers with their first 3 picks?
Oh,
I will not be surprised. But then again, that might be the fan in me talking.
I would be surprised if they drafted 2 wide receivers.
Would you be surprised if they took 2 offensive linemen?
Yes, I would now. After signing, trading for one and signing 2 others, I would be surprised if they drafted 2 offensive linemen. I would think it'd be more likely to draft 2 wide receivers. But I don't think either one of those scenarios will happen in the first 2 rounds. I do think they could end up drafting 2 offensive linemen total in the draft and or 2 wide receivers. But I would think you might take a lineman, in the one of those 5th round picks you still have, 6th, something like that. And I think you'd be more likely to take a lineman late. Try to develop somebody.
When's the NFL vote? Is that this week on changing the rules? Wasn't that like mid-Wednesday? I'm just trying to think of how that might play into the draft. let's just say the Browns are able to, although we all think that this isn't going to pass, right? The whole trying to get.
Oh, the Haslam, the Browns pitching the rule.
Yeah.
It's not expected to pass.
And so that you could go, what did we say, 7 years?
5 years out with
Okay.
draft picks, trading picks 5 years out.
I wonder if they were trying to get that in place for this year. And I wonder if that would mean something for them to be able to try to get another player from a team that they might want. You know, they talked about it, you know, making it more of a viable source for teams to start making more trades so that the league could be a little bit more active, more fun with trades, right? But I don't know how that would play out going into this year, but I still can't. I could see the Browns drafting 2 wide receivers. Although I think I see that as a fan more than I do actually sitting in the conference room in Berea. Right? Like it sounds very fan to say that. That they're going to take 2 wide receivers in the draft because they need wide receivers.
I just think you should draft 1 high and find a veteran. And it's not that, you know, if you drafted John Stallworth and Lynn Swann like the Steelers did back in the day, congratulations. Just feels to me like they need a little more experience in that group. You already have young guys. You know, you have Cedric Tillman and Isaiah Bond, Corley. Those are young guys. I would think you need a veteran who could come in and help a little bit. And I don't mean coach them up. That's what coaches are for. I mean to play. You give your quarterback, whoever it might be, somebody that they can really get on the same page with and be comfortable.
I also could see them drafting 2 offensive linemen and saying goodbye to some of the guys that are backup offensive linemen they've had here if they feel like they've got a glut. Now, I don't think they'll have a glut at offensive line considering you had to rebuild the entire thing. And I think if you're trying to rebuild the offensive line, you're probably better off drafting 2 offensive linemen with those first 3 picks for a complete rebuild. Because who knows how long some of these guys are going to be here? And do we really believe Dawand Jones is the left tackle? Is it his job to lose?
I think if you bank on Dawand, you're in trouble. And I say that only because of injury. You know, I've been thinking that Dawand could end up being a really good offensive lineman, but we're never going to know if he can't stay healthy.
I still would love for them to bring in Taylor Decker. I just don't know if that would happen. He's 32 years old. They won't do it because he's 32, though.
Well, but here's the thing, though, Andy. It's if you feel you need a Band-Aid for a year, why not? You know, if you don't, because
you probably could get somebody cheaper if you're looking for a Band-Aid.
Yeah, well, maybe. Except guess what a Band-Aid at left tackle will do? Get whoever's playing quarterback killed.
If you're looking for a new quarterback next year in the draft, maybe that's what you're kind of looking for. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying that to be funny, but I hope there's no reality to that. The other thing I want to ask you about was David Njoku. Still hasn't signed yet. Would you bring him back? Would David want to come back? Do you think I think he lands on another team. Didn't he talk to Baltimore last week?
Yes.
I totally could see him playing for the Ravens. Can't you?
Yes. I could see him being totally good for the Ravens.
Can you stop?
The one thing
I was hoping you were going to say no.
The one thing about David, I think David has a lot of talent, a lot of natural ability, and I love the way he runs with the football. You know, I think he's very good. I also think he never kind of reached his potential here. Do you?
Early on, I thought we were heading there.
I thought he was like going to be a top 5 tight end.
I don't think it's on him though. I think it's on the fact that, although he did have some spells there where he wasn't hanging on to footballs. But I mean, I always thought he was the go-to guy when you were inside the 5-yard line and you were looking for a gigantic target to throw the ball to and get you a touchdown. Like I always felt super confident in him in that position. But you're right. And I think the part that we forget is he was 19 when he came here. That's the other part of he did spend a healthy part of, what would be a football career here. So I could see him coming back, but I also can't see him. I mean, do you really want to play second fiddle to Harold Fannin Jr.?
Although in the NFL today, 2 tight ends play a lot.
Yeah. Well, they definitely would with Kevin. I don't know what this is going to look like.
Think about Baltimore.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're right.
Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely. It'd be the same type of deal. Todd Monken used 2 tight ends there a lot.
Or he took advantage of his most talented players.
Of his talent, sure.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, you're supposed to. That's good.
Is there anybody else you're looking at here free agency that? I mean, Joel Bitonio is still listed as free agent. Be nice to. I just kind of feel like that's going to go off into the sunset. Like it's just like the story is just going to sit.
It seems like there's no way he's coming back, doesn't it? At this point,
I don't think he's coming back. I just think it's over.
Sure seems that way.
Unless he's just trying to hold out until he doesn't have to go to camp.
Well, but he could.
And I wouldn't blame him.
But he could do that.
Good.
He could still do that, don't you think?
Yeah, at 34 too. That's the other, but I still think he has years ahead of him. I think he can still play.
If you were the Browns, would you, like for instance, Tyreek Hill is out there. Now he has said he wants to play for a contender. Okay, great. So does everybody else.
Yeah.
What if a non-contender
with money
paid him?
Although, do we have money?
Andy, you can always find the money.
I love the way you think, Jeff.
Well, truly, doesn't it feel that way? If you want to find the money, you can. Would you sign Stephon Diggs?
Would I? Truthfully, yeah. For some of the reasons that we talk about, for having an experienced guy in here who can help out young wide receivers as well. He'll be 32 going into this season. I mean, his numbers are off the charts.
There are a number of guys that I think would be really nice additions. And I'm not saying long-term guys. Guys might just need a contract for a year. Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Deebo Samuel. Juwan Jennings is going to get a multi-year deal because he's young enough.
Yeah, I don't see that happening here. You don't?
Why not? But yes, I'm with you. I
just don't see it.
I would think if it was going to happen, it already would have.
True. Especially, I mean, if you're Juwan Jennings, do you want to really come here knowing that quarterback, the position's up in the air?
Well, if I'm a wide receiver, this is not high on my list.
Yeah, I totally agree. Let's ask Scott Petrick about that Chronicle Telegram. He is coming up next. Hey, everybody, it's Andy.
p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Is it snowing anymore? I hope not. Because I need Scott Petruk to not only cover the Browns, but have the opportunity to play golf. And if it's snowing, he's not going to have that opportunity.
That's valid.
And I care about our friends of the show. And guess what? Scott is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I know you would get out there and play golf no matter what the weather is, but I'm wishing good weather for you in your golf game.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't know if you guys are going to believe this. I'm at Sleepy Hollow for a golf rules seminar. So I'm at a golf course, but there's snow on the ground, and I'm not swinging a golf club.
Golf rules to write something or golf rules to learn something?
Well, I mean, it's about golf rules. I'm thinking I might be able to turn it into a story.
Nice.
So they're frowning on using your foot to just advance the ball?
Andy, I don't believe in that.
Oh.
I play as it lies, buddy.
Oh,
nice
man.
job, Schmales.
Let me tell you the two people I'm not going on the course with, you and Jeff. Jeff plays by the rules. Right?
Yeah. Well-placed foot wedge is always in order.
Oh, I didn't realize that you partake in the winter rules.
Well, if you're actually playing somebody, for anything that matters. Otherwise, you're just out having fun. If my ball lands in a divot, heck with it. The guy should have fixed it.
You know what,
Get
Jeff?
a lift.
After 15 years or 17 years or 30 years of doing this.
You thought you knew me.
I thought I knew you, but now I kind of like you a little bit more.
Thanks.
All right, so we do have Scott on the line, though, so we should ask him a couple questions about the Browns.
That's what he's doing.
Scott, why is Jarvis Landry picking on Kevin Stefanski?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have a good answer for that. I heard some of that stuff that Jarvis said, and, I don't know if there's so many guys doing podcasts now, and I don't know if he really feels that way or it's just good conversation and it gets, headlines or you want to tell good stories. I don't remember Jarvis ever having an issue with Kevin here. They had some success early when Kevin was here. Kevin always raved about Jarvis. So it hits me a little bit funky that Jarvis has had those kind of takes.
That's the way I kind of feel about it, too.
It just seems...
okay, if you want to say something, go ahead. But really, at this point, that's what you need to do. So whatever, and good for him. How do you think Kevin's going to do in Atlanta, by the way?
Well, I think he's going to do as well as his quarterback plays. I think Kevin's a good coach. I've said that on here a million times. I do. I think he's smart. I think he might need to shore up some things on offense. Obviously, the Browns struggled, and there were issues beyond Kevin, but he gave a play calling a couple times. Now Tommy Reese is going to call him down there, which might help Kevin. But I like the fact that he stays even keel. I think that's how you have to be as a head coach. He's organized, all those things. I think he does relate well to people. I knew plenty of guys in the Browns locker room that really liked playing for Kevin. So I think he's going to have success, but I am worried about, from his perspective, it's Michael Penix Jr. and Tua, right? And I don't love either of those guys. So you're only as good as your quarterback.
Even if you have Bijan Robinson.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's got some good talent, and if he gets good quarterback play, maybe he thinks Tua is good enough or Penix is good enough because there are guys around him, right? You mentioned Robinson and
Drake London.
Drake London. I mean, there's guys there. So he's in a better spot offensively than the talent-wise than Kevin was here. So I think there's a chance. The division's easier. So I do think he has a chance, and if he fails – I wouldn't put it all on him, right? I think it comes down to a lot of times who your quarterback is.
So let me, and I know we're talking about players. What do you think the difference between Todd Monken and Kevin Stefanski is going to be? Like, is there something that's going to be noticeable to the fans about the way they attack things or the way they back off things, or just like I'm still trying to get? And it might be too early to ask this question. So,
yeah, I mean, like personality, I think it's going to be obvious. Todd Monken's a way different personality than Kevin. I think he's going to express himself more. I think we're going to get probably better answers during news conferences, and I think you're going to see a lot more emotion come out of Todd. That just would be my expectation, and having dealt with him a little bit in 2019. Offensively, and from that aspect, it's going to be really interesting to see. Andy, I don't know if it's going to be super obvious, my guess is there will be things that you go, okay, that's new, and that's a Todd Monken thing, and he lives in this world as a play caller. But I'm looking forward to getting more opportunity to talk to Todd and get an understanding of what those are. I mean, I've obviously watched him coach or call plays for the Ravens, so you have some sense of it, but it's different when you have Lamar Jackson and you have Derrick Henry, right? So how does it work there? How does that translate here? Because he said he's going to run the same system or a lot of the same things. So I'm looking forward to get more of his philosophy, and then once we get to practices in the game, seeing how that manifests itself.
Hey, I want to follow up on one other question about Jarvis thing. Jarvis said that AVP was calling plays. And Jeff and I both looked at him. We're like, we don't remember that, but maybe he was calling a play here or there, and we just didn't know about it.
Yeah, that felt like an exaggeration to me.
Okay.
Obviously, Kevin, I mean, he wasn't shy about admitting when he gave up play calling the last 2 years, right? So I don't know why he would have been with AVP here. And I would have shocked me that AVP had big say in the offense or called a play occasionally or whatever, or called them into the quarterback. No, but I struggled to think that there was a stretch of games where AVP called the plays.
And he's the offensive coordinator. Even if he's not the play caller, you got to figure he's contributing.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, we wish them the best of luck, and we'll see. No additions to the quarterback situation here. Kirk Cousins is still available. Cardinals, in theory, need a starting quarterback. Steelers, in theory, need a starting quarterback, at least until Aaron Rodgers makes a decision. What do you think happens with Cousins? And should the Browns have any interest? I think probably not. But should they?
Yeah, I don't think so with Cousins. That felt, I know he wasn't available last year, but that felt more of a Stefanski guy. They had experience together than necessarily a Monken guy. And we probably talked about this in one of the last couple of weeks. Unless you think it's a significant upgrade over Shedeur, then I don't see the point of bringing in a veteran, especially a veteran as old as Cousins. If your goal is to win 9 games or try to maximize the win total, and maybe it is, or maybe it should be, but I think the Browns view it more as, okay, we have Shedeur Sanders. Let's see what we have in Shedeur Sanders, unless there's a significant upgrade available. And I just don't see Kirk Cousins at this stage in his career being that significant upgrade. I feel the same way about Kyler Murray and Geno Smith and Tua even. So I don't think he's a fit here. I don't know if there's a starting job out there for him in the NFL, unless Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back to Pittsburgh. And then I think it makes sense for Cousins to go there. They're a veteran team. They have a veteran coach. They're not looking to take a step back or rebuild. But outside of Pittsburgh, I don't know where Cousins goes and walks into a starting job.
Is there a free agent you're looking at now that maybe the Browns are targeting, that maybe there's somebody they should be going after, they can afford, that would be right? Or do you think we're kind of settled in now until we get to the draft?
Yeah, I think we're basically settled in. The moves, they weren't, I don't want to phrase this the wrong way, but they weren't necessarily significant. But that doesn't mean A.J. Epinesa isn't a good pickup, right, is a rotational defensive end. I think he is. I think that move made a lot of sense. Kayla Davis, right, the same way at defensive tackle. So you can still get guys that will have an impact and could have an impact and could even start for you or play significant snaps. They're just not big headline moves. They're not multi-year contracts. So I think that's where they are now. And, outside of offensive line, and then Quincy Williams is a 2-year deal, the linebacker, there haven't been those type of moves, right? It's been the 1-year move or the 1-year deals for most of the guys. But the bulk of it was offensive line. Outside of that, it's been a relatively quiet free agency period.
We would assume they're drafting a wide receiver at some point, probably in the first or second round. Does this team still need to get another veteran? And the best in free agency have come and gone. There are a couple that you could still think, all right, that guy would fit the bill. Or is it the Andrew Berry trade machine for a wide receiver again?
Yeah, I'm still leaning toward the trade there, Jeff, as far as how do they address with the veteran. Because I'm not sure there's a free agent veteran out there that comes in and makes a big impact. You can make a trade for a guy that makes a big impact. And this is where Andrew Bear and I could diverge in philosophies here. Maybe he wants to go super young. Maybe he thinks Jerry Jeudy is the veteran on this receiving core, and that's enough. And he could be right. I just tend to think, I look at this receiving core, and okay, let's assume they draft one or two guys early. And then you get Cedric Tillman, who's in year 4, and you have Isaiah Bonders in year 2, and Malachi Corley's in year 3. There's not a lot of experience there.
No.
And I think that helps. I think experience helps. If you had a guy that was a proven guy could come in and help that room, especially when you're going to have, you would expect a high rookie or 2 draft picks, right? So I think there is value there, and I wouldn't be shocked that I think the Browns should add somebody there. I'm just not convinced Andrew Berry feels the same way about that.
Anything on defense you need that they? I don't think they're desperate anywhere on defense, but what are you addressing on defense?
Yeah, corner. We don't know how it's going to play out with Martin Emerson Jr. Right? He hasn't signed anywhere. He's coming off the Achilles. I don't know if he fits here because he's an outside corner, and I think they could use another inside guy. I know they re-signed D'Angelo Ross and Trey Avery, and Avery spent some time in the nickel last year, and I thought it was okay. It was pretty effective. But I feel like, you got Denzel Ward, you got Campbell, and then you had Miles Harden, and those are your 3 guys. I feel like you could use one more guy there, and maybe that guy comes in the draft. Maybe it's another free agent. But if you got a guy that had some inside-outside versatility, I like that idea at corner.
I'm anxious to see this thing as it moves forward. And the offensive line signings, and I agree with you. It's like, okay, you added guys that you're going to start. Well, that's kind of what they needed to do, So I get that. Are they still locked in on what we would assume to be a left tackle in the first round? I would assume, Scott. Would you be stunned if that doesn't happen?
Yeah, I'd be stunned if it didn't happen by 39. I'd be surprised if it didn't happen in the first round. I think by the time you get to 39, if they don't have a receiver and an offensive lineman, it's more than just an offensive lineman. You're right, the left tackle. They didn't have a left tackle and a receiver by 39. I would be stunned. You can start the season with DeJuan Jones, but you don't know your future, your left tackle of the future. And you got 2 picks in the first round. That's the time to do it. So, and I think there's plenty of worthwhile candidates that can come in and play left tackle for you. Maybe not week 1, but at some point and be the guy for the next however many years. So, yeah, I don't think that's changed. I do think the moves they made on that line give them more flexibility. You don't necessarily have to force a guy, but I still think you're going to have left tackle and receiver early in this draft.
Yeah, the last question for you, too. I'm just wondering, in this draft, you've got some high picks, right? You got 3 early, and I'm just wondering, based on last year, what they end up with? 4 draft picks that'll be starters next year? 4 or 5? 4.
You got Fannin and Junkins, Swessinger, Sanders,
Graham,
Sampson will play a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just wondering how many guys they draft this year are going to be able to have instant impact, and if they're teed up for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you have so many high picks, you have to count on that to some degree.
Yeah.
I think last year probably set some unrealistic expectations, but I think it's fair to count or fair to expect 3 guys from this next draft class to have significant impacts as rookies. I think that's fair.
All right, Scott, tell everyone Sleepy Hollow that we think I think Sleepy Hollow is one of the best courses in Northeast Ohio.
Fabulous course.
I love that course.
Always has
been.
Such
Difficult.
a great champ. And then will you be submitting any new rules?
No.
You should submit some new rules.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll have to think about that. Thanks, guys.
All right, I'm just trying.
Thanks,
Thank
buddy.
you, Scott. Appreciate you.
All right, take care.
Talk to you later. Scott Petrak covering the rules clinic for, I don't know, new rules for golf. I don't know what's going to happen here in Northeast Ohio, but thank you, Scott. We appreciate that, as well as your football knowledge. It's good stuff. And, of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I'm listening to what he's saying about trying to bring in guys for next year, and I want to talk about that because I think it's something, when you look at the lineup, how much impact can you expect out of the rookie class that could be coming in here? And what are they expecting as far as drafting guys in that kind of that philosophy? 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, Bill Bender at 1.
go-to backup after signing him to a 2-year deal. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Scott Petrak was just with us. Does a fantastic job for the Chronicle Telegram and bronzezone.com. And, of course, we talked about a number of things with him. I think one of the things that came out of it, Jeff, was, trying to figure out what they're going to do with this draft, knowing that, how many – I guess when you win as many games as they did, that every starting spot should be up for grabs. But, clearly when you have Myles Garrett, that's not up, or Denzel Ward.
Gee, you think?
So,
way to go out on a limb, pal.
Thank you. Carson Schwarzenegger, I think, has earned his spot. Malik Collins earned his spot.
I think there's a real good chance you're right.
But my point, though, is that you have 6 guys that you drafted last year, if you want to throw Dylan Sampson in there, that are starters. Like guys
Players.
that could, well, Fannon's going to start, right?
Well, nobody else there.
To be honest with you, the most questionable one's a quarterback. Shedeur is a starter, right? As of today, he's your starting quarterback, isn't he?
I'd assume so.
Okay, so You've got that. You've got Mason Graham. But I say Schwarzenegger. Harold Fannon's not going anywhere. They did bring in Jack Stoll, but we're not expecting him to be.
He'll be blocking.
Yeah, he'll do a great job, and then
he'll be fabulous
as long as Quinshon's healthy, which is what it sounds like. He's going to be ready for training camp, and then Dylan Sampson. So I'm just wondering what the pressure is going to be like for the guys they draft. You would think whoever they pick at number 6, if they do pick at number 6, would probably be starting rather quickly.
You would think so. You would think he'd walk right out there. I thought Scott confirming what I think you think, what I think. He said he would be very surprised if the Browns did not come up with an offensive lineman and a wide receiver in the top 3 picks.
And I would think the offensive lineman's probably going to start right out of the gate.
I would think so, even if they take him in the second round, Andy.
Yeah, you're probably right. Because otherwise you're looking at what Jones, Johnson, Jenkins, and Howard.
This team is not in a position where you can use a second-round pick on a guy who's not ready to go, I would think.
I would think that they would take a wide receiver who's going to be slotted as a starter immediately.
Sure.
If not 2.
Eventually 2. Or sign. And there still might be some, casualties, cap casualties, and teams moving on from guys. I would be surprised if they don't pick up some kind of a veteran wide receiver. But the draft, I think Scott's right, offensive tackle and wide receiver in the first 3 picks.
I can't see them unless there's some player that's sitting there that's just amazing at 6, and they just we got to do this. We got to do this. There's really no position. I hate to say it, even at running back, right? If the highest player on the board is a running back,
that'd be
6,
Jeremiah Love.
Yeah. If Jeremiah Love's sitting there, are you thinking you take him, or you probably trade him and get picks down the road? Trade out of the pick.
Lance Reisland, who works with us here, Lance sent something out on social media today saying if Jeremiah Love is there, you got to think about him because he has that type of talent. And Lance knows more about football than you and I will ever know.
Mm-hmm.
I just think in this situation, this team has so many other needs, and to build a better team, I hope that somebody is as highly rated as Jeremiah Love on their board when they pick at 6, who happens to play offensive line or wide receiver. I would be surprised if they take a wide receiver at 6. I think that would stun me a little bit.
I'm not. I would not be shocked if they take
I
a
would
wide
think you
receiver
just
at
get your the best offensive tackle. I hope that guy's the best, most highly rated guy they have, and move on. Or, there's some stud defensive players sitting there. And if one of those guys that they think is really phenomenal is at 6, and then you could pick up your lineman at 24, and you could pick up a wide receiver in the 3rd round. Who knows how it plays out? But they clearly need to add a left tackle, and they clearly need to add a wide receiver. However they decide to do it good, they better be right. I think it's interesting. Scott feels that way. You and I feel that way about those positions.
Yeah.
Chad Ryder, who's been on our show numerous times. Chad is a writer for NFL.com, and he's their draft analyst, and he's very good. And his name is not spelled the same as Daryl Ryder, so they're not related. He has a 4-round mock draft out.
Now,
Chad. This is Chad being bored, and putting his expertise to work, because who can draft 4 rounds? But he's looking at team needs and everything else. His first 4 rounds for the Browns, I bet, surprise you.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Let me give these to you.
Okay.
He has them picking at 6, which is where their pick is.
Right.
And taking offensive tackle Monroe Freeling from Georgia. And his name has gained a little steam.
For sure.
He has them trading up to 22 to make sure that they get Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver.
Yes.
Brother of Jalen Tyson of the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
So there's your lineman and your wide receiver, okay? With the 2nd round pick, he has them taking a cornerback. Going corner, Avion Terrell from Clemson. In the 3rd round, he has them taking a defensive tackle from Georgia, Christian Miller. And in the 4th round, he has them trading back. He has them, who comes up with a mock draft in the 4th round? In the 4th
he's got
round.
A trade for the 4th round?
Andy, he had a long weekend. He had a lot of time to fill.
Wow.
He's sitting there watching NCAA games. He had them trading back and the Chargers trading up to the Brown spot, but the Browns taking a safety from Kansas State, VJ Payne. So he has the Browns going need, that what we think is a need, and hopefully they're the highest rated guys, at 6 and with their 2 first-round picks, and then taking 3 straight defensive guys. What do you think of that?
On paper, I can understand it.
You can understand it, but is it the right move for a team that has a pretty good defense and a lousy offense?
But he also took his first 3 picks were
offensive tackle, wide receiver, and then 3 straight picks on D: corner, defensive tackle, safety.
So he goes 1-2 and then the other ones. I
1-2 offense and then 3 straight on defense.
Right. Oh, I said it backwards. I buy it. I can see it. There's a lot of variables in this thing. I kind of feel like I'm getting sucked into this draft, thinking about it rationally and trying to think about it as a fan together, not as a member of the front office. I think every fan will tell you, get a wide receiver, get an offensive lineman. It just sometimes when we say it, it makes too much sense, and you wonder if that's what they're actually going to do. Then you get to draft day, and they end up drafting a safety and a running back. And you're like, what am I missing here? What am I missing? They're volatile, and I think they want you to think they're volatile and have no idea what they're going to do when they get to the draft.
The one concern I have here is just this. We all know they need a left tackle. We all know they need a wide receiver. I don't, and I said this before on the show, I don't want to see them just take a left tackle. Let's say Freeling is their 15th rated player on the board and their highest tackle. Let's just say that.
Okay.
I don't think this team is good enough or deep enough to pass up 9 guys that they have more highly rated just to fill a need. I just don't think that. And let's say they want a wide receiver and they get to 24, and yet they have there's a safety on the board who they have ranked as the 15th best player in the draft. How do you pass him up? I don't want them to reach to fill position need. That's what bad teams do in drafts. They draft for need and take maybe bigger risks than they should.
Yeah. And I think it keeps you down.
I don't want to see the Browns do that. If you have a wide receiver ranked as your 10th best player and a safety ranked 9th, take the wide receiver. You really need one. But man, if there's a large disparity there, just take the best guys and keep adding talent to this team, because I don't think they're ready to compete for a Super Bowl next year. So keep building.
Bill Bender, Sporting News. We're going to talk college basketball when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
YouTube. Catch the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, NCAA tournaments going on. Are your brackets busted? I think everyone's bracket is busted at this point. But let's get the latest on what's going on with the NCAA basketball tournament, maybe even a little bit of football. Again, he's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, and we bring in Bill Bender from the Sporting News. Hi, Bill. How are you?
Hey, Andy. Thanks for having me on. How are you?
Oh, always appreciate you having you on. All right, how bad are your brackets?
Well, I fill out 4 a year, so I can't say like, oh, I'm awesome, because of course 2 of them are busted up pretty good, and but the other 2 are in decent shape. So it just becomes, okay, now which team am I rooting for to win the national title? And it's probably, if Arizona and Houston do well, I'm going to be okay. I kind of look at it that way.
There's a lot of people looking at it that way too.
How about the Big Ten, Bill? Nebraska winning a couple of games in the NCAA tournament, which doesn't happen, and then Iowa knocking off Florida.
Both really interesting weekend, obviously. Iowa, I was just discussing that game. My editor's an Iowa grad. So an undersized Iowa team pulling out that victory was super impressive. Bennett Sturts is a nice player. Good coaching. I think what stands out about the Big Ten weekend wasn't just that the Hammers got through. Kind of Michigan played better than I thought they would against St. Louis. They just kind of hammered them. Michigan State did what they normally do. I think Illinois looks the best of the bunch, and they have a really tough matchup against Houston. And then you get Nebraska and Iowa playing each other. The three of us are used to watching them on Black Friday in some, nondescript Big Ten finale that doesn't really impact the championship, but this one does. It should be a really good game.
Just give me your general overall feel on what we watched this weekend, where we're going. You got those teams, those little Cinderellas that were hanging around there. I can't call Texas a Cinderella, even though they're an 11 seed. But I always feel like the first 2 days are a blast, and then it's like opening weekend, I guess, is a little bit more of reality.
Yeah, the days of Cinderellas changed. The last 3 years, the double-digit Cinderellas were NC State as an 11 seed that went to the Final Four.
Yeah.
Arkansas, John Calipari, he screams Cinderella, doesn't he?
Yeah.
As a 10 seed. And then, of course, Texas, which even screams Cinderella more with what car, I don't know what car she's driving at that point, but it's a nice one. You know what I mean? So they definitely aren't the typical Cinderellas, but this is the way the game's headed, and it's unfortunate. Kind of why I don't know if you guys were, but I was definitely pulling for High Point a little bit.
I was screaming for them. I wanted them to win.
Yeah, and I think those stories are going to be fewer and far in between now. And all the debate about Miami, I think Miami validated its tournament spot. They hammered SMU, but then again, they run into a Tennessee team that was a 6 seed, and Tennessee's pretty good. So I just think, Cinderella's place in this is lost, but the gain is, man, look at this weekend. Thursday and Friday are going to be awesome games.
We here in the northern part of the state, big Mid-American Conference fans, happy that 2 Mid-American Conference teams end up in the tournament, and then 2 Mid-American Conference teams lose by big point totals in the tournament, Bill. And first time the MAC had 2 schools in since 99. The showing probably doesn't give any credibility to the fact that, or the thought that this conference deserves 2 every year. What did you think about the way that Akron went out and the way that Miami went out?
I would disagree on a little bit of the level. Miami won their game and beat SMU handily, and Akron was in that game, and then it got away from them in the second half.
Yeah, it was like a 4-point game with about 8 minutes to go still.
Yeah, we can look at the score and say they got blown out, and they did in the last 8 minutes, but I still think, the conference, and I'm a MAC guy, I'm an OU grad, and By the way, Ohio University, the last MAC team to go to the Sweet 16. I just thought I'd throw that out there. But
with Akron's coach, John Gross.
Bob Katz, yes.
Yeah, so, and really could have been in the Elite Eight that year. They played North Carolina really tough. But I was happy for both schools. I'll say that. I was glad they both got in the tournament. I was happy to a point with Miami, obviously. But, I wanted Ohio to be the first team to knock them off, and that didn't happen. But,
it was close. Yeah.
It was close.
Well, so the MAC, they got to win. And by the way, the Atlantic 10, another multi-bid league that people were criticizing, VCU rallies from 19 points to beat North Carolina and perhaps get Hubert Davis fired. And then St. Louis looked really good against Georgia. And I honestly thought they would play Michigan tougher. They just couldn't defend the Wolverines. I mean, that was apparent early in the game. So I thought those conferences did fine, and I'm always going to stick up for them a little bit.
All right, let me ask you this. We talked about this in the beginning of the show. I mean, Kentucky's paying out like $22 million, according to reports, right? You look at it and you're like, man, $22 million, and they're not even getting to the Sweet 16. And then we're like, if they're paying them $22 million above the table, what do you think they were getting before NIL? Like, how much money do you think was going into these teams before we actually saw some stuff that was above the table?
Well, obviously, without a miracle shot, they're a first-round exit.
Yeah.
That makes it even worse. I think I had this discussion with Mike DeCourcy, our basketball writer at Sporting News. He's the best. Kentucky's like the Ohio State football job. You can never win enough, and when you're not winning at the level they want, you've got what's going on now. Matters worse for Mark Pope is that Rick Pitino and John Calipari have teams in the Sweet 16. Arkansas's done it 2 years in a row. SEC tournament champs, Sweet 16. I think they're going to give Arizona a decent run. So, all of those things combined, and then you have a rabid fan base that doesn't get what they want with all the money involved, and things can unravel pretty quickly. So I think it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on Mark Pope over the next 1 to 2 years because second weekend isn't enough there. And when you get it, but you fall into that trap that okay, what do you expect? And I think because John Calipari lost a couple first-round games, they got a little too impatient too quick. It would be like if Ohio State lost in the first round of the playoffs the next 2 years, are you really turning the heat up on Ryan Day? Because you've got to think through the next move. And obviously he quieted all those critics with the national championship run a couple years ago.
That's all right. They didn't win. The heat's back on them. It's Ohio State. Are you kidding? Well, this is why Ryan. I can't. All that they get knocked out this year, and it's like, oh, this is why Ryan Day wasn't. I'm like, you weren't saying this 12 months ago. Calm down, right?
I think Kentucky's even worse than that.
Wow.
In terms of the expectations versus reality. Ohio State's reality is, if we were doing an NCAA tournament comparison, Ohio State's kind of like Duke and North Carolina and Kansas and Kentucky. They're always going to be one of the one seeds. At least in my lifetime, they've been that. And I think that will continue for the foreseeable future. So, but when you can never win enough. North Carolina's going through the same thing. If they get rid of Hubert, it's important to note, they haven't strayed from the Dean Smith coaching tree since Dean Smith retired. It's either been a former Dean Smith player or a former Dean Smith assistant that's coached that program for about 30 years now, since Dean left. So when do you break away from that? And I think that's the culture question that program's going to have after that loss to VCU.
All that Ohio State talk, why has the Ohio State basketball program maybe not had the success over an extended period of time that everybody wants it to? And does much of that fall on Jake Diebler right now?
Well, it's crazy. I'm more of a basketball guy growing up. I love college football. Okay. I do. And I understand the Ohio State machine on college football, but I grew up playing basketball and loving basketball. And it always sneaks up on me that, not only has the Big Ten not won a national title for 26 years, Ohio State, you got to go all the way back to 1960, right? So how's that possible with a program that has the resources and has the players and, the state tournament weekend? We know the passion we have for basketball in the state of Ohio.
Right.
I think Diebler's done a decent job. I'll say that. To get them to the tournament, where they were about a month and a half ago versus where they finished, two very different things. I was happy for Bruce Thornton being the all-time leading scorer. But again, be careful what you wish for. Like Thad Matta, under him, they were automatic Sweet 16 team. And it wasn't enough. But again, it goes back to you can never win enough. And I think it got to that point with that a little bit.
So who do you like here? Give me who you like going in this weekend.
Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on Ohio's radio station, but I picked Michigan at the beginning of the tournament.
Hey,
and
you're not in Columbus right now, so you're okay.
No, okay, good.
So your neighbors aren't coming after you. Let me tell you that.
I'm like, maybe he is. No, he's not. I'm checking out the window, but no, Michigan can score. I don't know. Arizona's playing the best. Duke with the injuries is a concern, and it just like the more I think about it, in the back of my head, I was like, this just feels like the year where like Houston goes and wins it with that defense and the grimy way that they play, but they got to go through Illinois. So I'll stick with my original pick. I think Michigan breaks the Big Ten drought, especially they have a cheat code at center. Mara's a cheat code. He's blocks, he dunks, he alters shots. He's the biggest difference maker for that team, and it's going to give them a chance against Alabama and then perhaps Iowa State in that region.
I think the whole thing is fascinating. Is 64 teams plus the play-in tournament, you think that's stable? Are they looking to expand? Do they change anything up moving forward? Or do you think they've found something that they think works?
I hope they keep it the way it is. I know we're having debates about the Cinderella and all that, but I always use it this way. I'm an old school guy. I still have a printer. I print out the bracket when it comes out, and I believe that the bracket should be on one piece of paper. I don't want to print out two pieces of paper to do the bracket or any of that. You know what I mean? So I think if they go to 76, I could see that happening, but you're cramming a lot into that first week at that point. I still don't feel like the tournament starts until the first 4 games in Dayton's awesome. I just still don't feel like the tournament starts till that first game at noon on Thursday.
I agree.
Like, okay, now we're going. Now it's real. And Texas proved that it's real before that. They had a great run over the weekend by winning 3 games.
All right, Bill, I got 30 seconds. Pickerington Central, you're in Pickerington. St. Ed's both lost early in the state tournament this year. I don't know if you're following or not, but since you're from Pickerington, I figure I might as well get on you for Pickerington Central. Man, they had a run, but they're making these teams play, on Saturday and then Sunday, or Friday and then Saturday. Man, that's a hard turn for when you're in the Final Four for some of these high school teams.
Hey, Coach Kruger did a really good job with that Pickerington Central team. The state tournament, I love it. Like you said, tough turnaround. Maybe give them a day in between, right? Like you get a day or 2 in between even so they can recover, because we know how high-level Division I basketball is in Ohio. We want to keep it that way and have a good show.
Yeah, I know. Like St. Ed's loses to Princeton, and Princeton just rolls yesterday in the state championship. All right, good. You gave us a little bit of everything. I appreciate it. Wait, I was gonna predict high school for next year, but I'm more worried about your neighbors coming over and taking care of you if you keep talking about Michigan.
I will. Hey, anytime, guys. Thanks for having me on. We'll talk again soon.
Bill, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Bill Bender, Sporting News. Obviously, Ohio native. Went to Ohio University. Lives in Central Ohio now, too. So now you're more pumped for the weekend? I can feel it. I think you're going to jump into somebody's Sweet 16 bracket just for fun.
Just do a bracket?
Yeah, you're going to do the remaining 16 teams.
I don't believe I am.
Maybe we should just do one on the show. Well, Meredith will take 4 teams. I'll take 4 teams. Dan will take 4, and you get 4, and then.
Well, so we can have a little draft.
Yeah, we'll do that.
That's a little more fun.
I like that. I don't have a problem with that. All right, so we'll talk a little bit more about college basketball when we come back here in a second. I do want to talk about the Guardians and what this roster is going to look like. Hey, opening night is Thursday night for them.
Baby.
It's going to be here before you know it. You're going to have to stay up late on Thursday night to watch them play. But let's talk about what's left to do here on the roster with just 2 more spring training games to go. 216-474-0092. I want to remind you that he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, too, that Bill was on that hotline, too. So 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Seahawks for $168.6 million, making him the highest paid wide receiver in NFL history. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, if you missed a moment in our show, any of our moments, Bill Bender just joined us, Scott Petrak earlier on. You can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, and it's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Guardians get set to play on Thursday night. That's a 10-10 start at Seattle. Before we get to the Guardians...
Nothing screams opening day like staying up till 1:30.
Oh, that's... I remember as a kid, I would ask my dad, hey, could I stay up till after midnight on opening day so I could watch? Channel 43 would probably have the game, right?
I don't think they used to do this.
They would always do opening day.
1:30? What era are you watching baseball in? We have the pitch clock, baby.
Well,
you're in bed by 12:30.
The game could be scoreless.
We have the pitch clock. We're cooking.
That is true.
All right, let's go with that.
Hey, let me just tell you this one story. So Ben Rice plays for the Yankees, right? And so first baseman designated. Did you see what happened to him today? Yeah. Did you see what happened to him today?
I may have. What happened?
He got an endorsement deal. You see who he got it with?
Rice-A-Roni?
No.
Uncle Ben's?
Yeah, Ben's original.
That's fabulous.
That's perfect. Like, I can't think of a better...
It's an NIL deal.
Yeah.
Ben Rice. Hope he has a good year because I drafted him last night.
Oh, I hope so for you, too. Maybe you should go eat some rice and you'll feel better.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how much it was for, but sometimes things are just too easy, right? Like, shouldn't that just make sense? There have been other players that we've said
make
before.
Sense.
I mean, Ben Rice got a deal with Ben's Rice. I like it. I don't know why that makes me happy.
Where's your deal with Baskin and Robbins?
They've never come through for me. I don't know. I'm at 31 years old. It would have been the perfect time to find.
Would have been great for you.
Yeah, and it's not like I don't like ice cream. Although I got to tell you, when I was a kid, that's how kids would make fun of me. They were like, "Oh, Baskin Robbins, oh." So finally, at one point, I don't know, I just said, "Yeah, what about it?" And the kid was like, "Oh, ice cream, no," and I was just like, "Yeah, well, if we ever see you in the store, we're kicking you out." So I would say.
That's great.
Then I worked with a guy that was like, I shouldn't say this. One of my first jobs I walked into in television. I walk in the newsroom, and the guy who was like ahead of me says to me, "Oh, Andy Baskin Robbins is here. And I look around the newsroom and I go, dude, I've heard that joke since I was like 4. Can you come up with something better than that? And then he ended up calling me 31. And then finally...
31, I like that.
And then finally, one day I came back, and when we used to have to use these they were called Ikegami cameras. They were gigantic.
It was a brand name, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were gigantic.
I had the same thing.
And they had like this
battery
cord.
Belt.
Yeah, and they had a cord, and the cord would go over to like this giant deck that you would wear.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 3 times the size and the weight of a VCR, and it was what would record you. That you record it with. But if you didn't set your camera whenever, like you might be shooting, we had girls basketball at the same time as high school football. So sometimes you'd have to shoot in the same night. So if you didn't white balance again, which is when you tell the camera what white is, so it can tell you then it now knows what all colors are. I know I'm telling you way too much stuff here, but if you didn't do it, your video would come back green or blue or the wrong color. Are you about to rip me or what? Go ahead. I see you lurking.
TV talk.
This has something to do with the Guardians season opener. How?
Then my nickname became. So then the guy that did it was like, I had already taken him down for calling me Baskin Robbins. Now all of a sudden my name became Flavors, as in flavors of ice cream that became flavors of video, different colors of video. There's 3 minutes of your life you're never getting back.
I'm really glad we all got to go on that journey with you.
As long as we're here. Where I worked in Beaumont.
I knew it. I knew you were coming up with one of these. Go.
I was just going to say, here's another journey.
We were such a crappy
Pack
station.
snacks.
such a crappy station. We had these,
Can't be any worse than mine, where they said if it cost a nickel to go to the bathroom, they'd let you explode first. So
we had these little Sony 1640 cameras, they were called, and you white balanced by turning a dial with your finger.
Yes, I use that one too. Yeah,
and
those are small cameras.
They were really bad, and even if you did it right, sometimes the video would turn out blue.
Yeah,
and sometimes the video would turn out orange. And my news director actually said to me one day, he said, "Hey, look, if you can, and if you can, make it shoot orange video instead of blue because it's a warmer color for television."
Are you serious?
Yes. Rather than get it fixed and make it clear.
See, kids, if you make a mistake,
can you make it orange?
If you make a mistake now, though, you can just fix it in editing. All right, too much information for you. So, Jeff, what do you think about this opening day roster for the Guardians, which is not completely set?
One more decision. It seems to be hanging over the position players.
Is it? Are we just down to C.J. Kafis and Stuart Fairchild? Is that what
certainly seems that way. I would guess that Stuart Fairchild gets that gig
because he's right-handed.
Because he's right-handed. He's been around, and Kafis has options available. Can go back down, and you probably, in all seriousness, you probably don't want C.J. Kafis sitting on the bench and not getting an abundance of at-bats. He's expected to be a good hitter, and you probably want him to get regular at-bats still. Even though he was up last year, I would think that Fairchild gets the job. It screams exactly against what Mike Chernoff has said, and Terry Pluto wrote a great couple of pieces about his conversation with Mike Chernoff. You can go read those on Cleveland.com, the Guardians GM. Mm-hmm. But he said, we want a runway for our younger players. Well, Stuart Fairchild gets in the way of the runway.
Oh, for sure he does.
However, how many left-handed hitting first baseman / outfielder types do you need? And so that's why I would think that Kafis starts the year in AAA, plus he has options, and Fairchild gets a look in the outfield as the backup outfielder, and he can play in the outfield. He's not had overwhelming success in his major league career, and I would bet he doesn't last the whole season. I don't mean to be mean, Stuart. By the way, how many major leaguers do you know named Stuart?
Dave.
First name.
Oh, sorry. I tried, didn't I?
That was good.
Good college try.
That wasn't bad. Spelled differently. That's okay.
That doesn't really matter.
I would
UW. What's
I would look for Kafis to be sent down to AAA.
All right. So over the weekend, of course, I was doing high school basketball this weekend, but over the weekend I'm keeping an eye on everything else. And what comes across my phone?
Tell me, Andy.
Travis Bazzana, 2 homers.
Good.
And what's the first thing I did?
You threw something at a wall?
No. First thing I do is I text Dan, and I'm like, okay, cool. Can't wait to watch him play in Columbus.
Andy, the minute that he goes down there and has a good 2 or 3 week hitting stretch, he'll be up here. Don't worry.
We should play a little game with this.
Don't worry.
What is the day Travis Bazzana will be here? Want to pick a date?
No.
Come on, you can do it.
I can pick a date if I look at the schedule.
I'm just pick a date. Who cares who they're playing?
It's not who they're playing. It's where they're playing. They're not going to put him on a plane and fly him somewhere. They're going to just have him drive up 71 so he can have his car.
Dan, how soon will we see our number 1 overall pick?
By May 1st. How's that?
You got May 1st? What do you got?
I'll go mid-May. May 17th. I don't know. Pick one out of the sky.
Sorry to hear that.
All right. I am going Juan Gonzalez, Grady Sizemore on this, and we see him by April 16th.
Wow.
Although that Juan Gonzalez, Grady Sizemore thing was only like 2 days, wasn't it? I think Juan got hurt like the first or second game of the season, and they brought Grady up right away. Again, another prospect you're waiting to see.
I hope you're correct. The problem is, man, it's the Guardians. It would not shock me in the slightest if we're looking at each other in June going, where in the heck is he?
I know.
Because it's so them. They really want to make sure that these guys are 100% going to stay up at the major league level when they bring them up.
But Dan, don't you agree with that, though? You don't want to bring a guy up if they think he's not ready, and you don't want to bring him up if he's, here's the little bit of the risk they run. He's had real nice spring.
Mm-hmm.
You would think now might be the time to bring him up and capitalize on a nice spring and keep the momentum going at the major league level, because you don't want to send him down to AAA to start the year and then have him go flat. You know, if he gets off to a slow start at AAA, then he's got to fight out of that before he gets up here.
I do agree with you on that. You don't want to bring him up.
I've got my day.
Well, you don't want to bring him up to send him down.
It's April 27th.
That's true. Write it down.
April 27th. Rays are in town. They're going to wait for BA to see him play.
I got to believe we're going to see Lavalette, too, at some point, don't you, this year?
No.
You don't think we'll see him this year?
No.
Dan?
He's recovering from injury, and he hasn't played.
No, this is the Cleveland Guardians.
If this wasn't the Guardians, do you think we'd see Lavalette this year?
Probably not still, but I think if you're like, let's say, I don't know, the Rockies, the A's, somebody along those lines, I think you would see him a little bit faster just because those teams are in the tank, and so, why not at that point? But, yeah, the Guardians are so cautious.
You want a different conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
They drafted so many college position players with bats. In other words, they drafted them because of the way they hit.
Mm-hmm.
You might see one of those guys this year. Don't ask me which one. But
wouldn't you put your money on Lavalette? I mean, he was a first-round draft pick. That's why I keep
he's
saying
coming off of injury. I forget exactly what it was.
He had a home run the other day, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he crushed
he
the ball.
can hit.
Yeah.
But many a ball has been crushed in spring training.
I know, but again, first-round pick. I don't know. Why do I care more than everyone else does on this?
Oh, we all care, Andy. We're just being, we're being a little more realistic, and you're being more fanboy, which is great.
I want to see some. Do it, man. You pick these guys high. Let's go see what they look like. I don't know. Maybe the Browns have affected my brain. It's baseball, too.
Exactly.
It's a long season.
The problem is that it's baseball. And every other sport will tell you, oh, yes, this guy's a first-round pick. He must be on the ball club at any point. And baseball's like, he's a first-round pick.
Seems to work for other teams.
Great.
Help me out with this. Is Hoskins coming?
Yes.
Is he going to want to? So he's going to make the team, right?
He's guaranteed right now, the way it looks, 500 at-bats on this team. Where else is he?
Sign me up.
Yeah, where else is he for sure going to get that? He needs them as much as they need him. And that's a good situation. They've got to work out some contractual things because he has some out dates where he can opt out. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a little reworked deal here with a little extra cash. And Stephen Vogt has said nothing, but he's been phenomenal since he had a great reputation as a locker room guy. And apparently that's been the case so far with the Guardians.
I don't know.
And or isn't to think it won't be.
Am I the only one that wishes Bazzano was on the team to start at the beginning of the season? I know why he's not. I understand it.
Well, sure. We all wish he was. But we understand why he's not.
216-474-0092. Baskin Phelps.
back up after signing him to a 2-year deal. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Jeff, I have a very serious question for you here.
Do you?
He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Would you rather have Joe Burrow at quarterback or Daryl Hoosh Doucette?
Daryl has game.
Who would you rather have?
Let me go Daryl.
I don't like the way you play along with me. Dad, I need you to play along with me. Who would you rather have?
Well, Joe Burrow, of course.
Thank you. There you go.
There you go, Dan.
All right, so I'm trying to figure this thing out.
Along.
So we've got flag football coming to the Olympics, and like you were saying before the show, we've got guys in the NFL that want to try to go win an Olympic gold medal.
Clamoring to play.
They are.
Joe Burrow, one of them.
The problem is...
Got RG3 who wants to come back and play.
Yeah, they can want to do all this stuff, but these guys that have been playing flag football for years, like Daryl Hoosh Doucette, who's the quarterback of the current USA team, it seems to me that they know a little bit better about this game than the guys that are playing in the NFL. You know why they call him Hoosh?
Gee, Andy, enlighten me.
Do you want to guess? Do you want to guess?
I really don't.
Dan, do you want to guess?
My guess would be it's because it's in his last name, but I'm sitting on the edge of my seat in anticipation.
Oh, my God, you suck so bad. He looks like T.J. Houshmandzadeh.
You say Houshmandzadeh, I say Houshmandzadeh.
Houshmandzadeh. So that's why they call it.
Who's your mama?
That's why they call it. Meanwhile, this team played against Joe Burrow. Who else was there? Jaden Daniels was there. And those guys played quarterback against him.
Didn't Kyle Shanahan coach that crew?
All I know is that Team USA wrecked those guys 39-14. So
well, that's why I wanted Daryl.
The guys you don't know, Jeff, that's why you are a wizard at this stuff. You are just so smart. It is unbelievable. It is an honor and a privilege to be in this room with you.
Got to be some guys from Mountain who are playing on that team. Let's go.
I mean, there were guys that were playing in this, and they had it was a Fanatics thing they had, but then I think it was the Fanatics Flag Football Classic in Los Angeles. And so the question then becomes is who do you want to represent the United States in flag football? Do you want guys currently playing in the NFL, which are probably going to be like, I think ratings would go up, don't you? Wouldn't you think the ratings would be higher to watch NFL guys?
Well,
especially, what if they got beat?
Do you think?
Yeah. Or do you want to see, the Miracle on Ice?
Do you want to see
play?
Hoosh?
And can I ask a question? Why is flag football so big right now? Is it because of the Olympics?
No, it's
is that
because
the
NFL is pushing it.
They're also pushing it very, very hard for the girls' game, too. They have a ton of teams playing this year in Northeast Ohio. And the Browns are behind a lot of this stuff that's going on. Like, all these high schools that didn't have girls' flag football before now do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dan, I'm going to get your professional opinion on this.
Okay.
What do you think of that? What do you think of all these girls now suddenly playing flag football in the spring?
I think it's awesome. Well, I don't understand the downside of anybody saying differently.
You want the downside?
Sure.
Look, I'm into it. I think it's fun. I think it's really cool, and they're doing it. And it's not powder puff. This isn't like This is competitive, right?
It's the real deal.
What does the softball coach think of this? What does the track coach think of this? What does the tennis coach think of this?
You can do both. And so do both because you're in high school and you should be doing both.
I agree with you.
Should also be doing the musical while you're at it.
You do realize that there are coaches out there that will tell their kids not to play two sports at the same time or play two sports at all. And so now we've got girls that are playing flag football in the spring, which is great. Again, I think it's awesome. I have no problem with it. And it probably gives the football coach, the boys football coach, something to do in the spring so they can keep him on the payroll. So he can coach both teams, right? I'm sure there are plenty of that's happening, right?
Got me, dude.
Help me.
I think it's a fantastic idea, and if you're one of those coaches who for some ding-dong reason thinks your kids should not do multiple things, then you should not do multiple things in your life either. We should have you. You can either have a job or you can coach football. It's either A or B. I'm sorry. That's what you want these kids to do, too. It's the stupidest thing on the face of this earth.
Right?
It's asinine. It ticks me off to no end if anyone would limit what any of these kids should do. Play everything.
In high school. Right.
Life is short. Yeah. Play everything. Do everything. Be a part of everything. That's how you'll know what you love. Stupid.
True or false, Jeff? There are plenty of baseball coaches in this town. I don't want to single out baseball.
It's also the hardest I think I've ever had to not swear into a microphone before either, too, was that rant.
Just now?
Yes.
I just think that we have a lot of coaches, baseball, basketball, whatever sport you want to talk about. Football is all year now too, right? That they want these kids to play one sport, and they get really upset when they go to play a second sport, or they hold it against them when they're late to the This was amazing to me as I watched.
I don't know about that. Yes, it
100%.
happens.
It happens all the time.
I know it happens, but kid wants to play. Kid wants to play.
Yeah, I'm watching high school basketball. I'm watching Massillon made it pretty far this year. I'm watching Delphos St. John's and all these other schools that made it to the finals. Right, the winter sports season ended yesterday, and what's crazy is you've got kids that played football that had a turnaround time, or basketball teams. I know plenty of basketball coaches now are delaying the start of their season because they think they're going to have a good football year, and that those football kids aren't going to be able to come over until a week before.
You know what, though, Andy? There does come a point, though, where if a kid has a future in a certain sport, where you might want to rethink the idea of playing something else. I know a young guy who was a really good left-handed pitcher, and also played football. And baseball season came around. It's like, what happened to him? And football coach made him do 100 push-ups as punishment for the whole team. Messed up his shoulder. Took him years to get it back.
There's always an exception everywhere.
But that's where, if you let's say you have your college lined up and you're going to go play basketball in college.
And you're already going to your D1. I agree.
Last thing you want to do is get your knee busted up playing football. I covered a punt. So much for that college basketball scholarship.
Well, we'll throw this out. I don't have time today, but how about all these colleges want these kids to be there now, middle of the school year, senior
I think
year,
that's silly.
Especially for football. I mean, it happens all the time.
Actually.
All right, Meredith, do we have a moment of the show?
We most certainly do. Our moment comes from Scott Petrak, and he was talking about where he thinks Kirk Cousins may or may not end up.
I don't think so with Cousins. That felt, I know he wasn't available last year, but that felt more of a Stefanski guy. They had experience together than necessarily a Monken guy. And we probably talked about this in one of the last couple of weeks. Unless you think it's a significant upgrade over Shedeur, then I don't see the point of bringing in a veteran, especially a veteran as old as Cousins. If your goal is to win 9 games or try to maximize the win total, and maybe it is, or maybe it should be, but I think the Browns view it more as, okay, we have Shedeur Sanders. Let's see what we have in Shedeur Sanders, unless there's a significant upgrade available. And I just don't see Kirk Cousins at this stage in his career being that significant upgrade. I feel the same way about Kyler Murray and Geno Smith and Tua even. So I don't think he's a fit here. I don't know if there's a starting job out there for him in the NFL, unless Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back to Pittsburgh, and then I think it makes sense for Cousins to go there.
Scott Petrak, if you want to hear more of that interview, you can always go to the Odyssey app, Odyssey.com. He was on with us at 12:20. Bill Bender from the Sporting News had a great conversation with him about college basketball. Time now for Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Day courtesy of Scott Petrak. A lot of good stuff in there, all about where the Browns are sitting and the potential of the quarterback battle, and if there might be one coming. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast.
Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because I learned that there's a lot of really bad people coaching high school sports, because if you're telling a girl that she can't play flag football because she plays softball, then you're a bad person.
There you go. Meredith, laying the hammer down. Jeff Phelps.
I'm smarter after our conversation with Scott Petrak and leading to taking a look at Chad Ryder's 4-round mock draft. And, you're not going to pinpoint who you're going to draft in the 3rd or 4th round. But I did think it was interesting that a very well-respected draft analyst from NFL.com thought the Browns would take offensive players in the first round and then defensive players with their next 3 picks for a team that's defense is pretty good. And I get the idea of stocking up, but the team whose offense is not very good might want to take another shot or two at wide receiver. I don't know.
I'm smarter today because of all the folks that came out on behalf of Jarvis Landry after what he said on his podcast about Kevin Stefanski. And I got to tell you, the phone lines were going crazy defending Jarvis on that. And I think the whole story is interesting. I'm also smarter today because you now know the difference between red, green, and blue video and how that affects both Jeff's life and my life as well. And those are moments you're just never going to get back. And so I'm glad we were able to share those tender moments with you today. Dan, thank you. Appreciate you too.
Boy, those are the things that cause our social media mentions to just blow up. And they, of course, are powered by Scheibe Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
It's true. All right, thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Afternoon Drive. Next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Oregon football.
in the
accomplishment
playoffs,
of
but it
winning
still
against
counts.
them
I don't
means-
want you to sit there and say beating them means nothing. You're just an idiot sometimes, and I apologize for saying that. That's not what I meant to say. But my goodness, you're maddening sometimes.
So Jack's
You're
agreed
maddening.
with me. It's becoming the Pistons of it. Of I'm an idiot, but Jack's has
That's
got
not
a
fair.
point
I didn't
in
mean to say
saying
an idiot.
in saying that you're flip-flopping.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. It is a Monday in Cleveland, Ohio, and Northeast Ohio. It is MLB opening week. It is the final 11 games of the regular season for the Cavaliers. It is 1 month until the NFL draft, or night one of the NFL draft. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute you, Supreme Leader. We've got Jake Murrin producing today and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We got YouTube chat discourse over how we can build the chat to a better place. Look at that. That's what we do there. People trying to, everybody love everybody, as everyone, or everyone love everyone, whichever one it is. But if you guys are following along on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, ring that bell, and suck it, Cornlito. And make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked. We got Matt Corelli, baby doll, on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you?
Quite well.
Good.
Yeah. This is about
good.
as refreshed as you get to be on a Monday. That's how relaxing of a weekend it was.
Good.
So
I like that.
Yeah, I honestly, the last 4 Mondays have been dragging my ass into this studio. There's been no dragging today.
You're a sauna guy now, though, so that's got to help out. I would imagine that helps out.
It is. Almost killed me on Saturday.
Oh, yeah?
So it came with the house. We didn't buy the darn thing. It came with the house, but needed fixed. So we finally got it fixed. And I had read the big thing you got to do is if you take even a moderate walk beforehand,
okay,
and then you go in, you get triple the boost. So I was like, well, this thing's got to heat up for a little bit. Let's go for a walk. Went for quite a nice walk around the pond.
Good.
We came up and we got in there. It was hot, and I didn't realize
it is a sauna.
But I was already hot, and I didn't realize that maybe when my doctor said, hey, build up, she meant maybe don't go for a 45-minute walk and then step inside a sauna for 15 minutes.
I think passing out in a sauna, probably not the greatest thing in the world. I'd love to go.
I will say, never came close to passing out.
And then just sit in there and be like, I'm schwitzing all the time or something like that. I don't know. It seems like a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. It really was.
My brother has a sauna. He never uses it.
Yeah, oh my God.
He never uses it. You can have your own version of, what was the Cleveland Schwitz that we talked about on Thursday or Friday?
I think it's just Cleveland Schwitz.
Cleveland Schwitz. You could do your own version of that. Have people over for saunas, maybe have some nice steaks, some drinks.
The Rocky River Schwitz.
Kick people out at 6. It's going to be great. Yeah.
We can make a YouTube thing out of it and then still be just as rich or not rich as I am right now.
That is what it is. Yeah.
But we get at least 10 to 15 followers on YouTube.
Now, how is this having it in a house, though? Is this the equivalent of, in your estimation, it's not like having a basketball court in your house. That's a little extreme.
Yeah.
But it's on another tier.
Yeah, it is.
Not everybody has one.
Yeah, it's something I never would have bought myself.
Yeah.
But now that I have it, I don't want it to go anywhere.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
and I've been able to use it for 3 days. And I've used it all 3 days, but I don't want it to go anywhere. I get why people spend the money to do this kind of thing.
A lot of health benefits. And there's this moment of bliss, 30 minutes afterwards, that you just feel really relaxed. Good.
You just feel really alive.
Okay,
and that's
good.
where we are today.
All right. Well, it carried over. I like that.
Now, listen, Keith wanted us to lead college basketball today. I told him I respect it. That's our brand manager. All right? Mm-hmm. Nobody manages a brand the way that Keith Britton does. And I am not about to disrespect him. I just feel like we have maybe some bigger, at some point, I'll refer to how my bracket's doing and how Max is doing. At some point, we'll get it. Our Cinderella's dead. These are big topics that we have to have. But to lead the show, I don't know if he's being real or not, but I would like to personally thank Dan Orlovsky for a full day of content about Ty Simpson. We needed this.
What do you mean you don't know if he's being real or not?
Meaning, so we'll play the audio.
Okay.
I think Dan does believe what he's saying.
but he hedges it a little bit in the way he says it on the back end. Mind you, Fernando Mendoza has been nope, this guy's going to be the number one, no questions asked.
Yeah.
When we've asked questions, anybody that asks questions gets put through the "are you being a hater" ringer, right? Because it was just fait accompli from the second that guy went off on the run that he did, and Ty Simpson kind of petered off down the stretch, and Dante Moore went back to school. It's been Fernando Mendoza's number one pick. I don't think he's the kind of caliber of prospect that if you luck into the number one pick, it should just be, well, we got the number one pick, so this is the pick.
I mean, Coach Riz has been vocal when he's come on the show about how he dislikes Fernando Mendoza. And suggest he shouldn't be number one overall. He wouldn't take him. If Mendoza dropped to 6 for the Browns, he wouldn't take him.
So what's funny is I would take Fernando Mendoza with the number one pick. I just think it bears more discussion than people want to give.
Yeah, it was closed. The discussion was closed around, 3 months ago, which I get what you're saying with the Orlovsky stuff, and we'll play the clip, obviously, in a second. But, like, that idea of, like, is he just drumming up controversy? This has been the least controversial NFL draft we've had in a long time.
Well, and it's not even just it was a boring NFL offseason. Like, overall, there weren't a lot of big names being moved. The biggest name that got moved got unmoved, which was Max Crosby.
Yeah.
Like, the biggest story of the offseason is that the Ravens are a bunch of unscrupulous bastards.
Yeah, there's a reason why we spent 3 weeks on Malik Willis.
Yes. Oh, and a day or two on Kyler, and a day or two on Tanner McKee. Like, and by the way, if you think that's rough in Cleveland, imagine, like, the big networks trying to talk about 32 teams when nothing's happened for any of them.
Well, what is funny about that, though, they can at least fall back on the idea, and like we're seeing it right now, we have the NFL Network up, and one of the headlines is, how do you feel about the Eagles right now? Like, that's what they're talking about literally right now, because it's like, you could do that with any team. You just throw it out there. How are we feeling about the Chiefs right now?
What's the deal with the Chiefs?
Vegas over-unders. Vegas says 9. I don't know. What do you say? And then they just talk for 15 minutes.
So, again, I don't want to, because I do think Dan means what he says. When the way it came out might not have been right. But I think there's angling what you're saying at a specific way that accentuates a bolder take. So we're going to play this. This was from Dan Orlovsky today on Get Up, and his positioning that Ty Simpson's the best quarterback in this class.
I think Ty Simpson is QB1. I think Ty Simpson is the best quarterback in this class. I think when you look at the body of work and what was asked of these two quarterbacks, you have to start with the question, who needed to do more to carry their football team to play well? Ty Simpson, and it's not close between those two quarterbacks. Who took more games over throughout the course of the season? Ty Simpson. It's not even close. And if we're asking, like, okay, we're trying to see what you are as a player in college and what you're going to be asked to do in the NFL and what translates. I start with, what do you do in moments of panic with the football? Because that's really what separates good to great. I would tell you that Ty Simpson is more consistent in that regard. There's not a ton of moments of panic out of Fernando Mendoza, and then there's moments when he immediately drops his eyes and becomes a runner. Ty Simpson more consistent in that. What guy was asked to do more NFL throws? Ty Simpson, and it's not even close in that regard.
Then he goes on to say the part that I thought was in there but wasn't, where he said that he would rather take Ty Simpson from 15 to 20 or somewhere in the teens there than Fernando Mendoza at 1. That, to me, was the hedge. Because I think the question is, if you're that committed that he's the best quarterback in this class, then Ty should be in the conversation for the number one pick, if not be the number one pick.
Not only that, I mean, he should go number 1, and then if that was true, if everything he's saying is true, then the Browns should be having discussions about him at number 6 overall. And maybe they are, and I'm just not aware of it, but there's a reason why we haven't done too many discussions about that.
I just think it's interesting. I think when you talk about carried more weight, I think that's fair. I mean, if you look at Indiana was a super team. Alabama has a lot of talent because they're Alabama.
Yeah.
They're not, like, put them up against some of the super teams Saban had. There's a reason why they've not really sniffed a national championship since Saban left.
Well, and especially with Alabama, like, he had Ryan Williams, who just fell off in the last part of the season, and it was like, well, who made who fall off? And that tended to be what that was. Now, Indiana, I mean, they had good wide receivers in Cooper, but, like, it's not like they didn't go that deep. I mean, it was fine. They were okay. I kind of disagreed with that point a little bit with Orlovsky. I kind of felt like Simpson had everything to work with. You can win with the guys that he had.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wasn't playing at San Jose State, which I think is a fair rebuttal.
Yeah.
Now, I do think the funny thing about both quarterbacks is the reason why you can debate Fernando Mendoza at 1 or Ty Simpson anywhere in the top 20 is the same thing. There's nothing incendiary physically about either player. Like, Fernando Mendoza is a big athletic quarterback, but he doesn't have a rocket for an arm. He's not the most accurate quarterback you'll ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
He's not I know he's made up to be very good pre-snap, but it's not like we're talking Tom Brady here. With Ty Simpson's a much smaller version of that.
He is small.
Like, he is, 6'2"-ish, 200 pounds?
6'1". He's 6'1" and 1/8", actually. I looked it up. That's the 18th percentile for quarterbacks in this class.
1/8. He needed that extra 1/8.
I know. It's so weird. It's a weird measurement.
But again, he's got pretty nice mechanics, but in terms of the arm strength, good, not great, right? In terms of any of the other stuff, the physical stuff we're talking about, athleticism, accuracy, good, not great, is like the best he's going to do. And I think that's what's interesting about Ty Simpson. Most years, the line is, and I've mostly lived on this hill to die on most times in my life, which is, if I'm going to take you with a top 10, top 15, top 20, you better be a franchise quarterback. That better be your ceiling. You might come short of that because everybody does, that almost everybody does, but that's the ballpark I want to play in with you. Neither Simpson or Mendoza really fit franchise quarterback when you put them up against everybody having at least one elite trait. And at the same point, if you don't have a starting quarterback, I get the idea of we got to find the best quarterback out there and we got to find our Mahomes. Yeah, before you get to Mahomes, sometimes you got to get to Alex Smith. Sometimes you have to get to somebody that can just be a bare minimum starter and allow you to build your program from there.
Well, and so the elite trait they possess is funny because they both possess the same one, and it's the hardest one in these discussions. Mendoza is supposed to be one of the more intelligent football players you're going to find, but Ty Simpson, his football intelligence is supposed to be next to none. Like Todd McShay says that he is the smartest from a football mindset quarterback he's seen since Joe Burrow in the draft. There is something to that, but how do if we're breaking down the tape and we're trying to put this all together for NFL teams, how do I get across your football intelligence being the one thing that you possess? That's an incredibly hard thing, and you're also then taking somebody at a 20-minute thing on the board that they impress you with in Indy. I'm not drafting somebody based off of that completely.
Yeah, to me, superior processing skills. Because
we're getting into the supercomputer.
Because it's tough to prove
or disprove. Yeah, it's very tough.
It's kind of like when somebody's like, "What's his best trait?" He's a gamer.
Even like McShay though. McShay being best since Joe Burrow that I've seen. It's so wait a minute. Does that mean that you've had hours upon hours with both Joe Burrow and Ty Simpson to be able to see what's inside that brain of theirs? How do you even as a mock draft guy? How do you even know that?
Well, because
his dad was a coach for 20 years. Is that it?
Are you talking about Ty Simpson?
Yeah.
I do think that's going a long way. When people talk about the things they like about him, when you talk about knows how to make certain throws and the mechanics, those are all little things that kind of tie up to, is he really that good or is he just really well coached because his dad was a
right,
coach?
But on that level, shouldn't Nussmeier then, whose dad is an offensive coordinator in the NFL, be right there with Ty Simpson when it comes to that stuff?
Well, all coaches' kid are made equal.
No, but we're kind of putting them in that same bucket as if because of that is why they think that they have such great processing and great skills. It's all right, well, where are you getting that from? How does that actually work?
216-474-0092. JP begs an interesting question here. Should we be taking Ty Simpson at 6 more seriously? At Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Damian Parson, Locked On NFL Draft and Bleacher Report coming up at 3:20. We'll talk Monroe Freeling. We'll talk about the Browns' options. Are we maybe underselling Ty Simpson at 6? Sean Devaney, NBA insider for Heavy.com. At 4 o'clock today, Jamal Collier of ESPN. At 5:20, with the Cavs in the home stretch. We got quite a bit to get to with those two gentlemen. But 216-474-0092. Should we be taking Ty Simpson at 6 more seriously? And the goal for the Browns can't just be one thing. If so, there's a lot of different ways they can fail. That's not really the goal. That will come up in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Spend your spring break with Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I think Ty Simpson is QB1. I think Ty Simpson is the best quarterback in this class. I think when you look at the body of work and what was asked of these two quarterbacks, you have to start with the question, who needed to do more to carry their football team to play well? Ty Simpson, and it's not close between those two quarterbacks. Who took more games over throughout the course of the season? Ty Simpson. It's not even close. And if we're asking, like, okay, we're trying to see what you are as a player in college and what you're going to be asked to do in the NFL and what translates, I start with what do you do in moments of panic with the football? Because that's really what separates good to great. I would tell you that Ty Simpson is more consistent in that regard. There's not a ton of moments of panic out of Fernando Mendoza, and then there's moments when he immediately drops his eyes and becomes a runner. Ty Simpson more consistent in that. What guy was asked to do more NFL throws? Ty Simpson, and it's not even close in that regard. This is not to slight Mendoza.
Yeah.
I would rather have Ty Simpson at the 15 to 20 range than Fernando Mendoza at 1.
Dan Orlovsky on Get Up this morning, and it's fair to ask because we had a few people in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat ask the question, why are we talking about Ty Simpson? It's not just that Orlovsky talked about him today. The Browns have 2 top 25 picks. The Browns do not have a proven starting quarterback. Ty Simpson is one of the top 30 visits for the Browns this year.
Yeah.
There is a personal relationship between Todd Monken and Ty Simpson and Ty Simpson's dad. So, yes, guys, I understand we're all I think I'm skittish about Ty Simpson. I think you're skittish about Ty Simpson.
Very, very skittish about Ty Simpson.
So, Ty Simpson at 6 gives me incredible anxiety because I need an impact player there. I do. And if Ty Simpson needs to sit for a year, or if Ty Simpson turns out to be yet another guy with less than 20 career starts in the NFL and it doesn't work out, I'm going to be pretty furious about that. That's going to be a wasted pick, just like it feels like Dylan Gabriel already is.
But it does kind of feel like one of these things that the Browns do, where they just from the clouds make a move that nobody saw coming, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, Ty Simpson's our quarterback at 6 or maybe even 24.
But it's interesting. I think there's this anti-quarterback push this year for the Browns, and it comes up every time we talk about any of the quarterbacks. And when the Eagles traded for Andy Dalton, we talked about Tanner McKee. Now, sure, why not add another quarterback to that room? I'd rather not with Tanner McKee specifically.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up the pick for him, but yeah.
Okay, at least the Browns are trying to add something to that room. We've talked about Kyler. We've talked about all these quarterbacks, and people. There are people, especially the supporters, that get upset about it. And it's like, listen, if your guy is that good, he'll make the Browns look foolish for any move that you make. So I don't understand. You can't be that confident in Shedeur Sanders and then turn around and go, well, we don't even bring in competition for him. That's not how the NFL works.
Well,
you can believe in Shedeur and also understand that the NFL, especially if you are not proven yet, which Shedeur isn't, and there are myriad of factors of why that could go into there, until you're proven, they're going to keep bringing in competition for you.
Right, but I think a lot of the supporters have a distrust in what the Browns are.
Now, that's fair.
And
you guys are not
last
wrong
year,
on that. I have that same distrust.
Well, I mean, I think last year was, they kept pushing Dylan Gabriel as if that was a real something, and in leaps and bounds better than Shedeur. And it's like at some point, you can think you have the better quarterback, but if they have it locked into their eyes and they made a move or they spend capital on somebody else, then sometimes you just lose those battles.
Yeah, but shouldn't because Todd is here, like the guy that
I'm hoping.
But I think if you thought Stefanski was the boogeyman, he's gone now.
For sure, you'd hope that, right? You'd hope that.
Well, but I just think there's some insecurity there with the Shedeur folks that I don't understand.
I mean, you get burned touching the stove once, you're going to be hesitant to then touch the stove again, even if somebody tells you it's not on right now.
It's a new stove.
I know, but you're still going to be hesitant to be I don't know that I'm ready to do that quite yet.
This one doesn't. Love Dylan Gabriel.
Every time I've touched a stove, I've gotten burned. So give me a little bit to be comfortable with the idea that this one won't also burn me. Is I think kind of the point.
I do think it's interesting though that there is that anti-quarterback push. And I think it's all done. And I think we're in the same spot now we were when the Browns were getting ready to move on from Baker to Deshaun. In that somehow we've cycled back to the only thing that matters is franchise quarterbacks, and that's the only thing we should be chasing. And I think you're in a totally different spot. Listen, I would have been happy keeping Baker in 2022. I understood that 30 out of 32 teams would have made that decision, would have chosen Deshaun over Baker before we get into all the nuance of that conversation. But the difference is you had a starting quarterback that you thought was a specific ceiling. At best, maybe the 10th, 11th, 12th best quarterback consistently in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And you were trying to get one of those top 5. That makes sense. You had Baker for 4 years.
They looked at a young division, too, that at the time had Joe Burrow, Lamar had already won league MVP, and they just thought to themselves, how are we going to not only escape out of the AFC, escape out of our own division if you don't have one of these guys?
But to go where you are now, you don't have a floor in that quarterback room because you don't have anyone other than Shedeur. I refuse to accept Deshaun Watson at any age, at any point now, as a serious consideration in that room. So until they add another name of any substance that's done anything in the NFL or they draft a guy, the door's going to feel cracked open. Even post the draft, if they don't draft anybody, guys, if a name comes up that's available, we're going to have to talk about it because Shedeur versus Deshaun specifically, and this is all about Deshaun, is nonsensical. But I get this idea that people just think, well, you play out the string, and then you're going to draft the quarterback next year, and then you'll have your franchise guy. When has it ever been that simple for anyone? That's Arizona did roughly the similar thing twice over, and they got Josh Rosen into Kyler Murray. So I just this obsession about it's franchise quarterback or bust is asinine. You need a starting quarterback. You need somebody that is capable of starting at quarterback in that room over, and by the way, not just one, maybe multiple guys, over for up to 5 to 10 years. If they're a franchise quarterback, that's great. The chance that they are going to, there's 4 or 5 guys that are franchise quarterbacks in the NFL. So you do need this idea of, well, we'll just get one next year. That's not how this ever really works for anybody, let alone the Cleveland Browns.
No, but where the Browns are operating from, it does give them one of their better chances. Because like if it wasn't coming this offseason, and again, Shedeur will get his opportunity this upcoming year, but if you go to the 2027 draft and it seems like you don't have a quarterback, that is your best chance to obviously get that. And so like that's all I think. Like we don't have a million years to figure it all out, but in the immediacy, I think people are looking at 2027 as being the most realistic option to getting one.
If Shedeur ends up being, if Shedeur maximizes what I think he can be, I think he can be and when I say bridge quarterback, I don't mean like 2 years. I mean 5 to 7 years or more.
Oh, that's nice.
Like a solid starting quarterback in the NFL. But that's what I think he can be if he maxes it all out. That shouldn't preclude you from doing anything seriously. Like I wouldn't take, and actually Mike on Twitter, I think has a really good point, but I would just make it in a different way. He said, I like Ty Simpson in the context of the law of probability. This, of course, has nothing to do with Ty Simpson. If you land on tails for 27 years, heads is overdue. I actually look at Ty Simpson through the lens of probability. It's
also not true. Yeah, the coin flip, every time you flip, it gives you the same percentage odds.
But I look at it from the probability
it's like playing craps. Odds reset.
Given that of the quarterbacks that we know of in the last decade that have had 20 or less starts, the best thing you got is Mac Jones or Kyler Murray. I'm not going, well, all those other guys really stunk, and these guys were just acceptable, so now we're due. I'm looking at it and saying that lack of experience cannot be ignored, and that's why it's just impossible to see the Browns actually, again, one of the most analytically inclined organizations ignoring that mountain of data.
I agree with that, but I do find it interesting now that, again, even if we take 6 off the table, then if Orlovsky thinks he's quarterback 1 in this draft, then him being gone by the time you get to 24, or him being someone that people think will be good value at 24, does exist.
No, 100%. And I think what's interesting about what you just said is we're now going to get into the uncomfortable conversation that we've had a million times, which is if you're good enough to be drafted at 15, you're good enough to be drafted at 6.
I think so because
That-
like,
well,
if
but
you're
that- I
going
think
to,
that's a
especially
cliche in the
especially
NFL
with
world.
quarterback. Well, there are some people that disagree with that because they have their tiers and they're like, well, at 6 you have to be this, and at 15 you get to be a slightly worse, and they go down the line, which I think is hogwash. I've always thought it's hogwash. I've never bought into it. You've heard me scream for how long about how ridiculous I think that concept is. I agree with the sentiment that you're putting out there. If you like them at 15 and you can get them at 6, go ahead and do it. But at like 24, and if you have 2 picks in this first round, and the way that this team looks at value, it wouldn't shock me if all of a sudden they're looking around at 24, and if they like Ty Simpson, they do pull the trigger. It's not what I think is going to happen. It's not what I would bet on happen. But the way they treat value in that facility is a little bit different.
So this is where we have to distinguish clearly the difference between what I would do and what the Browns might do.
Yes.
I would not take Ty Simpson this year. And a lot of it is he just doesn't have enough experience in college. I know he got a lot of good feedback that he's going to be drafted high, and that's why he came out. I wish he would have focused on the same thing Dante Moore focused on, which is I don't just want to get drafted high. I want to play in the NFL for 15 years and make $500 million, right? He didn't. So he's in this draft. And as long as the Browns don't have another quarterback in that room, there's a probability or, a possibility that he could be a Cleveland Brown. So that's what I would not. But I understand that everyone's talking about the Browns want to trade down so that Monroe Freeling isn't as much of a reach. You can use that exact same principle to trade down to the middle, the teens, 12, 13, 14, 15 in the NFL draft for Ty Simpson. And so I think if we're talking about reaching on Monroe Freeling in a trade down, but you got that extra asset, I think the Browns could be thinking the same thing about Ty Simpson if they really love him the way certain people love him like Dan Orlovsky
Well,
does.
and like Louis Riddick today, he had in response to Orlovsky, said there's a reason why Ty Simpson decided to clear for the draft months ago and not go back to college. He knows that NFL teams liked what he put on tape in 2025. It's not new. Like, clearly he believes that there's enough interest in enough teams out there. I tend to think it comes more from the teams like the Steelers that are going to have Aaron Rodgers for one more year, and Ty Simpson can just kind of sit in back of that, and it can be a succession plan. Those type of teams make way more sense to me than what Ty Simpson is looking at with the Browns.
So here's the thing. What you just said is based on logic. The NFL, when it comes to quarterback, is not always based on logic.
They get drunk. They get drunk on it. I get it. And that's why we have to have these convos, though. That's why they're like the idea that, although we don't think it's going to happen, the Browns are a wild card of sorts, and NFL teams are wild cards, especially when it comes to quarterbacks.
Is it franchise quarterback or bust for the Browns in 2026 and beyond? 216-474-0092. Big money in the NFL in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Baseball is back, opening night live on Netflix this Wednesday, March 25th. Aaron Judge and the Yankees clash with Rafael Devers and the Giants. MLB opening night, Yankees, Giants, live on Netflix, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have special guest here, Damian Parson, Locked On NFL Draft and Bleach Report, coming up at 3:20. I think we're going to have to ask him about Dan Orlovsky's comments there on Ty Simpson, and I did see Mike Tannenbaum, who's not the guy you want in your corner when it comes to drafting or really anything football.
Particularly trades.
Yeah, trades.
Trades involving Myles Garrett.
Really anybody. He tends to miss the mark, but what a guy. What a human. Because that's what you say when you don't have anything nice to say about anybody else.
I was going to say, I don't know. I can't confirm that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Could be. Oh, God.
Could be.
If he was as bad as a person as he is at, like, analysis, and also when he was actually GM, moves, you got to have a redeeming feature, right?
At some point, you just tip your cap and say, I don't know how you keep winning at life, but good for you,
Maybe
I guess.
that helps.
What, like the just unbridled arrogance to it all?
Yeah. Like if you're just, again, failing upward is a real thing.
You can't be that much of a jerk if you stink, so there must be something there. And then it's just like this air of mystery attached to him the entire time.
He's a
like,
yutz in every way.
Yep, just a complete dodo bird.
So we'll ask Damian Parson about the gap between Simpson and Mendoza and whether we should be considering Ty Simpson as a potential option for the Browns with a top 32 pick. But let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
All right, as a quick follow-up, my first submission on this is going to be Ty Simpson based. If the Browns took him at any point in the first 39 picks, what is your year one expectations for Ty Simpson?
Another hypothetical out of you, huh?
Somebody's going to take this and run with it.
We got to have a real convo tomorrow.
This is why Nick said that Ty's going to be the number 6 pick in the draft.
And then it gets debated for days on end to then make it seem like, well, geez, how could Jonathan ever want a quarterback like Jalen Hurts at number 6 overall?
It feels like it's not about Ty Simpson anymore.
To then have it come back and then did he flip flop this morning? Is that what I heard?
I believe he said, sure, if you want Jalen Hurts for the number 6 pick, which again is a purely hypothetical discussion. Fine.
Oof. Yeah. All right, then. Okay.
But again, this is about Ty Simpson, not about
This is about Ty Simpson. Yeah. So they take Ty Simpson in the first 39. The expectation out of year one should be the same expectation you have for any quarterback that you take in the first or even into the second round, which is you can look bad as a first-round quarterback choice. It is not 100% on you, and especially with this offensive line and with these wide receivers, like I wouldn't expect Ty Simpson to come in here and then light the world up year one. Now, it doesn't take forever these days, but year one, you still get some grace period.
I would need Jackson Dart kind of performance there.
Which still wasn't even lighting it up, all things considered. It just was good. It just was good enough.
Yeah.
Between that and Shuck, you just kind of knew what you were watching to be something that was at least, okay, like we can play with this.
But I think at least with Jackson Dart, I think Jackson Dart had like 3 or 4 more starts. I think he started like 3/4 of the season. I need that.
Well, you need at least like what that Denver game was, for instance. Yeah. That Dart had. You need one of those, a couple of those maybe, and then you can kind of go off of it. Like even like Drake May's year one wasn't the most wildly impressive thing.
Yep.
Then they spent $300 million in the offseason, and then year two he was off to the races. Like you can stumble out of the blocks in year one, especially with what this Browns team is. But I would like to see some flashes mixed in there if that's how they go.
I will say I don't think my expectations year one for Ty Simpson would look that much different from my expectations for Shedeur. Technically year two of like, I just need real proof that you're the guy or can at least be the guy for a sustainable amount of time.
Now, what is different is that you'd have to have a Josh Allen-esque approach to him. I feel like that's like fair. Yeah, I feel like that's fair to Ty Simpson. When Ty Simpson enters the chat with the idea that he's gonna be a couple years before he really takes off anyway, because of the lack of experience that he has playing college football and everything that's associated with him and how he plays, you're going to have to be patient. And I just don't know that Haslam has ever shown us the ability to be patient like that.
I believe that is correct.
All right, Seahawks and Jackson Smith-Njigba have a deal. He is now the highest-paid wide receiver in the NFL. 4 years, $168.5 million contract extension, $120 million in guaranteed, $42.5 million per season. If you had to guess, who would one day, or who is one day going to eclipse this?
Ooh, gosh, who's still waiting on a deal in the NFL? There was a list out there earlier. If I'd known this was going to come up, I would have looked at it.
I was thinking Puka immediately, but I didn't know that Puka's going to get there.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I was thinking Pickens, but
Puka's
I don't think
older.
One more year left before he gets the deal. And so
Jefferson's already been extended, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
I think it's got to be Puka or bust. He's entering the final year of that rookie contract. And so, like, it's got to be, like, but does Puka get $42.5 million? Like, this isn't just highest paid. This is more than Jamar Chase by a couple $1 million.
Yeah, so that's a good point. And I will say, it doesn't, very similar to what the Browns do, it doesn't seem like the Rams really have a problem paying anyone top dollar, so that's probably a feather in Puka's cap.
They believe in the theory that a lot of teams are now shifting towards, which is we pay a bunch on the offense and then we replenish on the defensive side of the ball. And that's why a lot of the draft picks are moving towards defense, because you pay the position players, you pay the wide receivers, you pay these guys. But it is kind of wild if you look at the highest average per year. It's $42 million for JSN, Jamar Chase at $40 million, Justin Jefferson $35 million. There's a gap there. But we're only getting higher and higher.
So if we did a league-wide, all we did was redraft the wide receivers, would JSN go ahead of Jamar Chase, or is he just more paid?
He's number one. He's number one off the board right now.
Oh, that's interesting. I'd still take Jamar.
No, in fact, I would. It's always kind of been a toss-up for me between Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Mm-hmm. And so, like, if you want to do it, it's like Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird. It's like one is 5 and one is 5A. But I think JSN is above both of them right now. And I think it'd go JSN into Puka, and then the two of them would battle it out in back of that.
The Sweet 16 is set with number 11 Texas and number 9 Iowa being the lone teams that were slotted 9 and beyond. Duke, Arizona, and Michigan are all the remaining 1 seeds in the tournament. Not so fast, Florida. Who do you feel best about as we wait for Thursday and Friday games?
Maybe Duke, because of Boozer, and I really think that's about all I have to go off of at this point. The Siena game was embarrassing. The first half of their game over the weekend was rather embarrassing, and then they just blew them out. So I'd go with Duke as of right now, but I don't feel particularly comfortable with any of them.
Now, I do want to know, because this is the hottest topic in radio, because really, across Sports Talk Radio, there's like, when it comes to the tournament, there's like 1 or 2 topics per America, every day.
We get 1 or 2.
Our Cinderella's dead.
I know. I told you. I went to like a million birthday parties all weekend long. That was my weekend, was going to birthday parties. Every dude I talked to was just telling me all about how Cinderella's dead.
Were you invited, or did you just pop up when you saw
they're for Charlotte. Yeah, trust me, I'm not going any more of those than I have to at this point. I've probably been to 30 birthday parties since she's been born. Yep. Just an insane amount of birthday parties.
So much screaming when they're that age, too. A lot of bedlam. I'd say it gets better, buddy, but it doesn't. It's very loud.
What is nice, though, is that you can tell parents have gotten better with it, right? And so in the beginning, like year 1, everyone's doing these big elaborate things, and they take forever. But now, everyone's got it down. It's 2 hours max. There's pizza, and there's cake, and you don't have to do much more than that.
You also try and put it in between nap time for everybody, but not meal time. You need that in-between time between the two, just to give all parents a chance.
I'm done at noon for like half of these. It's great.
Yep. I don't think Cinderella's dead, but I like, because to me, Cinderella was never about the Sweet 16. To me, Cinderella was about the first couple days of the tournament.
Yeah.
And I think we still got plenty. I still think we had a lot of really good moments.
So we had 16-0. The favorites went on Friday, and 14 teams won by 20 or more points during the first 2 days of the tournament. That's the most in the round of 64 history. So like we had just a kind of an unreal stretch for the opening portion of the tournament. 112v5, and that was the best we could do with High Point. It just it was what it was. I did enjoy watching this weekend, though. I got to say that. I did enjoy it. All right. Travis Kelce has signed his contract. He's officially locked in for 2026. 3 years, $54 million deal. That can be up to $57 million. Is it audacious of the Chiefs and Travis to do a 3-year deal, not a 1-year deal?
No, just because I think that guy could play until he's 45, even if he stinks, and they're going to let him out there. This is the biggest run in Chiefs history. He's one of the two faces that are most synonymous with it. And here's the thing. Even if he's just okay at football, if he throws out like whatever Njoku did this next year, he's also marrying Taylor Swift, and that's getting them a lot of goodwill as well. Like, for what you just mentioned, all the details of the actual deal, he pays for himself in like 3 games because there's the off the field boost from him as much as on the field.
Yeah, but last year he was still good, and I think that's got to be the main component. Like Andy Reid, I don't think Andy Reid would just keep him around to keep him around. He's got to be good.
Trying to think. There were a couple players. You're right. He did sell early on Donovan McNabb. But he had Kevin Cobb and Mike Vick.
Well, when you get rid of Donovan McNabb for Kevin Cobb, I say do it all the time.
But no, I mean, it's interesting. I didn't look into how the deal is structured. I would be shocked if he played beyond this year.
It's a very low first-year deal.
Are they?
Year one's $12 million plus $3 million in incentives.
So basically,
you can make it a one-year deal if you want.
Okay.
But it gives the Chiefs a lot of leverage for year 2 and year 3. It basically makes Travis Kelce a Chief for life and removes the option that he could go one day play for the Browns or something like that.
Here's the thing. If Travis would like to stay with Taylor Swift at some point, he's got to hang it up real quick here. It's kind of relationships with you doing the football and her being like the biggest star in America. At some point, you got to choose, and you're going to be daddy daycare, so go ahead and do that.
Isn't she? I mean, she's done with her tour, the Eras tour, so doesn't she take like a 3 or 4 year break now?
Like I would know. That sounded very defeatist to you. I didn't mean it like that.
That was just a music question. I don't know. Like, don't they typically, when they have like the big world tour, don't they like just appear? They just disappear for like 3 or 4 years.
I think Paul McCartney does it like once every 18 months.
But
puts on
he
just
also does his well. That's Elton John too. They do their farewell tour, and it's like, how long have you been doing these farewell tours? You've been saying farewell for like 15 years.
All right. So the oldest daughter getting her temps, which means this weekend I spent a lot of time in a car with her, teaching her to drive. I asked my older brother this question in front of Olivia, and he was like, "Don't text and drive." I was like, "That's the good answer, but also not the best answer."
Yeah.
Driving tips for my oldest child.
Well, one, I would say try not to get distracted because that's where I fail the most as a driver.
Okay.
I'm an incredibly distracted driver.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were coming home, it was Saturday, Sunday, I don't know, whatever. We were downtown and then we had to go back home, and I was going back home the route that I go home with. And I was able to, just in looking at the steering wheel, tell Elise every single ad that was going through as we drive through without actually looking up at them, because that's how distracted I get. Because I'm constantly looking at, I look at everything around me. Don't be me that way.
But
don't get distracted.
You drive so slow.
Yeah.
The worst you'll get into is a fender bender with it.
Well, and that's another thing. Don't underrate parking lot driving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm miserable at 5 miles per hour or under. All my accidents.
Your sweet spot is 6 miles an hour to like 5 miles to the speed limit.
Nick, every accident I've ever been in life has been 5 miles per hour or under, and has been in a parking lot. And it took me years to realize that I was abiding by the rules of the road on the road. And then when we got to the parking lot, I was turning into like Super Mario Kart or something and just doing whatever the hell I wanted. And that's how you end up in accidents in parking lots. You have to treat that like it's the road and you'll be fine. I'm not joking. Every accident I've been in has been 5 miles per hour under.
The angriest I think I've ever seen my mom be in the last 15 years was, and this was right after I got out of college. I probably was living with Vanessa at the time in our first or second apartment together. And my mom ran their brand new car into, you know how they have for the handicap signs, they have like the concrete bases.
Yeah.
And she just craned it.
Oh.
And we laughed so hard about that, except my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did not see any humor in that and told my dad. You got to understand, my mom would jokingly say stuff like this. Never really said it. She told my dad to go bleep himself, which my mom never said to my dad, and my dad never said to my mom, which only made me laugh harder.
Well, it makes it like 70 times more embarrassing when you get in one of those short little accidents going 5 miles per hour, because it just seems so preventable and seems so like, why did this happen? So it's a very embarrassing thing. So don't get distracted and drive right in the parking lot.
216-474-0092. We will accept driving tips for my oldest kiddo as she gets ready to get on the road as we continue. A way to fix the NFL. And a little bit of danger from one AFC North quarterback. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Breslin. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Damian Parson coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk Dan Orlovsky's big stance on Ty Simpson, but we got opening week in baseball this week. We got the stretch run for the Cavaliers, only 11 regular season games left, and 1 month until the NFL draft. But over the weekend, anybody looking for some football jonesing, they kind of got it with the very elite flag football event that was held. And a lot of love there for Tom Brady and that bad boy.
Yeah, Tom Brady looked good.
The people who actually are flag football players won every matchup straight up against NFL players.
Yeah, they didn't have one drive where they didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah,
they basically just marched up and down the field.
So I'm assuming you watched it.
No, I watched clips.
Oh, really?
I watched clips. Yeah, I did not watch the actual event.
I thought this was going to be right up your alley.
You know,
or maybe I was just so anti it and annoyed by it that that's what I switched in my brain.
Probably that more than anything. Plus, you already took the stance of like you didn't want to watch it or whatever like that, and so I was like, all right, well, I'm not gonna be like I hate watching this. It just was what it was. I was open to giving it a chance, and then the clips that I started seeing pour out just didn't appeal to me. Like the practice sessions where it's like Logan Paul picking off Joe Burrow, and I was like, oh, this is going to be. Maybe I just underestimated what a joke this was going to be. You know what I mean?
So I will tell you, the first thing I hated was Odell Beckham Jr.
And that was cool.
A one-handed catch.
It looked cool,
which was cool. And then everyone was like, "You can't tell me he's not an NFL receiver." It's like, but he's not playing NFL football.
Yeah, he didn't forget how to do like the one thing in the NFL that would always get him a highlight. Like he's going to have that at 70 years old. OBJ will be like softly jumping and grabbing one-handed footballs at convention centers.
And the other one that killed me was Tom Brady would still be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. It's like, yeah, he can still throw the ball. He didn't lose that like most. Right. And by the way, some guys do if they have injuries at the end of their career.
Drew Brees lost it.
I will say, I don't think Peyton could sling it the same way now as he used to.
Yeah.
But Tom Brady's kept in great shape, and he never has had a problem throwing the damn ball, even at the end of his career. Like he couldn't sling it the way he used to. He could still sling it some.
Yeah, it's like old NBA players. They still have a jump shot. Like you can still shoot. Michael Jordan right now on a court can still shoot.
But my favorite, and honestly, it was the most accurate of all the reactions to the tournament, was Bengals fans living and dying with every play in this, because not only did Joe Burrow get hit a couple times in just collisions that happened just as part of the game, he also had at least one or two moments. There's a spin move where he tried to juke, and he just went right down. And if you didn't see the corresponding seconds, it would look like your textbook non-contact injury. And so and here's the thing, Bengals fans are right. Like, Joe Burrow is the most injury-prone quarterback in the NFL. He's also one of 5 elite quarterbacks, and all the good things the Bengals do are predicated on him. They don't have a defense. The offensive line is better, but still not very good. It's him, it's Jamar Chase, it's T. Higgins. I don't know what the hell Joe Burrow was doing actually being out there.
Well, and you're relying on guys like iShowSpeed, content creators, all these, you know what I mean? Like to, I don't know, play within the boundaries of football.
Or to have body control.
Like to understand what they even need to do.
Yes.
Like to me, that's the dangerous part of this, is that you relied on too many people that don't know what they're doing to then understand how to know what they're doing.
I don't understand how, and I get that the Bengals are we haven't done enough for Joe, so we're not going to challenge him on anything. I'll be honest, we didn't really talk a lot about it. I didn't even really love Miles being involved in this. Like, I'm glad that we got out of this weekend.
I didn't see any clips of Miles. Did you see any clips of Miles?
I didn't see any clips.
I didn't see any clips of Miles.
But
I saw a lot of clips this weekend.
This just felt like a non-contact injury waiting to happen. And it just, from the NFL, I don't know what they got paid. I know that it's a seemingly endless amount of Saudi money out there for anybody that's willing to take it.
Yeah, I think at one point Tom Brady had disputed it was $80 million.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the rumored number for Brady, $80 million. And Tom was like, no, that's not what I got. But he didn't do like a not even close, guys. He was just like, no, that's not what I got.
Guys, it was $76 million. Okay,
Yeah.
Stop talking out your ass.
It was actually 82.
Yeah. Also,
get the facts right. Get the facts right.
Also,
No.
I got a stretch of Saudi Arabia that I can go to anytime I want.
But the amount of money they threw at this was obviously it was unreal. But like Joe Burrow's had a weird offseason in general. He's like now Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I don't know really what to make of that. And this goes beyond him just doing obviously quarterback and all those other shows. Like is he at casinos or not at casinos with like Jessica Alba? And then there's all sorts of other really popular people that he's just hanging out with every other day. Like he's gone Hollywood.
He has, and
I don't blame him. But it's different. It's different than what he was.
It's different. It's weird because like Mahomes has remained unchanged. Tom Brady kind of went Hollywood like late in his career, but like he just like he did a lot of Hollywood actresses. I don't know if that means you go Hollywood. He had the weird what's the trainer that he has? Alex
Guerrero.
Alex Guerrero. That was weird.
He's still weird. He's with the Raiders now, and he's doing all sorts of stuff, weird things there.
But Joe Burrow, I would love to know how much he got paid. Because to me, I would be gauging that against the next 10 years of money you could make as an NFL starting quarterback.
What number would make you feel comfortable then, if you're Joe Burrow, to take that money and then have a weekend where you're really not in extreme danger of getting injured, but obviously you're playing football with a bunch of people that don't always play football, something could happen.
How much money does he have left on his contract, and how much is his next contract going to be worth? Because that would be what I'd feel comfortable.
That's what you need to know. I can look up Burrow contract.
I'm assuming we're talking roughly $300-400 million with those, like the next 8 years in the NFL.
Well, so the extension he signed in 2023 was worth $275 million over 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2028 that exhausts. So he's got 3 more seasons on basically $55 million a year.
Okay, so that's, let's say 3 more seasons. That's $150 million. Then let's say another 4-year contract extension worth $60 million a year. So that's another $240 million. Yeah. If the Saudis came to you with roughly $300 and whatever million just up front, then it's worth it.
Well, but you're not really jeopardizing your next big payday yet, because if it's 3 years away from now, you can get injured this next year and then have 2 more awesome years in back of that and still be fine.
Yeah, unless this next injury is the one that costs him his ability to be elite, right? Like, I know Joe's not the most athletic quarterback. He can still move enough. Like, he moves around enough to make plays. Like, you're one, like, Gary Baxter Jr., where he tore everything in both of his knees. You're one non-contact injury like that away from it. And I honestly think it takes a lot of balls for Joe Burrow to kind of tisk the Bengals in the way that he does.
All right, so how do you put this up against, because this weekend he also said he wanted to be in the Olympics. Like, these Olympics, they're doing gold medals and everything for flag football. 2028, it's kicking off everything. And one of the big quotes from this weekend was Joe Burrow saying he always dreamed of winning an Olympic medal growing up as a kid, and it's something he definitely wants to be a part of.
Now, who doesn't, by the way? Doesn't every kid have like a minute where it'd be like, it'd be cool to win it? What does it mean he dreamed of it?
I don't know. Some people might just not care. I don't know. I never dreamed of winning them. Not that I was on the table for
You're
it.
a basketball fan. You weren't like you're a little young for the first dream team.
Yeah, gold medal. It would do nothing for me in life. I don't know. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do.
I believe you now. I feel like 12-year-old Peterlin, who's in with the Saints and Mama Pat's grooming you. Yeah. I think you would
that guy would want an Olympic medal.
Yeah, that guy seemed like he had something to prove.
Maybe. So all right. So how do we rank? I mean, this is like a boondoggle that he had in LA with the Saudis and all this stuff. But like, how do we rank that versus him wanting to be in 2028 playing for a gold medal?
Yeah, I would. If I was Mike Brown or just anybody in the Brown family, I'd go remind him, hey, those are all cute things. You're still an NFL quarterback. Why don't you focus on that?
Because we do let Team USA, for obviously basketball, for instance, we let like LeBron play. We let all these basketball players play for all their respective countries.
And because flag football is not a sport. That's the difference.
That's not what the Olympics say.
Yeah.
In 2028, at least.
Well, that's because if they let us put helmets and pads on, we'd kill the other countries.
Wow, I think we'd also nobody would sign up for it.
Yeah,
because
like, hey, Turkmenistan's 37-year-old plumber quarterback who's 5'2". Hey, you've got a morbidly obese guy blocking for you on left tackle. Here's a little guy called Myles Garrett. Like, they can't do real football because nobody could hang, and it'd be like three guys. Even if you did the thing of like, well, your family's from, you've got, proven Italian.
Yeah, like in what baseball does with the WBC.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone would still get killed. Everyone would be, because we've got more Myles Garretts than you do. So
I think they're still going to get killed even in flag football. Not like killed with being hits, but like as far as the games. The games are going to be really one-sided.
Yeah, I would imagine as
These games are going to be really. But that's the other part of this too. Is that did Joe Burrow not do well enough at the thing he's one of the greatest to live on planet Earth and doing in quarterbacking? Did he get shown up by this like Team USA flag football team? I don't know who this Jamoke was that was the quarterback, but apparently he just can't miss.
Yeah, that's actually what I love about this is they're going to be like, Joe. Love the
Could you turn
intensity.
down Joe Burrow if you wanted to play in this?
I think they're gonna. I think they're really gonna.
This Team USA flag football team was significantly better than all sorts of guys the Saudis paid to play on this little event.
That was the big takeaway: is NFL players need to get better at flag football if they want to be Olympians in 2028. And I was like, or they could just stick with their careers where they're very high paid.
Or they could just not care about flag football.
So back to your original point, I'm going to imagine flag football is still more of a danger for injury, significant injuries for football players than like playing in the Olympics is for like your NBA player. We got like Paul George. I feel like guys are still getting hit even though it's flag football. I saw plenty of instances of guys still colliding with each other. You're still running, and a lot of it's going to be played on turf.
Well, the basketball thing is that basketball players hoop.
Yeah,
that's what they do. Like if they're not doing Team USA exhibitions, they hoop. They're constantly playing games, whether it's at different parts of New York isolated gyms or whatever. Like they constantly hoop. Patrick Mahomes, when he's not playing football, is not out there playing football.
Yeah, he's doing whatever his wife says.
Yeah, he's going to eat fast food places and such like that because apparently that's one of his hobbies. But
he just screams to me as I'll do anything you want, honey, kind of guy. Not trying to take shots.
Yeah, but you know what, man? He's had such a rough life with his family members between Jackson, and he's turned it around here.
Safe haven.
But his dad and the driving and all this other nonsense. Like
Brittany Mahomes, that's his sanity.
I think he's just happy. Yeah. He's just like he likes normal.
Yeah. Hey,
she might not be that normal anymore, but I think he likes that.
You didn't get that fourth DUI this year, hon. You're not like my dad.
You're not letting me down in ways that other family members have.
216-474-0092. Should Joe Burrow have been playing in the flag football tournament? I didn't really love Myles being associated with it, but after watching Joe Burrow take countless hits that he need not take hit, Myles is at least healthy most seasons. Joe Burrow is not. Damian Parson, Locked On NFL Draft and Bleacher Report, joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk about the big swinging takes on Ty Simpson in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the regular season opener against the Mariners in Seattle on Thursday. To talk all things NFL Draft, Bleacher Report's Damian Parson joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got plenty to talk about on today's show. The Cavs with 11 games to go in the regular season. Sean Devaney, NBA insider for Heavy.com, joins us in about 40 minutes talking about the Cavaliers, their path in the NBA playoffs, and a little bit on LeBron and the surging Lakers as well, and what that might mean for LeBron's decision this offseason. But in the meantime, we started today's show talking about the big comments from Dan Orlovsky on Ty Simpson out of Alabama, saying that he has him as the best quarterback in this draft. To talk about that, to talk about the offensive linemen, some of the knocks on there, the Browns positioning there at 6, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of the Locked On NFL Draft podcast and Bleacher Report, Damian Parson. Damian, welcome to the show.
Thanks for the invite, guys.
Well, it's great to have you here. Very excited to have you. I guess we'll start with what I just said there. Dan Orlovsky with a big send-up on Ty Simpson on Get Up this morning. That's had us kind of having conversations about the Browns in the first round. Is he more in play than we thought? Do you agree that Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza are very close in terms of their capabilities and coming out as prospects?
Not necessarily. I have Fernando Mendoza with a significant advantage over Ty Simpson in my grades. Mendoza's been my QB1 since the summer when he was at Cal. And I think yes, we watched the Indiana film, but you go back to Cal and you see him throw in the middle of the field. You see the same toughness you see at Indiana, him standing there versus Auburn with pressure bearing down, still throwing dimes and dots at all 3 levels of the field. He's better versus pressure than Ty. Ty struggled and at times crumbled a little bit. Once you got to that Oklahoma game where teams close the middle of the field, yes, Ty throws a lot in the middle of the field, the end breakers and things of that nature that does translate to the league, but it was also suited for who he was playing with. Jeremy Bernard is a guy that wins in the middle of the field rather than winning with speed and being able to take the top off and win vertically and different things of that nature. Ty was a first-year starter, and you saw some of those hiccups as a young quarterback. So there's developmental upside with him. He's a guy that I think that needs to sit when he gets into the league. Still my QB2. I have him slightly ahead of Garrett Nussmeier, but Nussmeier is now healthy, so we'll see how everything plays out come draft night. But yeah, I disagree with Dan's sentiment, especially down the field. In terms of who's better, or he said they were close throwing vertically, I disagree with that. Watching Mendoza, one of the best parts of his game is if he identifies the one-on-one, he's taking the one-on-one. You saw him big throws against Ohio State down the field to Charlie Becker, where you're watching Ty Simpson. He struggles with ball placement and accuracy down the field. When teams force him into those deeper waters, you saw some of the concerns where, hey, you need some time working on that.
What would your reaction be if the Browns took him at 24?
If the Browns took him at 24, I don't mind that at all. I think he can run Todd Monken's offense. I still think this guy is a late first, early second-round pick. That 8-game stretch when he played very well for Alabama, I weigh that more than the 4 games towards the end of the season where he struggled, right? So I think for him is more so the accuracy's there. He plays with a great base in the pocket. He knows how to climb the pocket. He's an accurate quarterback who wants to win, but he is a plus-level athlete. Like, he can get out of structure and make plays with his legs as well and run the ball and read blocks as he's getting downfield and everything. Now it's just more so having him just continue to develop the timing and rhythm at quarterback. There's some times where he's not anticipating throwing lanes and breaks where you would like to see that, but then it's like, hey, he's a young quarterback in his first year as a starter. So if they picked him at 24, that lets me know Todd Monken clearly likes him. I think it goes back to last year. Remember when Kellen Moore, year 1 in New Orleans with the 40th pick, so let me get Tyler Shuck. Anytime an offensive-minded coach who's the head coach picks their quarterback, I tend to incline to trust that offensive-minded head coach.
All right, Damian, looking to the wide receiver spot, there's been a healthy amount of debate about whether there's a true number one wide receiver in this class. When you look at all the big names here, do you see guys capable of being a number one receiver on a team?
Yes, I do. I do see a pathway, especially from my big four is Cardinal Tate, Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, and I have Casey Concepcion. I think all four of those guys have capabilities of being the one. It just depends on the offense and how it's structured, right? We've seen wide receiver ones look completely different. We've seen the Jamar Chases. We've seen the Mike Evans. We've seen the Julian Edelmans and Danny Amendolas and Wes Welkers. We've seen the different archetypes. So it all depends on where you envision your one. So for me, you think about the Browns, Todd Monken had a lot of success with Zay Flowers. So I know a lot of Browns fans are like, hey, we must take Cardinal Tate or someone at 6. Right now, this offensive line is devoid of a left tackle, like a true left tackle for the future. You can probably get, if you can get Casey Concepcion at 24, he can be that Zay Flowers for you, but he also gives you, similar to Zay, that outside, that Z receiver spot with the dynamicism, the route running, the ability to beat man versus man and press coverage. I promise anybody listening, you get a chance, go watch Texas A&M versus LSU when he played against Mansour Delane, the top corner from LSU, and when he played against Leonard Moore, who's supposed to be the 2027 CB1 of right now the consensus out of Notre Dame. He gave both of those guys everything they could handle in one-on-one situations. This is a very talented wide receiver that you don't have to take inside the top 12 picks.
All right, so what's your ideal setup then for the Browns at 6 and then into 24?
So, up until for a while, I was mocking probably I think it was Cardinal Tate at 6 and everything. And I like Cardinal Tate. Do I think he's a top 7 player in this class? Not necessarily. Not how I have it graded. There's some other guys ahead of him. I think you make the swing at Monroe Freeling, the tackle from Georgia, 6'7", 315. He's got the pass protection prowess, the lateral movements. He's an athletic young man with great arm length and wingspan. I think 34 and some change on the arm. He's got developmental strength there, so you can talk about adding a little bit of weight, getting up to 320, maybe 322, add a little bit more functional strength to his body, to his frame and mass. But this is a guy that absolutely has the chops to play left tackle and to be that pass protector. And that's the one thing. The Browns did a lot of extensive work on the offensive line this offseason. Now getting that future left tackle, even if they bring back, they have DeJuan Jones, if you want to let him play the left tackle spot early, that's fine, right? Let them guys battle it out in camp. I think it's a lot. I'd rather go with the high upside situation of Freeling and then getting the receiver at 24 if we're going to go wide receiver, because this is a deep class, rather than trying to take a Cardinal Tate and then hoping that there's a left tackle worthy. There's not a ton of left tackles in this class, and I don't want to pigeonhole myself into taking somebody that I wouldn't want starting at the left tackle spot as a rookie.
So I think my concern here is with Freeling, when we kind of initially started talking about him, he was more in that second round, late first round kind of mold. And now he's kind of been pushed up the board, seemingly because he seems to be the only left tackle or true left tackle in this class. And one of the big knocks is he's so raw he might not be willing to play, be ready to play in year one, or at least early in year one. And that's kind of, I'm like trying to remember other times where anyone's taken a top 6 pick and then just kind of said, we'll see in a year.
Yeah, he's not even somebody I feel like you have to sit, though. And the reason why I'm all about, if you're going to take a young tackle, it's paramount to have a veteran guard on the inside as his bumper, right? Because now he doesn't have to worry as much about guarding both inside and outside leverage as much. If you're dealing with somebody like, heck, you go back to the Ravens, right, and how they had Daniel Falele playing right guard. Your right tackle's struggling because he can't just set outside. If he gets beat inside, he knows he doesn't have help. He doesn't have anybody to help recover in that situation. I think getting a Zion Johnson will be able to help kind of settle him in and knowing that, hey, I have help on the inside. But I think just with the tools of this young man, like, again, are you going to deal with some of the bumps and bruises, right? You think about Will Campbell with the Patriots. And up until the point he got hurt, like when he got hurt and that knee injury was pretty bad from what I was told at the Combine, that's why he didn't play up to par come postseason. but they lived with the ups and downs of him, and they took him high. And he was kind of an outlier, right, with the short arms and everything like that. I look at Monroe Freeling, and I say, I'd rather get this young man at 6. If it's me, I trust my O-line coach. I trust my coaches on the staff to get him up to speed, to know the protection calls, to know what we're doing, the ins and outs of our offensive line group. Get those guys communication and synergy there, and watch him just truly develop throughout the season. I think for them, it's a clear situation. If you don't take quarterback at all in this draft, or you don't take him early in round 1, you're planning to allow things to play out and to pan out for guys to take steps to develop. And then you're looking at 2027, if a Shador or Deshaun doesn't give you enough flashes or enough stability and consistency. So I would still take him at 6. And like I said, if you wanted to let DeJuan Jones and him battle in camp, fine. But if it's close, I'm rolling with the rookie.
Is Jordan Tyson's draft stock sliding?
I think it is, just because of the injuries, and teams get weary with that. I talked to a scout after the combine and said, hey, what's the medicals look like? And I was told the medicals came back clean. For everybody who doesn't know, back in 2022, 2023, he tore, I believe it was ACL, MCL, and LCL. It was a couple of the CLs. That's the only thing I remember. And he tore it. And they kept him out most of it. Was like, I think 2022 kept him out most of 2023 when he transferred out of Colorado to Arizona State and everything. And, I talked to this guy about it. I said, how do you feel about it overall? He said, I'm still taking him top 15. He's like, he's still an outstanding talent. He's arguably the most talented receiver in this class. He said, but you have to weigh that in terms of, do I take him with a top 10 pick? So for him, in the reports of the injury, the hamstring still playing a part right now for him, and he might not work out, or he's not planning on being able to work out this Friday at the Pro Day. Mm-hmm. That is tough. That's tough. And I think for teams, they're going to be like, hey, maybe once you get a little bit closer to the draft, you try and get a private workout, because I think Avion Terrell, the star corner from Clemson, he tweaked his hamstring during, I think, testing at the combine. He wasn't able to work out at Clemson's Pro Day, but he told him I could do a private workout for scouts and for teams. So I think his stock will fall a little bit just because of the injuries. And there's nothing consistent. The hamstring this year, that's one that for me is lingering right now, because we praise guys for being warriors, and now he's being hurt for being a warrior. In that Texas Tech game, he tweaked that hamstring early. He refused to come out. He's the reason they won the game on that last-minute drive with 2 huge catches, catch and run, setting them up again in the low red zone to be able to convert. I think he also got called, or he got a DPI called on the corner, which he was targeted, I believe, on the touchdown throw, and got him the ball, I think, at the 1 or whatever the case may be, and they end up scoring and winning that game versus Texas Tech. I think that was their only regular season loss and everything. Then he took 3 games off, trying to get better. I felt like he rushed himself back, and now we're seeing kind of a culmination of all of that. Hey, maybe if he doesn't return, we've seen players do it all the time, guys. They get hurt mid to late season. It's hey, I'm packing it in. I'm getting ready for the draft. I'll see you guys at the combine at my pro day. He tried to come back, and he tweaked it again. So that's probably why it's lingering right now. And if that's the case, and it flares up again during training, that's tough. And I do think his stock I don't think he falls out of round 1, but could this be a Will Johnson situation from last year? Absolutely.
All right, Damian, I know you're a fan of the idea of Casey Concepcion to the Browns there with pick 24. Mm-hmm. I'm going to just be upfront here. I saw Anthony Schwartz run as fast as you possibly could, and he couldn't catch a freaking cold. So when a wide receiver has a knock on him that he can't catch, when the word receiver is in the title, I start to get very, very itchy very, very quickly here. So the knock on Casey Concepcion is he has catch issues. Do you think that is a fair question about him?
It is a fair question, for sure. It is a fair question. Is it to Anthony Schwartz? No, God, no. But it is a fair question. And I'll say this. So for those who paid attention to the Senior Bowl, they had a receiver out there from JCU, from John Carroll University, Tyron Montgomery. And I had him on the Locked On NFL Draft podcast right after the Senior Bowl, so last month or so. And he's a former basketball player. He didn't play football at all, through high school and everything, former LSU recruit. And I talked to him about how he prepared to catch passes and changed from catching a basketball and alley-oops to Now you got to catch a football. And he said, hey, I went to the jugs machine, and I caught 500 to 600 passes a day at 50, 60 miles per hour. I knew if I could catch the ball from the jugs machine, I could catch it from my quarterback, and he's got great hands now, right? So the hands catching thing is always something that can be improved. And I think for me, a lot of it was more concentration when it pertained to KC and everything. Those are a lot easier than just, hey, I don't have natural hands. My hand mechanics are awful. I don't think that's the case with KC Concepcion. I think this is a guy that can catch the ball. He's got up and make some very good combat catches as well. I think it's more just consistency based and everything. So I would not put him in the Anthony Schwartz. Anthony Schwartz couldn't run routes, so that was the other problem. So it just was a straight line fast guy. But definitely, I understand the concerns for sure. And then especially when you have a guy like Jerry Jeudy on the roster who's also battled drops throughout his career for sure. It definitely raises the eyebrow in that sense. But I definitely will feel comfortable with KC Concepcion back around one. Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana, a guy that has very secure hands, not as fast or explosive, but can do a lot of everything, play the Z, play the slot, run after catch. There'll be some receivers at 24 that I believe will be there that the Browns could absolutely take advantage of.
Damian, great stuff, buddy. Really appreciate you. And I'm sure as we get closer to the draft, we'll have to have you on. Happy 1 month till the draft.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Damian Parson there on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. If you haven't read his draft reports on the Bleacher Report, they're some of my favorite because they don't just do just the grade and whatever. He really breaks it down into what the prospect does well, what the prospect doesn't do, even in things like schematic fits. So big Damian Parson fan there. We'll react to what he had to say about KC Concepcion, Monroe Freeling, and the many, many options for the Cleveland Browns in the draft in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You make the swing at Monroe Freeling, the tackle from Georgia, 6'7", 315. He's got the pass protection prowess, the lateral movements. He's an athletic young man with great arm length and wingspan. I think 34 and some change on the arm. He's got developmental strength there, so you are talking about adding a little bit of weight, getting up to 320, maybe 322. Add a little bit more functional strength to his body, to his frame and mass. But this is a guy that absolutely has the chops to play left tackle. I'd rather go with the high upside situation of Freeling and then getting the receiver at 24 if we're going to go wide receiver, because this is a deep class, rather than trying to take a Cardinal Tate and then hoping that there's a left tackle worthy. There's not a ton of left tackles in this class, and I don't want to pigeonhole myself into taking somebody that I wouldn't want starting at the left tackle spot as a rookie.
Damian Parson, Locked On NFL Draft and Bleacher Report in the previous segment. Interesting. Between that and then him kind of talking about Monroe Freeling being week one ready or not, I think we've reached a point where I think I'm really, really afraid of Monroe Freeling at 6.
Oh, really? That's interesting. It's funny because between Jordan Tyson and Monroe Freeling, the two that we've kind of locked in on in many ways, it feels like the last week, not very good for either one of them.
Yeah, it's interesting. So Jordan Tyson reportedly has this great fall that's happening in the draft.
Yeah, he's not going to do the pro day, obviously, and there's some aggravated injury that continues to pop up.
And meanwhile, Monroe Freeling, it does not matter. Real concerns about his NFL readiness, how strong he is, and like overall, all right, he's got a high ceiling, but what's the chance that he actually hits that ceiling? Those things have not deterred him. But by God, you have a couple injury concerns,
yeah.
And see you in the second round.
Yeah, it's what Monroe Freeling has going for himself that obviously Jordan Tyson doesn't is the idea that we don't have a lot of left tackles.
Yeah,
and so like it's very nice if you're Monroe Freeling, you have a commodity and something that a lot of people want, and they just don't have enough of those guys out there right now. A lot of people are comping him out to like Ronnie Stanley, basically similar size, athleticism, everything else. It's like, well, Ronnie Stanley, that worked, but that took 4 years to work.
I guess if he's Ronnie Stanley, I can live with him at the 6th pick.
Yeah.
Right? If he's Colton Miller, I probably can't.
Yeah, and that's what makes this hard too, right? Is that we're just giving everyone the very best. What's up with the eyes?
Oh, Mac is a big Colton Miller stan, and that's why he's been pushing Monroe Freeling on Cleveland, and so I had to give him a dirty look there, on top of the fact that he is getting his ass kicked by me in the bracket challenge. Mac?
You want to defend yourself?
I mean, again, I think that Colton Miller actually has turned out to be a better NFL left tackle at this point and has actually developed into one of the better left tackles at this point.
See?
So
better. Okay.
Yes. I'm putting him up there.
He's still playing. Well, up there with whom?
Putting him in the top 10.
Name me the other 9 best left tackles in the NFL.
It seems like a hard exercise.
I mean, Trent Williams is up there for sure.
I like that he's trying, though. Yeah. I like that I don't know that you're going to get more than 3 names deep on this, but I like that you're at least going for it.
You still have Joe Alt over there at left tackle as well.
Do you have him over there?
Yeah, injured and all last year.
Yeah,
still one of the best tackles that are out there. And then also you still have Garrett Bowles that came up with Denver this past season as well.
You got 3.
I'm waiting for him to throw DeJuan Jones in there.
All right, come on now.
Trying to get names.
Got KT Levison. There we go.
Okay, so you got 3. Colton Miller's there, so you got 4. You gotta give me the 5th one.
No?
I appreciate you jamming me up here on a Monday.
That's fair.
As I told you.
No, wait, what was your list, though? Can you repeat your list one more time? Because there's a reason for this. I just want to see how many actually hit the top 10 in PFF.
I said Trent Williams. I said
that's one.
Joe Alt. I also mentioned Garrett Bowles in there as well.
Garrett Bowles was he hit it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Tristan Wirfs is number 2. Laramie Tunsil's number 4. Andrew Thomas, Bowles, Darrisaw, Rashawn Slater, Charles Cross, Paris Johnson Jr.
I mean, Charles Cross just got paid. You didn't remember him?
As a high-level pass protector right there, Mac. Guy only won a Super Bowl, but no big deal.
Buddy, I'm just jamming you up.
I'm aware.
But
I like the idea that someone's in their car, like, trying to play along with this game of, like, how many do we, what are we doing here?
So, Monroe Freeling scares the crap out of me. And I think it does matter. Like, I think if you're going to be a top 10 pick or a top 15 pick, I should expect you to play week 1 and play relatively well. And if the longer you don't start, the more questions I'm going to have about your ability to actually start in the NFL.
I mean, he reminds me of, like, the Ty Simpson discussion. He's the left tackle version of that, where it's like, there's not much prospecting out for year 1. Like, think about it. He might go 6th overall, Nick, and people, all they can say about him is that he's very good with run blocking. They don't even know if he can pass protect. That's not really what he was set up to do or what really he's done at a really high rate.
Now, if I'm afraid about the different narratives around Monroe Freeling, guys, wait till you hear how I feel about Casey Concepcion, who Damian Parson did talk a little bit about.
My big four is Cardinal Tate, Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, and I have Casey Concepcion. I think all 4 of those guys have capabilities of being the one. It just depends on the offense and how it's structured, right? We've seen wide receiver ones look completely different. We've seen the Jamar Chases. We've seen the Mike Evans. We've seen the Julian Edelmans and Danny Amendolas and Wes Welkers. We've seen the different archetypes. So it all depends on where you envision your one. So for me, you think about the Browns, Todd Monken had a lot of success with Zay Flowers. So I know a lot of Browns fans are like, hey, we must take Cardinal Tate or someone at 6. Right now, this offensive line is devoid of a left tackle, like a true left tackle for the future. You can probably get, if you can get Casey Concepcion at 24, he can be that Zay Flowers for you. But he also gives you, similar to Zay, that outside, that Z receiver spot with the dynamicism, the route running, the ability to beat man versus man and press coverage. This is a very talented wide receiver that you don't have to take inside the top 12 picks.
Sometimes when I hear people say, oh, he can be your version of, player X, that feels cliche to me. Now, where Damian's right on this is how NFL teams think. Oh, I had Zay Flowers in Baltimore. I want to find my Zay Flowers. My big concern with Casey Concepcion is the knock on his ability to catch. And this goes all the way back, by the way, to NC State, where he started his career. Those and people have kind of chalked it up to confidence issues. Well, okay, maybe that's easier than he just has stone hands. The problem is how much more confident you get in the NFL. Every step gets a different level. I don't know what I can do with catch issues if this is a real thing in the NFL for Casey Concepcion.
Yeah, but his top end speed is very good, and you know that Monken's just going to think of Zay Flowers the entire time. If that's the comp, he's going to look at it and he's going to say to himself, I can do something with that. And so, I would definitely say he's in play for the Browns here at 24.
Can we just get a receiver that can catch? I know he's not Anthony Schwartz, and that was unfair.
You don't want David Njoku with the jugs machine in his living room? You don't want that again?
No. I if the name receiver,
I like that Damian though was like, you can just any of these guys can just learn how to catch. It's like I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that's. I think we got a lot of evidence to suggest otherwise. That the guys that struggle can't just catch 500 balls and all of a sudden be cured of not being able to catch the football.
You just take him with the number 24 pick, and 4 to 5 years from now, he might be able to learn to catch. That's how I feel about all prospects. Sean Devaney, NBA insider for Heavy.com, talks the Cavs' last 11 regular season games and postseason expectations in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Gary on the road. Hello, Gary.
Ted, quit complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up at 5, and Jamal Collier of ESPN. We will be getting to some NBA talk with Jamal. There is just 11 regular season games left to go for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Before we get to bleep around and find out time for this Cavs team that was remade at the deadline, I was trying to think of a nicer way to say that, and nothing came up. So to talk about the Cavs, the James Harden experiment, the playoffs, the Eastern Conference. I'm just now saying things that happen to be in the NBA. On to Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Sean Devaney, NBA insider for Heavy.com, joins us now. Sean, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Well, it's great to have you here. I guess we'll start with the stakes. I think my partner and I tend to agree with like what's kind of like the drop dead, what has to happen for the Cavs to kind of get some momentum. Where are your playoff expectations for this Cavs team?
I think it's got to be Eastern Conference Finals, and that's the minimum. I'm not even sure that, if you go to the Eastern Conference Finals and lose in 5 games, that's going to be good enough. I think that, with where this franchise has been and the investments that they've made and sort of what they're looking at in terms of the near-term future here, I think that that this is a situation where it's got to be, a deep series in the Eastern Conference Finals, if not the NBA Finals, or else they're really going to have to look at, where they're going and what changes need to be made, short term and long term.
What does that look like for you? Because I always wonder about that when people are like, they have to make a certain spot. It's like, well, all right, if they don't, what are you doing?
I think that, obviously they've got sort of looming over everything is Donovan Mitchell, and they want to, make sure that he's happy and that he's going to stay put long term. That's going to be the big thing. And so we've already seen them make the James Harden trade with that in mind. So the question becomes, to me, it becomes Giannis, and do they get back into the Giannis business or the attempts at the Giannis business, which is really going to be something that, as if you didn't get enough of it in January and February this year, you're going to get a whole lot more of it in June and July, because chances are he's going to wind up on the trade block. And that's where the Cavs can potentially do something. Obviously, you'd be talking about probably trading away Evan Mobley. That would have to be the decision. And I'm not saying that's an easy decision. I'm not saying they would definitely do that. But if you're going to decide, okay, we need to make a major change, that's probably what that's going to look like.
Sean, the Cavs currently sit in the 4th spot in the Eastern Conference. They're a comfortable lead over Toronto. They do have 2.5 game gap behind the Knicks. How do you stack up the 4 or 5 best teams in the Eastern Conference outside of the actual standings themselves?
Yeah, I think it's still pretty wide open among those 4 teams. Obviously the Pistons with the Cade Cunningham injury, that couldn't have come at a worse time. Now there's a good chance he'll be back at some point in the playoffs, but. Look, that first round series might not be an easy one for them. So that's going to be a difficult thing for them to deal with, and then trying to get him back and trying to get him acclimated. So they've got to certainly asterisk. We've seen the Celtics. They got Jason Tatum back, and everything looked good for a little bit, but they've certainly started to slip. Their offense has slipped. They don't look like the same team the last few games. So, they've got an asterisk. And, of course, the Knicks all year have been up and down. They've won 6 in a row, but if you actually watch the games that they've played, they've looked terrible. I mean, they've been lucky to play the Wizards and the Pacers twice, and, they've been playing some bad teams, so it sort of masks the fact that they've looked terrible. But, that's a team with asterisks. I think honestly, nationally, I think there is a tendency to overlook the Cavs at this point because they had a bad start to the season. They were 17-16, I think, to start the year. But they've been a pretty good team since then. I think this is a better team than last year. So I'd sort of put them toe to toe with anybody in the East. I think it's a pretty good drop off after that. But those first four teams, you can see any of those coming out of the Eastern Conference.
What's your early impression on James Harden and what he's been able to do in a Cavs uniform?
You really want to see them healthy. I think that's been one of the difficult things. But I think what he does in the playoffs, and I think you have to take it in conjunction with the other moves that they made, especially with Keon Ellis, where they get somebody who could be a disruptor defensively, and then you get somebody who could be a disruptor offensively. And that's really what you need in the playoffs. You need somebody who can kind of be better than everybody else at the thing that they do. So having Harden out there with Donovan Mitchell, you get into a series against the Pistons and you get a guy like Thompson who's such a shutdown defender. If all you've got is Mitchell out there, Thompson's going to be able to shut him down or at least really limit him. Now you got two guys, and that makes it that much more difficult. And then on the other end, I think with Keon Ellis, I think he's really going to be a big difference maker. That's why I say I think this is a better team at this point this year than it was at this point last year.
Sean, for so long, the undersized backcourt was the biggest talking point about the Cavs, the biggest flaw, right? And that certainly bore a lot of fruit in the playoffs. Looking at how the team is constructed right now, what do you think is the biggest potential flaw for this team?
Well, I guess you can start with health, and then that's probably the easy thing. That's the case for everybody at this time of year. But I think that they've got to be consistent from the perimeter. That's something that has gone up and down. They've got to be able to defend consistently on the perimeter as well. And again, Keon Ellis, they've done that better. But it's something where because the health hasn't been there, they haven't really had the time to be able to develop the full chemistry. Where you've got a perimeter, you're setting up your perimeter defense. You want to know what it looks like with Jared Allen behind you, and you haven't had him for a month now. So there's a lot of things that you want to see them be able to iron out. As they brought in these new players that they just haven't been able to because not everybody's been healthy at the same time. So, to me, it's really what they can do on the perimeter. Can they defend on the perimeter, and can they continue to make perimeter shots? That's going to be what really sets them apart.
How much of this is on Atkinson versus how much of this is just the Cavs have too much talent?
I think you'd have to give Kenny a fair bit of credit. I think this is a tough year. It's not been a healthy year, as we said. They did not get off to a great start. There seemed to be some chemistry issues. I think that at this point, when you look at what he's done with the rotation, I think he's got that. I mean, Sam Merrill's been great. Dean Wade's been great. Keon Ellis has, like I said, he's really come in and fit in nicely. We've seen Tyson, come along. You've got to give the coach, if those things weren't happening, the coach would take blame. I think you got to give him some credit for where they are in terms of those other role players, the star players. You're right; they have a certain level of star talent that's going to get 45 wins no matter what you do. But I think the development of those role players and putting those guys in the right position, I think Kenny deserves a lot of credit for that.
Sean, the Lakers are the second hottest team in the NBA, just behind OKC, who's won 11 straight. The Lakers, 9 straight. It feels like not too long ago we were talking about LeBron James and a homecoming for Cleveland 2.0, or maybe last couple of years in Golden State. Do you think that the Lakers are showing that there is a path forward with LeBron and Luka together beyond just this postseason?
I do, and certainly he deserves a lot of credit for that because he has come back. He was out for a few games with an injury, and really those three guys, Austin Reeves, Luka, and LeBron, have not played together all that much this year. They seem to have sort of staggered injuries one after the other. They were getting hurt, but they didn't really play together that much. So they're starting to come together. LeBron is certainly starting to fit a role, where he's okay being the third option and is doing some setting screens and playing a little bit like Karl Malone, that sort of game, and that's well suited to a 41-year-old with his build, no question. As far as beyond this year, though, the thing is, it's hard to see them getting past the second round, right? I mean, they're going to do all this and they have this great finish, but then you're going to run into the Spurs, and then what? I don't see them beating San Antonio. So at that point, do you say, okay, well, LeBron they'll go back to the plan of sort of, LeBron going somewhere else and them using all the free agent money they have to do something else on the market.
The Celtics lost to the Timberwolves without Ant Edwards, and then the lottery-bound Grizzlies in back-to-back games here. Are they starting to show some signs of weakness?
Yeah, I think there's no question that there was a certain amount of enthusiasm and just the momentum of having Jason Tatum back, that they were able to ride that for about 10 days, 2 weeks. But now you're starting to get some of the, he struggled. He's not shot the ball well. He's been terrible from the 3-point line. And you're starting to see some of the concerns that you would have had in terms of the chemistry and who's getting the shots and things like that. That's all starting to bubble up now. So, yeah, I think that there's some real worries in Boston. I think that they're confident that they'll be able to work it out. But at the same time, there's a lot of work to do there. Like I said, those first three teams in the East, they all have a pretty big asterisk. And right now, the Celtics have as big as really as any of the other two teams.
I know we asked a little bit about this early, but I did want to know from like the perceptional standpoint, do the Cavs need to beat like either the Knicks or the Celtics at some point this postseason to kind of confirm they are in fact the real deal?
I think they need to do that, not so much from the outside perception, but from themselves, I mean, especially with the way last year ended. This was a team that had such a great regular season. And then, the moment they got sort of pushed around a little bit, they collapsed. They really folded. And as a team, you want to show that that's not you. And, so I think it's probably as internal as much as it is external. And I do think that they're better set up to do that this year. I think they are a deeper, tougher team than they were a year ago. But, yeah, they're still going to have to go out and do it. There's no question that if they don't, then again, externally, yes, they'll have that reputation. But I think internally, too, that's when you start to say, do we really need to make a big change here? And I think that they're very likely to come out with the answer being yes. We'll see how much, what that looks like. But yeah, I think it's both internal and external. They need to make some real progress here.
Sean, great stuff, man. Appreciate you. We'll catch up on down the road.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Sean Devaney there of NBA Insider for Heavy.com. Quick reaction to him and Jarvis Landry's strong words about Kevin Stefanski in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
My advisor at Plant Moran Wealth Management knows my definition of wealthy. Storing classic cars. You tinker under the hood, put the keys in the ignition, and then the moment of truth. There's nothing like it.
You have your own personal definition of wealthy. Plant Moran Wealth Management knows it takes a personal approach to get you there. Experience the difference with Plant Moran Wealth Management. Book a consultation today.
Roof leaking or damaged? Exteriors Plus can help. For a limited time, get a free GAF Golden Pledge warranty upgrade with your new roof.
Riesland. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. I want to say a big thanks to Sean. How are we supposed to say it?
Nope, too much pressure.
All I'm saying, it's Mac with the left tackles all over again.
I've said it like 12 different ways in my head now.
Devaney?
No, it's not. It's not. That's not it.
Which is
That's
the
not
only
it.
way I've ever heard it said.
That's not it. That's not it. But Mac, what did I tell you it was? Mac.
I see what you did there.
I know. It's not what I'm doing.
I think he was legitimately looking for a lifeline.
I would love a lifeline right now.
Sean Devaney?
Devaney, there it is. Devaney.
Yeah.
That old devil.
Now, do you think this is a Tyrod Tarod situation?
No, I think it's the only way. I think it's the only way he's pronounced it.
I'm pretty sure I've heard of Sean Devaney my entire life.
I don't know. I didn't come up with the idea.
Is Keith just gaslighting you?
Keith could be.
No,
okay.
Keith went into this whole
It's a
story.
slow Monday. Keith could be gaslighting us.
It would be funny, especially because he's like set it up as if like I'm supposed to come in here and tell you this news,
yeah,
and then like as if like I'm the one that's like correcting you in this matter, and then if we got in like a brouhaha over the pronunciation of this guy's name that I don't know, I genuinely don't know. But Keith says they had him on a lot on the station when LeBron was going. I remember. I know the name. We all know the name.
Yeah,
couldn't tell you for the life of me.
Pretty sure.
Devaney.
I gotta say, I'm not saying Keith is wrong.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I'm pretty sure everybody's been saying Sean Devaney's name the wrong way for as long as I can remember on the station.
All right. So you have an easy name.
Yeah.
No one's ever mispronouncing Wilson in the back of it. I have been on different shows before, though, across the country where they go Jonathan Peterlin.
Yeah, well, that's not good.
That happened.
No, you got to pull the nose up on that one.
I swear it's that. Well, so what do you do in that moment?
Devaney is, I mean, pales in comparison to Peterlin.
I've never once been like, let's stop the interview. The name is Peterlin. It's just so awkward. It's like if you don't even know who I am, then it's not going to bother to correct you. But I do believe in like your name matters. It should matter. It's just more of a reality that like in those moments, in case I didn't need the reminder 24/7, I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not Colin Cowherd. They wouldn't get that name wrong. I promise you. It's one of those type moments.
Yeah, maybe that's the way we're going to play this. Let's get Jake to text him, hey, they purposefully butchered your last name to humble you.
Yeah, just like a little reminder out there. Like if you think at this point in life you're doing really well, and you are in many ways, you could do a little bit better, obviously. Clearly.
Now,
that's what he's going for in life. That's what he needs on a Monday by us.
Now it's great to butcher Sean's name for him there about 4 times on air. Speaking on people's names, Jarvis Landry, who continues to make appearances or comments on the Fourth and South podcast, continued with his strong words about former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski.
So you telling me that record, he deserved 2-time coach of the year? Maybe he got it because he was coaching the Cleveland Browns.
First year he came in.
Yeah.
We made some noise.
Yeah.
Obviously, the years before, we hadn't had no success. So I do think it was fitting and well-deserved. I know when I was there for 100% fact, when we were struggling as an offense, I know Kevin Stefanski himself gave up play calling to AVP. The same thing that he's done, that we have guys that have told us that he's done throughout the years of not being able to get it done as a play caller and then putting it off on somebody else. Then the team gets success and then he takes over play calling again. I don't know how much history he's going to have as a head coach. But again, with this record, only thing he really got going for him is those 2-time coach of the year.
So this has obviously led people down the rabbit hole of Jarvis was only here for 2 years with Kevin Stefanski and AVP. It was 2020 and 2021. Mm-hmm. So they've started playing kind of amateur detective on what point did he cede this over to AVP and at what point did he take them back?
Yeah.
I'm less interested in this, and I think I'm just more interested in just the amount of former Browns, Jarvis maybe being the loudest of them, who have come out and had their say about Kevin Stefanski now that he's been fired.
Okay, first off, agree 100%. I don't care how many times they gave it the play calling and then took it back.
Yeah.
I just don't. It doesn't matter to me at all. But I am interested in the same thing you're interested in because now it feels like for that couple-year stretch, like we were taking crazy pills trying to tell everyone what was going on with Stefanski, and no one wanted to believe anything. And so now, are the players rewriting history? Is that the suggestion here? The players are rewriting how this all went down?
I mean, it is. I don't love the idea that these guys have all been sitting on any of these takes for as long as they have, and now that Kevin's been fired and obviously subsequently hired somewhere else, now I gotta tell you the truth on how it was. It was like, all right, that feels a little opportunistic.
Well,
at the same point.
Is it because, like, for Jarvis, for instance, though, like if Jarvis says all sorts of nasty things about Stefanski while he's still the head coach of the Browns, there's probably a lot of people in the Browns building that he likes, respects, etc., that'll probably get pretty upset by that.
Totally fair.
So it's like open season now that he's away from the Browns, not the Browns head coach anymore, and it seems more like the Browns are moving off of Stefanski, even like in a positive way.
So I don't love that this feels a little opportunistic. I do think, listen, I don't care, you don't care. I think if this is Jarvis trying to showcase he can be part of the media, I think you do have to put the terms and conditions here. I think you need to put when this happened. Because I heard plenty of people.
I'll always take more info than less.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard plenty of people try and go through, when did it happen? As a way to disprove it.
It doesn't change anything for me, though.
No, it doesn't. But I think for clarity's sake, I think it's really important that you share as much detail as possible. I also will say it's tough for me to put too much of this on Kevin because the other guy who was equal parts of the failure here, or some might suggest was more to blame for the failure here, is still here in Andrew Berry.
All right, maybe one other spin on this, I guess. Maybe for a reason why I should care. I'm trying to figure out reasons why I should care about the play calling stuff.
Uh-huh.
If he gave it up for Ken Dorsey in the middle of the season when that season was going south, and then he also gave it to Tommy Rees mid-season when that season started to go south, it's not crazy to think if he gave it up with Jarvis, AVP when he was there, that's one thing. But it's not crazy to think he also gave it up right around or before the time that the Browns got Joe Flacco. And then, in fact, all this credit for Joe Flacco and Kevin Stefanski should, at least some of it, be going to AVP and somebody else.
So what would be weird about that is, though, Jarvis wasn't here.
No, I know.
And so I think that's
I'm continuing on the road, though. Like, if he did it in that season, then obviously it continued. The moment that it starts to struggle is the pattern here, right? And so it's absence of Jarvis being there. It's more the idea that the pattern exists. And so in that season when things started to go south, he would have given it up, and then all this credit going to Joe probably isn't something that should actually be going to a combination of Stefanski and Joe. It should probably be AVP and Joe.
I also think, while we're on the topic of play calling, Kevin and the Browns in general went out of their way to talk about how little play calling actually really did matter. Mm-hmm. And, it's kind of a nothing burger for then Kevin in half of the seasons he was here to cede play calling. So does it matter or does it not matter? Because I think NFL head coaches, when you're like McVay or Shanahan, you let everybody know how much it matters. When everybody thinks you're the greatest to do something, you let everybody know how, hey, I'm the play caller. That's my job. Mike LaFleur, you're going to have to go elsewhere to be a play caller because this is my gig, right?
Yeah.
And then when you're like Kevin Stefanski, you kind of get to play both sides. And it was something that I thought was frustrating with Kevin, was being mired in we don't really know, is that play calling is one of the things that people tout about you around the NFL when you're having a good season, and then when you're having a bad season, it's not really a big deal. Who calls plays doesn't really matter.
Well, it's more, I would ask, what is it you do well? Like, what is it that you're great at? Because, he was hanging on. That was his calling card. That's the thing that people should have liked the most about him was his play calling ability. He's not a rah-rah guy. He doesn't lead the locker room in any sort of way. Like, he's not a player's coach, as evidenced by Jarvis and the other clips that we've heard. Like, there's nothing he does at a high level. It all feels like one big con.
So this is there. We have a direct equivalent in the NFL draft. What does everybody say is like the best thing about J.J. McCarthy? He's a gamer.
He's a gamer. He wins. He wins games.
Yeah.
Which at the college level, I can't draft you because you win games.
Yes. The best thing that everybody says about Kevin is he's the same guy every day. That's the equivalent of he wins in college. It's like this idea of something that you're not really sure how much credit you get for that. Like, oh, you're not a royal a-hole.
Well, and
cool.
I do think it mattered here in some respects because in the chaos building that is Berea with the Browns and Haslam, him being that like even-keeled person did seem to matter to people. It doesn't matter really to me, but I think maybe people sold themselves on that.
Yeah, I think it mattered to stabilize the Browns. I think it mattered early, right? Get away from the Freddie Kitchen stuff.
That's it.
Get
You're coming off Freddie, all these other different just theatrics.
And then at some point, you've got to be able to stand on your own legs as a coach.
Right, exactly.
And I think that's what makes Jarvis's comments so interesting about he had us early and then lost us and couldn't get us back.
Yeah, he had no secondary pitch.
Yes.
He had the one pitch and that was it, and it was a good pitch, but you have to keep evolving.
And I think the reason why it matters, because I get it. Like, we've talked probably more about Kevin Stefanski's next go-round than we ever did Shermer after he got fired, Chudzinski after he got fired, Pettin after he got fired, Hugh after he got fired. Freddie, come on now. But the reason why it matters is you should be watching this year, looking what Kevin does in Atlanta and what Todd does here, and see who has more success. Like, it does matter. Like, who wins the divorce absolutely tells the tale of who got it wrong in Cleveland and who got it right. So if Kevin goes down to Atlanta, and that's a 10 or 11 win team, and they've got talent, but that's a 10 or 11 win team, and they're in the NFC title game this year, and you're, the fifth pick, boy, does it seem like the Kevin Stefanski supporters have real legitimate gripes about firing the wrong guy.
If they do that, then Stefanski would have shown an ability to either do something with Penix or another quarterback that hasn't existed yet. And there'd be a lot I like the skill position players there. Prisco in his rankings had him at 24th, the Falcons, the other day. I thought that was interesting. I don't think they're the 24th best team in the NFL. I'd put them more like, I don't know, 18th, but maybe we're splitting hairs
somewhere
there.
in the middle.
Maybe we're splitting hairs.
Also, I'm out on Prisco now. He had the Browns at 31, which is asinine, and he had the Falcons at 24, which I also would consider more asinine.
Just not a rankings guy, that Pete Prisco.
He's gifted in other ways, in that he's a bald, angry old man that thinks he's the only football guy in America. But other than that, what a guy. That being said, it goes the other way, too. If Kevin ends up with a top 5 pick next year and you end up being 9-8 and Shador looks like a starting quarterback,
for sure,
and you look then and listen, it'll probably be somewhere in the middle. Neither team's likely to light the NFL on fire. Neither team's likely to be among the suckiest of sucky teams. But listen, I wanted Kevin fired. I fired him 3 times during the year. I also wanted Andrew fired, but I knew I was probably only going to get one of them. So I am invested in what Kevin does in Atlanta this year in the same way I'm invested in the Browns, because I want to know who is really the problem here, and we're going to be grading this thing until the Browns get consistently good again.
Well, and what else will be interesting, too, is to find out whether or not Stefanski, he says he's calling plays, but midway through the season, is it actually Tommy Rees then? Is it actually, does AVP get back involved? All these other little type of things.
Oh, I thought he had said Tommy's going to call.
Oh,
plays.
Really? Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay. So Tommy's calling plays just right out of the rip.
So he's got a fall guy already.
So he's already,
I'm sorry. No.
So I go back to it. What is it you do well? I don't understand what he does well.
He's got that salt and pepper look.
I just don't understand it.
And so he's really good looking for a middle-aged man.
You're not a leader. You don't call plays. I don't know what you do.
He talks in the same tone of voice no matter what you're asking him, and then he never answers a question. Huh? What a sell, right?
What a sell.
He also, I don't know if you know this, he grew up in Philly.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Listening to WIP.
He's a Philly guy.
How about that?
And those guys, they're just built different.
Is there like a joke at John coming or something? I wasn't sure.
No, I was just making jokes at Philly guys and how much they have. Like, I don't walk, like when I'm elsewhere, I'm not like, well, I'm a Cleveland guy, and you know what that says.
Philly people do that?
Philly people, yes.
I just think they're angry all the time.
Oh, my gosh. Who's Flacco? I like Joe Flacco. Shut up about being from Philly. I'm a Jersey guy. I'm
Jersey guys definitely do that. There's a thing with Jersey guys. Every person from Jersey has to tell you they're
Philly
from Jersey.
Philly guy and Jersey guy, same freaking guy. There's no difference.
Huh.
And it means literally nothing to anyone in the rest of the country. And they just tell you.
Is it obvious most of the time?
Oh, I'm an Idaho guy. I don't know if you know how we Idaho guys get down. No, because we're not from Idaho yet, Jag.
Every Clevelander always wears Cleveland T-shirts when they go places, though.
Yeah, but I'm not like, but I'm a Cleveland guy, like as if it's part of my personality.
I know, but we do all as a collective. We wear Cleveland T-shirts everywhere.
Yeah, that's not the same thing as going, well, I'm a Philly guy, as if there's an inference for what that means. Well,
I haven't been trapped in too many convos where this has happened. I don't know.
Just Joe Flacco and just Kevin Stefanski.
So I need more Philly guys in my life.
You need.
I told
less.
you, I'm high on John.
You need. Yeah,
I'm high on Little Rocky. I want to buy stock in John.
We're both there. He's done a great. We're impressed. Steer clear. Because the first time you're caught in that, I'm a Philly guy. I'm a Jersey guy.
It flips really quick for me too, by the way. Especially with someone like John, who I haven't actually even met yet. It can flip one bad thought, and all of a sudden he's done. But right now we're buying stock.
Are you invested in how Kevin Stefanski does in Atlanta? You're going to say no right now, and the second they start 4-0 and you start 2-2, the truth will come out. And a really stupid way for the NFL to get everything it really wants. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Guardians opening day is just around the corner. Hear all the latest talk on the back-to-back AL Central champs right here on your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP, we got the lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. Jamal Collier coming up at 5:20. ESPN NBA writer will get his take on the Cavs. Their spot in the East is very nebulous. We'll talk Cavs. We will talk Cavs with him, though, coming up at 5:20. But we've gotten to a point where if the 18-game season is going to happen, I'd like it just to happen because I'm sick of having the conversation.
Yeah, no, it's definitely happening. It seems like, yeah.
It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But and listen, I tend to side with the players on this. I think if the players are going to put their body on the line for another game, I do think there should be massive concessions. I don't know what they are because I'm not an NFL player, but I hope that whatever they want, whatever they deem necessary to make that step happen, actually happens. Because I just think it's fait accompli that we're going to get an 18-game season because of the money it means for the NFL when it comes to the big TV deals.
Well, yeah, and part of Florio in one of the big thoughts we'll get to in a second here, part of his big thinking, though, is the idea that they haven't named a Super Bowl yet 2 years from now, like the date for it. Mm-hmm. So he's not even suggesting, like, oh, this is coming 5 years from now and we can deal with it then. The suggestion he's making is that this would come not this next season, but 2 seasons from now.
So we are going to go to the king of conjecture, Mike Florio, from the Rich Eisen show late last week, talking about a caveat that could apply to an 18-game season.
One other wrinkle, because it could be hard to sell 18 to the rank and file. There's an idea floating around, 18 games, every player limited to 17 games. So we're going to have an 18-game season, but hey, I don't have to play more than 17. Maybe you can get enough guys to vote for that CBA that J.C. Treader may soon negotiate with the league. But that's what we should be keeping an eye on. How quickly do these talks move? And do we get to 18, and will there be this caveat that the players are limited to 17 games? I think the starting quarterbacks would be exempt.
All right. I think he also said special teams players.
He did, yeah, quarterbacks and special teams.
Well,
yeah.
so is it special teams players or just like the special teams, the like the kicker, punter, and long snapper?
That I don't know. I assumed in it meant everyone around special teams.
Yeah.
So like obviously the kicker, the long snapper, but even like the return men, everything in between.
I would be shocked if the NFL, in trying to make this happen, appeased on this front. Like if in attempts to get the thing passed, they were like, all right, but teams have to get really creative and sit everybody that isn't a quarterback or special teamer for one game a season. Even if you baked in, if they miss a game because of injury, that counts. Mm-hmm. Even if you did that, I just can't imagine a world in which, and I even struggle imagining a world in which players are continuing to allow themselves to be separated from quarterbacks as well.
So here's what I find interesting about it, though, and this is where, and again, it's too out there for it to ever really happen, in my opinion. Like these leagues just don't move in this way because it drastically changes the game. But could you imagine how different it would be if you're one of the worst teams in the NFL, and so every single week you have, I don't know, a third of the team that you're playing, their roster just isn't playing in those games because they're deciding this is the game that we think we can win with 70% of our normal roster?
Yeah, the problem is a fair amount of teams, like the Chiefs most years, they just wait till week 18.
Well, so that's the other side of this, right? Yes, there would be a segment of NFL teams that just think to themselves, we'll have the playoffs clinched, we'll have whatever we need clinched, week 18, we can rest everybody. But for the people that are on like the 8, 9, 10, 11 win bubble, or the people that think week 18 might actually come into play, wouldn't you rather rest 50% of your people against the worst team in the league?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I also am just trying to wrap my head around it from the gambling purposes.
Oh, it would change everything. And think about it. You'd have to make a designation at some point earlier in the week than later, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. Like this would have to be like a Tuesday, Wednesday type thing, somewhere around there. But like, imagine keeping track. And there'd have to be a distinction, obviously, when we look at the different websites. Like, oh, yeah, this guy's already been rested. This guy hasn't been rested. And like watching coaches try to juggle that, I think would be fascinating.
216-474-0092. Mike Florio suggesting that to try and get NFL players, a majority of NFL players on board with going to an 18-game season, that all players that aren't quarterbacks or special team players would still only be able to play 17 games, and quarterbacks and special teams players would go to 18 games. I also don't know how this would affect pay. I found a bunch of reasons why I don't think it makes sense. I haven't found a reason why I think it actually makes sense.
No, I don't think it'll happen. It makes sense because then obviously you're just playing a shorter amount of games. That's the idea, right? That's the big everything attached to this is playing 17 games is better for the body than 18. Mm-hmm. That's the only selling point you have. Outside of that, it's a logistical mess. It creates all sorts of controversy. Chaos maybe could ensue. I just think what a slap in the face it'd be to some of these bad teams if you're just openly I'm resting 50% of my team right now because I don't think you can beat us even with 7 of our star players out.
I also think eventually this would just be the shortcut to get it done sooner. And then the NFL, because again, once you get players to admit, okay, you're going to play 18 games, I think it's easier to get players then go, all right, now the 17-game guys, you're 18-game guys. It feels like a way to Trojan horse your way into 18 games, and then 3 years down the road be like, all right, well, the rest of you are going to play 18 games now, too.
Yeah, I mean, we know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of how everyone gets on board with this.
I'm still not sure it's going to happen, by the way. I mean, okay, I shouldn't say that. The NFL owners want it. There's more money in it. But we just haven't found the thing that will make players budge on this. Because it's not more money. They're making more money now. We got wide receivers making $40 million a year, edge rushers making $45 million a year. So I'm trying to figure out, what's the thing that gets NFL players to lock in? That's the only reason why I think at least Florio's trying to find something.
What was the thing that made it from 16 to 17? I mean, it was, you know what I mean?
I think it was rev share. I think they went from 49 to 51%, something like that.
And so I would think the PA would just, because the PA typically just rolls over on all these things anyway, and it's a matter of what they can get back and what can they do in return. I don't know what that answer is. I don't no idea what they would want in return for the 18. It's just we typically see it when they want it, they typically get it.
I feel like this would be like the NBA coming out and saying, all right, we're going to keep the 82-game season.
Mm-hmm.
But none of the stars can play more than 65 games in a season, but everybody else can play. But if you're like a top 20 paid or top, NBA all NBA team, all right, you're capped at 65 games. It just feels like a shortcut for a tougher discussion that in the end maybe just resolve the underlying problem with it, or finding a way to do that instead of being like, all right, we found a cute way to deal with this.
Well, and they can't even do it with hey, we're just going to remove a lot of the preseason games because those are a joke anyway. As is, they're not the good players aren't playing in all those games anyway. So you're not really giving the players anything in return here.
Yeah, I do feel like at some point we're going to get to 2 preseason games, and I think they're going to have to lock in because one's going to be for 12 plays, 13 plays for starters. And then everything else is going to be for the rest of the players. But the problem is, I don't know that you're directly going to be able to turn one of those preseason games into a regular season game without a fight. I'd still be surprised if it was 2 years away. I think we're probably closer to a half decade away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Florio's pretty convinced. It doesn't mean he's right. I feel like we've been trending that way for a while. Florio also believed, though, we would have had this if not for the DeMar Hamlin incident, too. Mm-hmm. We would have already had this. They would have already caved on having the 18 games and all the revenue that comes with that as well.
216-474-0092. Going to an 18-game NFL regular season, but players, not named quarterbacks or special team players, can only play 17 games. Is this the fix for 18 game and an 18-game schedule? I will tell you. This will automatically, the more people talk about 18-game season, people are going to do the fear of, oh, you're going to burn people out on this. I disagree. I think if you go to 18-game seasons, I think people are still going to enjoy football.
Yeah, I don't know that it's possible to burn people out at this point.
The Lead, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
of the league in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff. So I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jamal Collier coming up in about 20 minutes here, ESPN NBA writer. Plenty of talk with the Cavs having just 11 regular season games left this year. Finally into the postseason. We're so close. And so we'll get to Jamal in just about 20 minutes there. But let's get to the lead. ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky was on Get Up this morning and had a strong take about Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson.
I think Ty Simpson is QB1. I think Ty Simpson is the best quarterback in this class. I think when you look at the body of work and what was asked of these two quarterbacks, you have to start with the question, who needed to do more to carry their football team to play well? Ty Simpson, and it's not close between those two quarterbacks. Who took more games over throughout the course of the season? Ty Simpson. It's not even close. And if we're asking, like, okay, we're trying to see what you are as a player in college and what you're going to be asked to do in the NFL and what translates. I start with, what do you do in moments of panic with the football? Because that's really what separates good to great. I would tell you that Ty Simpson is more consistent in that regard. There's not a ton of moments of panic out of Fernando Mendoza, and then there's moments when he immediately drops his eyes and becomes a runner. Ty Simpson more consistent in that. What guy was asked to do more NFL throws? Ty Simpson, and it's not even close in that regard. This is not to slight Mendoza. Yeah. I would rather have Ty Simpson at the 15 to 20 range than Fernando Mendoza at 1.
I think it's interesting how he was like, he just straight drops his eyes and just becomes a runner, as if that's a bad thing in the NFL. There's a lot that Dan said there that I disagree with. But what's interesting is that if Dan seems to think that Ty Simpson is QB1, then it's on the table that another NFL team will think that way as well.
Can we address what appeared to be a couch? He didn't say he would take Ty Simpson over from Fernando Mendoza. He just said he would rather Ty Simpson at 15 to 20 than Mendoza at 1.
Yeah, but you can't speak the way he spoke without the insinuation being that you would take him at number 1 overall over Mendoza.
That's what makes that last exclamation part
you think he just got a little. He spoke a lot and then realized how much he spoke and then was trying to backpedal.
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, that
like in his head, he was like, oh, no, that's going to be a clip. People aren't going to like that.
Like, listen, I understand that people think there's probably not as much of a drop from QB1 to QB2, all the way from QB2 to QB3. Totally fair, right? Every year it's different, and I can understand if people look at Ty Simpson and say he's closer to Mendoza than he is the next closest quarterback. But if you think he's the better quarterback, then Ty Simpson should be in the conversation for the number 1 pick.
100%. If you think that, and the fact that Dan thinks that, at least that's what I was my takeaway on that was that he thinks that, well then, yeah, he's in play at 6, he's in play at 24, he's in play at whatever you think for the Browns as well. Now, it doesn't mean the Browns think that way, but again, if Dan thinks that way, somebody across the NFL will.
So it's interesting. When it comes to Ty Simpson, his lack of physical tools is something that I think normally we'd look at and go, well, I need something more, but I get it. I get the entire package is maybe better than one specific trait out of him. The problem to me is the thing that you just can't get past. We're talking lack of experience, and then you talk, well, he wasn't healthy down the stretch, and then you talk about the kind of second half drop, and then you talk about the size issues, and then you, like, at some point, how many different things can we just explain away with Ty Simpson before, hey, let's go back to that number 1 most important thing. This is an analytics-based organization, and the thing that is proven time and time again is the importance of playing time in high school and college, and Ty doesn't have a lot of it.
It just becomes too much. Like, sound it out for yourself, Nick. He's 18th in height, 20th in weight in his quarterback class, and then you throw that, so short and not necessarily the biggest guy, and so you throw that in the AFC North, and then you also couple that with not having a lot of experience, and it's like, well, hold on. What are we signing up for? Like, just make it make sense for somebody when you really spell it out that way. It just doesn't.
Can we just say, if he had 35 games to his resume, I probably wouldn't have a problem with taking him at some point outside of the top 20. I really
would have a lot more data. Like if the 35 games looked something like what the last season did, which, oh, by the way, a season with 3 different injuries marred with that. Like I don't know. I still have reservations.
I mean, Tyler Shuck was what, the 50th pick last year, somewhere in there?
Somewhere around there, like 44, somewhere around there.
So
but the thing with Shuck was that Shuck had, if he was 22 years old, Shuck would have been number 1 overall.
Yeah.
Shuck had it, and he had everything you'd possibly want. He was just 25, turning 26, whatever it was. And
it's Van Wilder.
And so people were like, well, all right, because the cool thing or the fun thing about these NFL draft guys is that they all project out, and then they give you that leeway of like, well, at 22, you're this, but at 26, you're going to be this. And with Shuck, they downgraded him for it. They looked at 26 being a negative because he wasn't going to have any sort of athletic jump that was going to happen in those 4 years because that already existed in college. And so, it's a little bit of a different convo for me there.
Same thing they said about me.
Yeah, what's that?
If we was just a little bit younger, maybe he'd achieve something, right? Maybe there's more room to grow. I ran out of room to grow.
You're only 40.
Football terms, come on.
Have you had your middle life crisis yet?
About 3 of them.
Is that what the sauna's about? Is that what that is?
No, that's about trying to make sure I get to my 3/4 life crisis.
Okay, good.
Nobody ever talks about that
crisis
one.
For you was like 7 years ago. What are you talking about?
Right? Like, get to be 60, all of a sudden I'm going to have a Corvette. I can't even fit in the damn thing, but I'm going to have one.
Just sit in your driveway.
Yeah.
Just looking good.
Isn't she pretty?
You get this thing out much?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I don't do that.
It's too, you guys don't want it's too cool of a car. It's better here. You can't fit in it, can you? I sure can't.
Damian Parson, Lockdown NFL Draft, joined us today at 3:20. We asked him what an ideal scenario would be for the Browns with pick 6 as well as pick 24.
You make the swing at Monroe Freeling, the tackle from Georgia, 6'7", 315. He's got the pass protection prowess, the lateral movements. He's an athletic young man with great arm length and wingspan. I think 34 and some change on the arm. He's got developmental strength there, so you can talking about adding a little bit of weight, getting up to 320, maybe 322. Add a little bit more functional strength to his body, to his frame and mass. But this is a guy that absolutely has the chops to play left tackle. I'd rather go with the high upside situation of Freeling and then getting the receiver at 24 if we're going to go wide receiver, because this is a deep class. Rather than trying to take a Cardinal Tate and then hoping that there's a left tackle worthy. There's not a ton of left tackles in this class. And I don't want to pigeonhole myself into taking somebody that I wouldn't want starting at the left tackle spot as a rookie.
All right, listen, Monroe Freeling at 6 is not on my no-fly list. The more that I hear about a guy that has so much, basically starting at a very low point, might not be a starter this year at all, but certainly might not start week 1, I'm getting a lot more trepidation. But Monroe Freeling at 6, not on my no-fly list. Monroe Freeling at 6 and Casey Concepcion at 24, I don't know you could draw up a first round today that I would be filled with more anxiety and dread about, because you've got a left tackle that might never honestly do anything, but certainly might not start week 1, and then you've got a wide receiver that can't receive.
Yeah, the drops are a problem. 15 drops over the previous 2 years for Concepcion. I think they would have learned with wide receivers. We've had way too many that just can't catch the football. I thought it was a kink of the Browns for a while. Yeah, for a long time, it felt like they just said, like, if you couldn't catch, that was like the number one thing they were looking for. Because I think they thought that it was, as Damian talked about in the clip, this idea that you could just acquire this pass-catching ability. And we've seen too many guys just not be able to acquire that.
It's like people who learn, who are not naturally in tune with the forces of nature, but they learn to commune with the dead. It's that and catching. The two things you can get better on.
Like a seance? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like a medium.
A medium.
You can learn to see and speak with on that frequency.
I thought you were done with your YouTube rabbit hole with mediums.
No, not even at all.
No, not even close.
No.
Okay.
This
has been a long-going thing.
That Seeking Sister Wives took me down some rabbit holes. Turns out, by the way.
Yeah?
The one guy, the really nerdy guy. With the Latin American second wife, who said he wasn't good in the bedroom.
Well, he wasn't.
They had a kid together, and then he got arrested for
well, at least he got it done once.
Not great.
Over the weekend this happened?
No. This happened back in November.
Okay, you're discovering this as it goes.
I really am. But I'll occasionally take a periodic break to go see what's John Edwards up to. Not the former presidential candidate, the median. It's different guys.
And so what is he up to?
Still mediuming, still out there talking.
Yeah, having some good convos?
Yeah.
Did he talk to either of our dead dads?
No. And if he did, I think we'd know.
How would we know?
I'm seeing the letter N. I'm seeing the letter N out there. Is there somebody with that name? Because that's the number of the key. That's what's coming through for me.
Yeah.
I'm not falling for that. I'm not offering that up.
You know what I'd love to do once is go to like a fortune teller.
Yeah.
Or a medium, whichever. And like everything they say, just be like, I can't believe you're nailing it. And just the entire time, like, whoa, you got that right too? To the point where even they're like, all right, guy, we don't bat 1,000% here.
I think if you and I went to Nolans and we just decided to lose ourselves in the streets of the French Quarter, I think we'd probably get shanked by a couple mediums. I think we would.
What escalated that? Why are we getting shanked?
Probably because we'd be so sarcastic and at some point they'd be offended.
Okay.
And Nolans medians, they don't play. I know that. Because I went down a YouTube rabbit hole about that once. Former Browns wide receiver Jarvis Landry has gone viral for his comments about Kevin Stefanski on the 4th and South podcast with Leonard Fournette.
So you telling me that record he deserved two-time coach of the year? Maybe he got it because he was coaching the Cleveland Browns.
First year he came in.
Yeah.
We made some noise.
Yeah.
Obviously, the years before, we hadn't had no success. So I do think it was fitting and well-deserved. I know when I was there for 100% fact, when we were struggling as an offense, I know Kevin Stefanski himself gave up play calling to AVP. The same thing that he's done, that we have guys that have told us that he's done throughout the years of not being able to get it done as a play caller and then putting it off on somebody else. Then the team gets success and then he takes over play calling again. I don't know how much history he's going to have as a head coach, but again, with this record, only thing he really got going for him is those two-time coach of the year.
I just don't know what Kevin Stefanski does well, and if he for a while we thought it might be play calling, but if he's not even doing any of the play calling, I don't know what he does well. Leonard Fournette really wants to be good at this, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. He's really going for it.
I'm surprised that Jarvis even spoke on this podcast and was doing this whole thing. It doesn't seem like his mentality or his vibe, but clearly this was a favor to Leonard, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I think the reason it matters is whether we all want to admit to ourselves right now, we're going to be grading Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry, the two-part, and the Browns, based off what each other does this year. And if Kevin has a good season and they're 10-7 and in the playoffs, and you're 6-11 and on the outside looking in for a quarterback, people are going to talk about Kevin Stefanski different next year. That's just the reality of it. And we're going to be doing this until the Browns have consistent success. This is going to be no different than the Baker Mayfield stuff the last 5 years.
I know. The only difference, though, I do wonder if Stefanski sucks, if it's only like me and you bringing it up, and then everyone else just pretending like it's not happening.
I don't know. I was surprised that anybody that carried water for Kevin Stefanski in the last 6 years today suddenly was morally outraged at Jarvis Landry's comments. No idea who that could be.
Not sure who you're referencing here.
Nobody at all.
No
Jamal
idea.
Collier, ESPN NBA writer, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on Thursday. To talk Cavs with the guys, ESPN's Jamal Collier is coming up next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Offseason Special. Every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, it's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason and free agency, as well as the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We're working to get Jamal Collier on to talk a little Cavs basketball. I will tell you, Adam Silver has never been bigger and more demonstrative on the NBA's tanking problem. And if you look at the bottom of the NBA right now, really nobody's trying to win on an impressive level to where Washington and Indiana have both lost 16 straight. The Kings, until their last game, had a losing streak. There was a stretch where after the All-Star break, until last week, the teams were a combined 0 something ridiculous, 100 in their previous 10 games each.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how it's very obvious which teams are trying and aren't trying, but the amount of teams that aren't trying seem like it's never been more.
And I almost wonder if NBA teams view this as the last stand for tanking. Because
get it in now before they take it away from us.
Well, and get it in before the 2026 NBA draft, which is supposed to be a legendary draft.
To be loaded, yeah.
And get it in before Silver this year does something stupid, has a tournament for the number 1 pick next year.
He just turns the NBA Cup into a tournament.
People have suggested not the NBA Cup, but a second cup late in the season.
We're adding more tournaments that ultimately don't matter.
Many people have come up that this is a good idea for the NBA to curb tanking. But while about a third of the NBA tanks, we are 11 games left in the regular season for the Cavaliers to talk their path forward, to talk the Harden-Mitchell-led Cavaliers on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. ESPN NBA writer and analyst Jamal Collier joining us now. Jamal, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing all right here. We've had our regular season wars. I called them to a close on Friday's show. My partner did not agree with me.
I rejected it.
11 games left, though. I got no dog left in this fight. I just want to get healthy to the end of the regular season. What have you made so far of the Harden and Donovan Mitchell-led Cavaliers since the trade deadline?
I think overall, success, right? Smashing success as far as just when you make a move that drastic during the middle of the season, often you get into I've seen it just of excuses of practice time. It's hard to make it on the fly, of people struggling to adjust. And these guys seem to have pretty seamlessly fit with each other, start playing off each other. You saw, sort of raised performances from Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. You've seen a little bit of inconsistency at times, but just overall, I think a record for Cleveland. And the fact that Harden has also just been a more reliable body on the floor, which is obviously not a small reason why they did this trade. Yeah, I think if you're a Cleveland fan, that's about as happy as you can be not knowing what the end result can be in the playoffs.
Well, that's kind of what we're getting to, right? Is although we're happy right now in the moment, you still have to deliver in the postseason. And so what does that look like for you, where you sit back and say, all right, that worked, that trade for Darius worked, and the Cavs were right to make that move?
I was thinking about this recently. Is there a world where the Cavs walk away from this season happy in a way, and it doesn't result in a finals appearance? And I was kind of having trouble with it. I mean, I guess there's a 7-game, Eastern Conference Finals where you lose a tough one, and you just feel like that. But I don't know who the team would be that you would feel would be better. And it's just it just kind of still shows the expectations that even with everything I said, and sort of the first part of that answer is that this is a team that has to put it together for at least 3 rounds, if not to make it to the finals, just because. We've seen it so far. This team has been to the conference finals, is currently iterated, but we've seen Donovan Mitchell, we've seen Harden, we've seen these guys have good runs and ultimately come up short. Them actually putting it together in an East that just kind of increasingly it felt open, and then Boston felt like they were coming, and now that you sort of see some cracks in Boston, and it once again feels like this is going to be something that's there for the taking.
So, Jamal, I thought it was relatively easy for about 4 years to figure out one of the Cavs' biggest flaws, which was the undersized backcourt, and that obviously the Cavs try to rectify that by trading Darius Garland for James Harden. So as currently constructed, with 11 games to go in these playoffs, do you see a fatal flaw with this Cavs team?
I think that just general physicality is still not going to be the Cavs, sort of home playing field, right? Like Detroit is a team that I would describe as really physical. We've seen Boston, in the past in their championship runs, be a very physical team, even though they're a team that shoots a lot of threes and stuff from the outside. And just like the Cavs have struggled with that. And that goes to the bigs, Devin and Jared Allen. It goes to this kind of smallness around the guards with Mitchell and even Sam Merrill and some of those guys. And even just like Indiana was, doesn't profile as a traditional physical team, but they won those inside physical 50-50 loose ball matchups that you just kind of have to do in the playoffs. And personnel is different. I like some of the guys are going to have, in addition to Harden, Schroeder, Dennis, Keon Ellis as well. Those guys are Max Strus coming back. They've got more guys, I think, that are willing to sort of get grimy and get to the loose ball efforts in the past, but still that to me is kind of still where I see the big hole in this team, where I say, I just saw it last year in that Indiana series up close, in the way that Indiana was just sort of forcing and imposing their will the entire series. Cleveland's really got to start to become that team and sort of impose their will on other teams a little bit more forcefully.
Year 5, how do you view Evan Mobley?
Ooh, I mean, how much time do you got, right? I think it's really the answer for that. I think there's no question that this year and offensively is a disappointment. And I think just because you keep expecting more and not all the way getting it, I would be above. I understand the argument of people sort of still not willing to sell their stock. I think that, this is a good spot for him, I think, for this year, just because with Harden, he just kind of goes a step down the pecking order, Mobley. And when you can sort of put him into roles where he does not have to sort of be the 1A or number 2 guy, or, if not more with Mitchell, I think you're really going to be able to kind of see him shine and trace some mismatches. So I'm going to reserve a little bit of judgment for him for the playoffs, but I will say right now, just bit of a plateau for him this year, I think, as far as development, and really you would like to see him sort of really take a step forward here. And look, if this team comes up short, I think people have said it, and it's probably obvious, but you talk about year 5 and really year 4, I kind of put this group together. Obviously Darius is gone, but there's going to be so much that's on the table for the Cleveland team in the offseason that they cannot really kind of make a real playoff run. And I think, for the first time, I think that people would probably look at Mobley and say, okay, where actually is the ceiling here?
So that leads us perfectly to what the Ramona Shelbourne report last week kicked up, was the idea of, would you trade Evan Mobley for Giannis? So I'm going to ask you in a vacuum here. Next year, would you rather have Harden, Mitchell, and Giannis on like a 1.5, 2-year window, or Harden, Mitchell, LeBron, and Mobley?
Okay, wait. So I'm getting LeBron.
Yeah, he added LeBron. He added LeBron in the other one. Yeah,
LeBron in free agency.
Wait, should we do it straight up, like Harden? No LeBron in the second one.
Because I wouldn't have to give up Mobley to get LeBron.
Yeah, but there's also the assumption that you get LeBron in the second one.
Well, there's also the assumption you get Giannis in the first one.
It's your example. Go for it.
These are great problems to have, right? You would rather have Giannis, rather have LeBron. You just say you keep 3 of the 4. I don't know, but I think what's going to be tough for the Cavs, I think, with both those guys, especially when you think about potentially if you have to move Evan to create space for either of them, Giannis or them. It's just like there is the timeline of it, right? Right. You're talking about now all of a sudden you shrunk your window with Garland. Like, how much more would you shrink it for by trading Evan. And especially, I think with that, you'd have to have some kind of real commitment from Mitchell to know that he's ready to ride this thing out here for the next. You'd have to, at that point, obviously get an extension because, that is, I think, the one risk, even with Evan. And like I said, I would probably not be super thrilled with offensively his growth this year. But the idea of even Giannis at 31 with a bunch of injury history, you're really sort of tightening your window there pretty significantly.
All right, so now this brings us to LeBron. LeBron coming here isn't dictated by any sort of Giannis trade or keeping Mobley or anything. Do you see it happening, or do you feel like now with LA and the way they've been playing, we just need to close that idea?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's closed just because, there's so much still to be written with that LeBron story, with that Lakers story. But, man, he seems to have now bought in and angled into that Lakers, the role he's in with the Lakers, and, is the best possible version of it. And especially where, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, it felt like this was sort of a fait accompli, that those two sides were going to have to go in different directions. So I think that, I think from the beginning, it felt like LeBron and the Lakers, and this is just speculation, that is where he would prefer to end things. But for me, narratively, Cleveland is the best other option if it doesn't end up in LA. I just think it'd be weird to see him all of a sudden just a very totally different Knicks or Golden State jersey for the last year of his career. I know people have done it, but I kind of like the sort of full circle of it all.
Out of all the options we've given you now, which one do you think is the most likely? And this is really, we gave you 7 different options you can play with LeBron, with Giannis, LeBron being added to the Giannis mix, LeBron being added to the Mobley mix, and him not being traded, LeBron not even being here. Which one do you think is the most likely?
Well, as we stand here today, I think there's some real momentum behind Cleveland actually figuring this out here with this group. I think there being so many, if I would put, I don't even know who I would rank higher. Maybe I would say Stasis because Cleveland makes a deep playoff run. I would probably put LeBron as the second option and then Giannis as the third wild card. But every game you lose in the playoffs sooner increases the potential of a Giannis blockbuster, I believe.
All right, let's go to I'm just going to ask you hypothetical questions all
we like
show long.
We do.
But this is because the Lakers are the second hottest team in the NBA right now. If the Cavs and Lakers were the two teams that advanced to the NBA Finals, how would you see that finals matchup playing out?
It's a fascinating question. I feel like the top of the West has been so miles above the East that pretty much all those West teams are probably going to be favored coming out into a finals. And again, the role that the Lakers have put on it, if they were to sort of actually do something to beat 2 out of 3 or even both of Oklahoma City and San Antonio, maybe even Denver, that would be such an impressive resume. I think that the Lakers would absolutely come into that series favorite, especially having Luka. But man, it's such a crazy path to imagine LA getting there and what they'd have to do to actually get there. Where Cleveland's a little bit cleaner, and I can see sort of the leap. You see Evan really taking a step as a third guy. You see the backcourt working well. It'd be a fun series, man. That's a really, really sexy matchup if those two could actually get there. But I do think the Lakers would probably have a slight, edge at least on the betting lines coming in.
Do you think the Celtics are going to put it all together, or what we've seen the past couple games is going to maintain?
I was at the first Tatum game in Boston when he came back, and also that game in Cleveland, and I left those 2 nights saying that is the highest ceiling of any team in the East. I have started there, obviously the cracks have shown a little bit these last couple of games, but what I'll say with the Tatum piece of it, they still got about 2 months before the second round. You're talking about mid-May or so, and if Tatum is still on a reasonable, he played 30 minutes the other night, just last night, if he can continue just getting more comfortable, continuing to improve on a reasonable sort of incline here in the next couple of months, I do think Boston is the team right now that I would probably conservatively pick to come out of the East.
Jamal, great stuff, man. Really do appreciate your time. We'll catch up with you down the line.
A lot of fun, guys. We'll hopefully have a fun playoff ride.
That's all we want, and a lot of success. I was going to say that's all we want, but then I would also like a title.
Yeah, title would be nice.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to be picky here. A lot of fun, a lot of easy success, too. I mean, I don't want to sweat it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, walk in the park.
Yeah, like the way the East used to be with LeBron, and then into the finals, too.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Just a gentleman's sweep.
Now, you think Jamal was like, did they get rid of me because I said the Celtics are coming out of the East? Because we just ran out of time.
No.
But the moment that happened, it was like, we're done here.
But did it help you?
We're done here, Jamal.
It didn't help you. It's not the reason, but it didn't help you. Jamal Collier there, ESPN NBA writer on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he said about your Cavaliers and an update, some health updates on the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
7-time All-Star Aaron Judge head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
I was thinking about this recently. Is there a world where the Cavs walk away from this season happy in a way, and it doesn't result in a finals appearance? And I was kind of having trouble with it. I mean, I guess there's a 7-game, Eastern Conference Finals where you lose a tough one, and you just feel like that. But I don't know who the team would be that you would feel would be better. And it's just it just kind of still shows the expectations that, like, even with everything I said, sort of the first part of that answer is that, like, this is a team that has to put it together for at least 3 rounds, if not to make it to the finals. Just because we've seen it so far. This team has been to the conference finals, is currently iterated, but we've seen Donovan Mitchell, we've seen Harden, we've seen these guys like have good runs and ultimately come up short. Them actually putting it together in an East that just kind of increasingly, it goes open, and then Boston felt like they were coming, and now that you sort of see some cracks in Boston, and it once again feels like this is going to be something that's there for the taking.
Jamal Collier, ESPN NBA writer, in the previous segment, talking about ways that this season can end with everyone being happy here. A little injury news to point along here. Jared Allen remains out for the Cavaliers, their next game against Orlando tomorrow, and Jalen Tyson also out for tomorrow against Orlando with a left great toe bone bruise.
A bone bruise.
Yeah, now it's a bone bruise. Previously, I believe it was a sprain. And I, as somebody who is, above Forrest Gump, but certainly below Einstein, I don't know the difference, IQ-wise.
Thank you.
Point I was making.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I was smarter, I would have been able to land the plane on that.
I was trying in my head. I'm like, I think I got what he was going for. There was also going to be a weight choke in play there, and then I'm like, Einstein's not fat. That is what it is.
We don't know about that.
Although, did Forrest Gump marry anyone that was problematic outside of Jenny?
How was... Whoa. What do you got against Einstein? Who
he married his cousin.
That wasn't problematic 100 years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't.
What do you mean it wasn't?
I've made this case many times.
You think it was like, I know. You think
FDR
it was like,
married his cousin.
You think it was like normal
ago.
or in vogue, and there was no way it wasn't taboo, at least slightly taboo, to marry your cousin.
There was nothing
100 years
taboo
ago.
100 years ago. That's 1920.
Yeah, I think it was like 1920 when he married his cousin. Yeah, that was It was his second marriage.
So 106 years.
Yeah, I think it was around
I get an
there.
extra 6 years in this.
106 years. I don't know. Do we have documentation of when it started becoming, or not? Or I guess not becoming. I
think it was right around the 50s.
Come on now, you're BSing me here.
No,
there's no way. There's no way. You're just like in 1950s when it all of a sudden became taboo to marry a cousin.
That's post World War II. Actually, no, it may even be like I know. No, in the Dust Bowl, you're telling me cousins didn't knock boots in the Dust Bowl?
They clearly did. But you're telling me there wasn't some people in the town being like, all right, that's not great.
When did marrying your cousin become illegal?
That's a difference between legality doesn't make it it doesn't get rid of the taboo or not part of the equation.
All right. While some there's no way. While some bans existed earlier, many U.S. states began to outlaw first cousin marriage in the 1800s. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
FDR was cousins with Eleanor Roosevelt.
The Catholic Church, starting in the early Middle Ages, enacted bans on cousin marriage. In the early Middle Ages, we were doing this and saying this isn't right. This isn't something you should be doing.
In 2024, Tennessee banned first cousin marriage. Easy there, Tennessee.
Wait, what year?
2024.
Oh, way to take their time on it, huh?
Yeah. Had to really think it through.
They finally got around to it.
They also banned family reunions that year. So the point is, prominent people were doing this in the 1920s.
Legal bans in the U.S. surged post-Civil War, starting with Kansas in 1858.
When did marrying
So Einstein was in the wrong.
cousin
Einstein was definitely in the wrong.
become taboo?
Cousin marriage became taboo in the West, primarily during the late 19th century, roughly 1860s to 1920s, driven by shifting societal norms.
All right, maybe I was talking on my ass.
Maybe just a little
bit.
But
a lot of people were still marrying their cousins 100 years ago. And if you go to West Virginia, they're still marrying their cousins.
Roughly 25 U.S. states currently prohibit first cousin marriage.
What are the other 25 doing?
What are they doing? We're only at 25.
Can you tell me? But one, if one of the 25 that hasn't banned it isn't West Virginia, I'd be shocked.
Where's Ohio on this? We haven't looked it up yet.
Ohio can go either way.
I want to think Ohio could be.
Like,
of course we're there. Of course we're not there.
I mean,
I really don't want to Google, does Ohio ban cousin marriages or not, though?
Feels like this would be a spot where if we had like a senior research analyst on the show, that would be somebody we could go to instead of you and me Googling this on air. 216-474-0092.
Oh, good. It's prohibited here in Ohio.
How strongly?
I think you can still marry a second cousin. It seems like you might be able to marry a second cousin.
That's not great.
But first cousins are out of the, that's out of the question.
So you gotta
don't
stand
bring
somewhere.
that to the table. You stand. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Nick Garth Brooks taught me that.
By the way, does the judge ask, hey, just real quick, you guys aren't first cousins, are you? Does the judge have to? I don't remember. I do not remember that question.
I would hope so.
When being married to Vanessa. Nor did someone like,
they didn't just seamlessly throw that one into the vows and be like, I just got to make sure. It's paperwork. Are you cousins? Are you not cousins? Oh, good, not cousins. Okay, good.
Same last name.
It's like a check of the box or something.
Interesting one. Cousins, no cousins. No? Second? Oh, second. Okay, we're fine.
Why is Wikipedia so exhaustive and giving me all the info that you would ever think to need or not need? All right, so we're no on first cousins marriage.
Okay.
It is not criminalized though.
Oh.
So it's not allowed, but it's not criminalized.
So what are they going to do if you get married to your cousin?
They do allow sexual relations and cohabitating, which is not the same. Not the same for a lot of states. Don't allow that, by the way. But we have there's a green check mark yes to us.
So
that.
Wait, what happens? So if it's not criminalized, what
you see how this gets dicey.
Oh, but if it's not criminalized,
it's not allowed.
Well,
but it's also not criminalized. You see how this gets dicey.
What happens if you find out to have married your cousin?
I'm just in front of the Wikipedia check marks. Yes or no?
Do they just disallow your marriage and be like, you got us for a minute?
Well, but the other part of this, it doesn't void the marriages either. There's some states where they've completely voided the first cousin marriages. Ohio's a state where it doesn't. And so this would go, it's almost like the lawmakers created a way where you could marry your first cousin here. It looks like it's against the law, but you could marry your first cousin here.
So it's like strongly discouraged?
And nobody's, basically.
Hey, we're going to look this way. All right? And we don't want you to marry your cousin. But I'm not going to look at you. You can marry whoever you want. I'm going to look over here. But don't you even think about that cousin thing.
We're also an unknown in the category of adopted cousin marriage. I don't know. Wikipedia didn't have the answer for that. Some states, it's like a complete green mark. Yes, adopted cousin.
You put me in a position where
adopted
I feel like
cousin is not the same as first cousin.
I have to defend marrying your adopted cousin.
It's not blood. Isn't the whole point is that it's blood, and blood is obviously not great for then having kids and such.
My old board op in Charlotte, not Hacksaw, the second one, Itty Bitty Fitty.
Yeah.
His aunt and uncle, they were not from they were a blended family, so a Brady Bunch situation, but they grew up in the same house together.
The youngest one in curls.
And they got married.
I do that like white men can't jump.
When they went away to college, and then they ended up at the same college, and then stepbrother, stepsister got married. Uh-huh. Feels like that's worse than cousins.
It's not great.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's not great. There was a TV show that existed a few years back about it was like never mind. That's not going anywhere.
But I kind of want to know now.
No, you're just going to turn around and be like, oh really? I got more than a TV show involving step family members on a lot of places on the internet.
See, Mac, there's still hope for you yet, buddy. 216-474-0092. If you married your cousin, we'd like to hear from you. Why'd you do it? Did the fuzz come down on you on this one? And would you do it again? Ty Simpson. And would you do that again? Coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The final weeks of the NBA regular season are here, and the playoffs are just around the corner. Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. In case we missed it, coming up in about 45 minutes here. We do have your spring training report coming up in just about 20 minutes here. But as we had Jamal Collier in the 5 o'clock hour, that's a spot we usually kind of look back at what the biggest story or the biggest talking point of today was. And obviously today, with Dan Orlovsky going pretty hard in the paint for Ty Simpson, that's been the big conversation. If you haven't heard it, here it is.
I think Ty Simpson is QB1. I think Ty Simpson is the best quarterback in this class. I think when you look at the body of work and what was asked of these two quarterbacks, you have to start with the question, who needed to do more to carry their football team to play well? Ty Simpson, and it's not close between those two quarterbacks. Who took more games over throughout the course of the season? Ty Simpson. It's not even close. And if we're asking, like, okay, we're trying to see what you are as a player in college and what you're going to be asked to do in the NFL and what translates. I start with, what do you do in moments of panic with the football? Because that's really what separates good to great. I would tell you that Ty Simpson is more consistent in that regard. There's not a ton of moments of panic out of Fernando Mendoza, and then there's moments when he immediately drops his eyes and becomes a runner. Ty Simpson more consistent in that. What guy was asked to do more NFL throws? Ty Simpson, and it's not even close in that regard. This is not to slight Mendoza. Yeah. I would rather have Ty Simpson at the 15 to 20 range than Fernando Mendoza at 1.
So, and that sound courtesy of Get Up.
It's the same spot I got in the 5 o'clock one too, by the way. That same exact spot.
We got. It happens.
It does.
It's a Monday. It's snowing outside. That's stupid. Like, what are we going to do here?
That is stupid.
I was so pissed. I walked down to the bodega downstairs because your boy was hurting, so I got some of these lovely little, what are they called? The pretzel bite thingies.
Yeah.
I make sure I don't. Yeah, the pretzel pieces.
Okay. Yeah.
And just needed some kind of sustenance. And I saw it. I almost got every chocolatey thing in that damn place.
It's not good. You should have went for it. As long as they keep the weekends clear, I'm all right. But this winter sucks.
That's interesting, by the way. I can have a bad day on the weekend. The week's got to be.
It's for golf.
That's fair.
And you'll be able to golf.
Now, getting back to it, I do think the idea that if two physically not elite prospects go top 10 in this draft, to me it's going to speak about quarterback desperation and the fact that people have settled for, hey, we haven't had an elite quarterback in a couple years now. We just need a quarterback. More so than these guys are truly worth being the first and sixth pick in the damn draft.
Well, and then hearing Dan, there's half the things he said in that clip that I don't even agree with. And so, him trying to make the case, it's not a slam dunk case across the board that, we've all just misevaluated Ty Simpson and we need to get up on the right speed of this. I just don't think it's true. But if Dan's thinking this way, I promise you there's other people that are thinking this way as well. And so it does make Ty Simpson, at a minimum, it makes him a dark horse candidate to go way higher than some people expect.
Yeah, the big thing, and listen, I think Ty Simpson came out for a reason. All these prospects that are considering coming out, there's a draft evaluation board. And if you happen to be connected, let's say your dad was a prominent high school coach who knew a bunch of guys who ended up in the NFL, you could get a sense of what the marketplace looked like for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he came out to be a second-round pick. So I think that's another thing that we've kind of looked over. Whatever he heard from the draft board or just the draft pundency in general, he must have liked. There have been some people suggesting he's got a first-round guarantee from someone. It's funny. I will tell you. L.A. has been a team linked to him because of the Stafford situation. Pittsburgh, whether they get Rodgers back or Kirk Cousins, that's another spot that he's been linked to. I just wouldn't be surprised if this guy goes a place none of us have pegged, because it feels like that kind of year, where whether it's a team that's picking in the teens that probably won't be again next year because they'll be back in the first round, or so that meaning they won't be in line for the 2027 class, or whether it's a team we know needs a quarterback, but they couldn't possibly take him, the Browns, This feels like that kind of draft where Ty Simpson gets drafted by somebody. I don't want to say nobody saw it coming, but that we all kind of dismissed for some valid reason.
For sure. Definitely on the table. But then if we're going to say it that way, then that does think that the Browns could be one of those teams.
Yeah, I do think the Browns could be one of them. There's a relationship with Todd Monken.
They had the top 30 visit in there. We can't definitively shut it down. As unlikely as I think it is, we can't definitively say the Browns aren't in.
Now, I do have to give my expectations here. My expectations are that he plays this year. Not because I have some wealth of knowledge that people who think he should sit a year are the smartest people on the planet. It's just the bottom line. If you take a quarterback in the first round, if you're going to have a first-round quarterback pitted against a fifth-round quarterback from the previous year, the expectation should be that the first-round quarterbacks, you don't have a Matt Stafford in his way. You don't have an Aaron Rodgers in his way.
No, if you take him 6 overall, he's starting week 1, in my opinion. And unless you do, could they do the Jacoby Brissett, Drake May thing? I think that tends to be a little foolish, if we're being honest. I would start these guys right away, is how I look at it. But I know a lot of people disagree with that. But if the point of what you're trying to accomplish is basically doing what Josh Allen got with Buffalo, where he needs reps. He needs opportunities. He needs time, and we're going to allow him a chance to stink for a couple years before we ask him to be that much more. Then you throw him out there immediately.
By the way, Anthony Land texting me saying he thinks the Falcons are the surprise team. The Falcons don't have a first rounder this year.
I don't know how they're the surprise team.
So now, if Ty Simpson falls to the second round, well, yeah, I think Ty Simpson would kind of fit what Stefanski likes to do.
Yeah, but between Penix and then Tua, they got their hands full already.
So while we're talking about this, Todd McShay on the McShay Show continued his big send-up of the 2027 quarterback class.
Several teams, and certainly 2, and I think 3, are making moves because of next year's class. So factor that in. If these quarterbacks start dropping in this year's class, it's because it's fine. We like him. But if he's there in the 4th, I'll take him. But if I'm going to spend a resource on a quarterback, it's going to be in 2027 because there's too many of those guys. That's the mindset. I think these quarterbacks are going to drop. I think they're going to go later than we expect because of 2027. They'd rather just get a starter or a nickel corner or a number 4 receiver or a special teams, whatever it is, a rotational defensive lineman, than use a 2nd, 3rd round pick on a player, on a quarterback this year when they know next year that same 2nd or 3rd round pick is going to get them a lot more value. That's what actual general managers in the NFL are talking about, because I've had these conversations with them over the course of the last month and a half.
Yeah, it's funny about that. Is that has been the crux of my argument on if you're already eyeballing a 2027 quarterback, why would you draft a quarterback this year? Mm-hmm. Why would you, especially a year after taking 3rd and 5th round picks, and yet we continue to have this push that the Browns are seriously considering drafting a quarterback this year and then drafting a quarterback next year. I do think, to the franchise or bust community, there are always teams that it makes sense of, hey, like Detroit in a year from now. Well, Jared Goff will be a year older. Jared Goff is not a franchise quarterback. You could turn him into your Alex Smith and then try and find your Mahomes. Mm-hmm. There are teams that are going to be competitive this year that make sense. There are teams that are going to be just dog crap that make sense. I just think there's a lot of people in town right now going, why even bother with this year? Let's let this play out, because they think that the Browns are going to be one of the worst 3 teams this year. I disagree, by the way. I don't know how much better they're going to be, but I don't think they're going to be one of the 3 worst, because a franchise quarterback awaits on the other side. And my problem with the franchise quarterback or bust mentality is that that's the perfect scenario. The scenario that plays out that you're bad enough to get the right spot, to get the right quarterback, and then you take the right quarterback, there's so much math involved where the most likely outcome in the NFL shows us time in, time out. Unless you are definitively devoid of talent, tanking, whatever you want to call it, more often than not, you're kind of going for another middle-of-the-road quarterback.
Well, but unless, though, the odds end up being where you have a draft class where it just ends up where it's stacked in your favor and you're going to be fine. Because I look at the Caleb Williams, Drake May, I look at that draft, Jaden Daniels draft. Any one of those teams in the top 3 ended up with a franchise quarterback. They ended up with their quarterback, and it really didn't. I mean, they just had to put themselves in the position to do so.
Yeah, I think we can all say that's pretty much the anomaly, though.
I mean, we've had a few different drafts, though, where you have even like 2020, where you had 5 different quarterbacks. We talked a lot about that Baker draft, obviously, and there's more misses in the Baker draft than not. But we see it. We see it enough that like you can do it through the draft. It takes a lot, but you can do it through the draft.
You can, but planning a year from now, franchise quarterback or bust, when you still have to play out this season. And then you have to make sure to kind of see where that class actually lands.
There's a lot that goes. You have to get right, and there's a lot that you have to trust within yourself too to make sure that it gets it right. And that's where maybe I have a hang up with the Browns here.
I just think if you get in a year from now, and let's say Shedeur is the quarterback room you got cobbled together. Let's say you get the 14th pick, and there are 5 guys in this draft. There are 5 guys in the next draft, and then the veteran market is barren. You have no choice than to give away the farm to move up to take a quarterback that still might not work out.
Yeah, but that has you going 14th though. I think what the Browns are trying to accomplish here is.
I don't think you're for certain. I know what you're about to say, that they're trying to be bad next year.
I didn't necessarily say that. Well, you can't guarantee anything, but like even getting to 14th is not. I mean this team it's not very good right now.
I think there are a lot of people right now pushing towards franchise quarterback or bust. And I don't think people are considering the fact that you could get a year from now and it's busted. The problem with franchise quarterback or bust is 99% of these outcomes don't land with you getting a franchise quarterback.
What you have to ask yourself then is Ty Simpson, he's got a 90 grade on McShay's website, a 90 grade. Is that going to be good enough if you take Ty Simpson to make sure that because you have it's sitting there. You could do it right now if you wanted. I think the bet would be is that you're going to have 5 quarterbacks with a 90+ grade next year already, and it's going to be higher than that 90+.
No, I think my point is less that it's not really about Ty Simpson. I wouldn't draft Ty Simpson. He doesn't have enough experience. I think my point is, like, when we've had the conversation, and again, it was a hypothetical conversation that seems to be lost in translation for some. We were talking about Tanner McKee's value versus Jalen Hurts, not a straight-up Jalen Hurts. Anyways.
Yeah, you're talking about Ken here.
But trying to subtweet him.
Yeah.
But I think my problem is every time somebody goes, well, he's not going to make that much of a difference. Yeah, but that's probably as good as you get. Like, unless you end up with a top 3 pick next year, and there are 3 or more quarterbacks worthy of that spot, if you're the 6th pick and the first 3 teams need quarterbacks, well, you're just going to continue to go, wow, can't get definitively better. I guess we're going to have to roll something else out.
You can definitely end up in a spot where if you win too many games and there aren't enough quarterbacks, you're in the same spot you've been for the past 2 years. Right? And like, how do you think we got here? The past 2 years, they've been banking on the idea that they're going to have a quarterback in one of these drafts, and then the quarterback market never became open for him for the draft for whatever reason. I think we're playing out exactly what you're describing could happen for next year. We're already playing that out. That's what happened that's how we got to the spot we're in right now.
And I think maybe that's it. Like when maybe the first or second year that Deshaun completely whiffed here, maybe you should have thought to yourself, we'll do more than a 5th-round pick at the quarterback spot.
Yeah, like maybe that's when you could have gotten in the hurry-up offense a little bit. Yeah. Like, hey, this isn't going very well. Maybe we need to make some other plans.
So it wasn't a direct punt on the quarterback spot. But the last 2 years you have. And I think there's a fool me once, fool me twice thing going on here. That I saw how they attacked the quarterback position last year. I called out it wasn't a good plan when other people were buying into Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. You weren't. But when other people were buying into this, and then it fell on its face. And now this year it's like, again, and I want to make it clear, it's not really about Shedeur. It's about the other quarterback in that room. It's about having something if Shedeur gets hurt, if Shedeur's not good enough, if Shedeur doesn't take advantage of his opportunities this offseason, to have another quarterback in there that could at least give you competency. And the Browns their response seems to be, well, what if we did nothing instead? And it's like, I continue to go, how many opportunities do we just go through a season going, yeah, none of these are really going to work out, and I guess we'll just see you next year? Am I going to have to deal with the same crap talking about a year from now of, well, if there was somebody out, if there was a Kyler Murray, we'd go get him.
Last year, what was the main convo for a stretch there was how loaded 2026 was.
Yep.
and how loaded that quarterback class was, and how we'll have our answer in 2026. If all four don't work out, we'll have that sitting there. And then you fast forward, and everybody in the world gets injured, and then it turns out to be a one quarterback class essentially with Mendoza, and we're living out exactly what you're trying to describe could happen for 2027. I think people look at it a little bit differently because right now you're a year out and it looks all rosy and sunshiny. But the fact of the matter is that we just lived out what you're describing.
Is it franchise quarterback or bust for the Browns in the next 2 years? And a spring training report. Big Kwan energy coming your way in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you didn't make it to the
gotta run. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. And this spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. I think it's time we have a really interesting conversation about Stephen Vogt. And it might lead into talk about an extension or, his future with the team, and I get that. But what the Guardians are trying to pull off with Stephen, I think bears discussion. And the other Stephen, as we call him, Stephen Vogt, Guardians manager, kind of hinted to it or pointed directly to it when he talked about how the outfield will look this season.
DeLauder might be the one guy that we want to play right field. We want to keep him playing the same position, the ability to, and he's going to DH a lot too. With Chase, he's learning how we want to keep this guy as close to 100% every day as possible. And with the other guys on the roster, CJ Kafis is going to play some right and left and first base as well, obviously. And, Kwani is going to play a lot of left and a lot of center. It's just going to depend on who's playing that given day to maximize our offense and our defense.
So I understand the overall idea about Kwan, and I understand how, him playing center field at a Gold Glove level this year will take his trade value to a different stratosphere.
Correct.
I don't understand a guy with that resume, with that standing in the clubhouse, having to play a lot of left field and a lot of center field.
You mean just the switching up of it all?
Yes. I'm trying to think of another player of his stature versus a bunch of guys in that locker room that don't have anywhere near his stature.
You mean like a Roman Anthony, where they can't decide if is he a left fielder,
yes.
Is he a DH, what exactly is he doing here?
But even Roman was a rookie last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like Stephen Kwan is your leadoff hitter the last 4 years and a Gold Glover in left field. And by the way, I see the value play here going to center field. I think it's going to be really hard to maintain for Stephen. Playing center field some days, left field other days, and having his future up in the air and having potential trade value. Even then, is this just about trade? Do you want to get 10 games in center field so you can then say, look, he's a center fielder?
I mean, the way I always saw this, it was, yes, trade value matters, but I also think Kwan, this is in his best interest in a big-time way, too. I think he understands. As far as left fielders are concerned, the Shredder had their MLB Network stuff in the preseason already. He didn't make top 10 list for left fielders in the game of baseball. Now, we can argue whether or not we agree with that, and I think most of us would agree he's got to at least be fringe top 10, but he didn't make the top 10, right? And so... he's got to add value. He doesn't hit a lot of home runs. Second half of the seasons for the last 3 years have been way down relative to the first half. He's got to find a way to add value. This, to me, is as much as it is about the Guardians taking advantage of this. This is just as much for Kwan as it is anyone.
Would agree if he was the everyday center fielder. I don't think it makes it's not a platoon. But it's kind of a platoon.
I get what you're saying. If you're going to make the move, make the move.
Yeah.
And I agree with that wholeheartedly. Switching him around, it doesn't make much sense unless they feel like Angel is only going to work in center on certain days. And so when they do the Angel Martinez lineup, they would put him in center and then move Kwan to left. Is that the thinking?
I don't know, because I think Vogt also said Angel Martinez could be in left field as well. So
we just don't see that as often, though. You know what I mean?
It's fair. And again, we
don't see that ever with Angel.
I think people thought with last year Angel was a disaster in center. I actually thought he was much better than I expected.
Thought he was fine.
So I think it's going to be. I don't have a great feeling about this one. I'm already a little less bullish on the Guardians than I've been in a while.
Is it just that they can't justify Angel if he's in left field because he just doesn't hit enough? Is that the idea? But they clearly want to see him still play. You can't let Angel Martinez be the reason why you're doing anything, though.
No, and I don't think you can let CJ Kafis be the only reason you're doing this as well. I'm excited to see what CJ has this year. I am totally understanding if you were doing this to move Chase DeLauder to left field, so it's a little lower impact thing than right field, and we think this is a way to keep him healthier longer. Makes sense. The only guy that I'm moving Stephen Kwan back and forth from, That's really where the crux of this is. Because it reminds me of when Jose was the two-hitter. Where Hosey was the two-hitter for like a week, and he's trying it out. He's really behind it.
Yeah, he didn't feel comfortable with that.
And then he went right back to the three-hole, and it was like, well, how much did you really try that? Like, is that what this is? Is this like, we're going to just see how it goes the first week or two? Because I think you'd honestly be better off just admitting that, hey, we're going to see how Kwan feels in center field after 2 weeks, and then if it doesn't work, we're going to be right back to left field.
I look at it because both sides have a lot to gain here with him working out in center field. That's why That's why I just put him out in center and don't worry about it.
I would probably be like, I think Kwan is a average center fielder, has more trade value than a Gold Glove in left field.
Maybe Kwan just thinks he needs more work out there, and that's part of the problem within this.
So he doesn't want to embarrass himself. So we're taking it slow.
Maybe like he doesn't think he has a handle on it quite yet, and I'm fishing for something because I can't find a good reason. But maybe that's part of it. Like we have seen a couple of these clips in spring training where he's looked incredibly impressive, but we've also seen some where he looks lost out there.
I really want this to work out for both parties because it would be. I mean, we might be talking about another $100 million for Kwan if he's healthy and is first half Kwan and he's a Gold Glover in center field. I don't think it's insane to say an extra $100 million for him, because it's not about that yearly salary. It's about how long you'll get paid for.
Mm-hmm.
I could see this taking him from like a 3-year contract to like a 6 or 7 year contract, 6, 7. So I get it, and I want it to work out for him, and I want it to work out for the Guardians. Because if this season does go, you know what's up, I guess he's going to command something that is really going to change things if he's a Gold Glove center fielder.
So maybe that's another part of it too, is that they don't want to mix up too much, and they want to make sure Angel gets as much out there in center field as he possibly can. Because if you trade Kwan at the deadline, then it's DeWalter in right, Kafis in left, and then Angel's your center fielder.
I think by that time, when that happens, that's going to be the last year concerns. Right, because I really do think if
the season goes as Vegas suggests that it is, but like we've seen, how many Guardians teams have we seen where all of a sudden they're actually competitive by the break? It happens a lot.
I'd be surprised if that was this year.
I would be too, but they continue. Even last year they had a 79-80 win projection on themselves, and they still ended up winning the division and being in the spot that they were.
There are also years it doesn't work out.
It just happens, though. But it does happen with this team. In a weird way, it happens with the Guardians more than most teams you'd think around baseball, where it's like you have a 80-win projection, and then they end up getting to 87, 88, whatever it ends up being.
216-474-0092. The Guardians are moving Stephen Kwan between center field and left field. I would just rather them commit to Stephen in center field, even if it gives them greater flexibility to do both things. And the only thing I can really think of is they're hedging their bet because Steven's not confident enough yet. And even then, Steven, I get it. Figure it out. You're you are a elite left fielder. Even if you're an above average center fielder, you're going to be fine. Like, I think sometimes the Guardians are a little too, I shouldn't say that. They're a little too tiptoe their feet in and then give players an out. And that's not what's in the best interest of the Guardians.
Especially in a season like this. Like, if we're playing with that premise, and again, I just don't think this is how they operate, but like if we're playing with the premise that they're actually going to be a 78, 79 win team, what do you have to lose throwing them out there?
Yeah. 216-474-0092. The Guardians are moving Kwan between center field and left field. Is this a smart move? This spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. I will tell you, the amount of people that I have seen when it comes to Stephen Kwan who are ardent, he's a no-brainer, re-sign the guy. The amount of people who have suddenly moved on from the idea is within like the Guardians fan community.
Like in the matter of like recent days, or you mean this offseason?
This
or what?
offseason.
Yeah.
And I think some of it is we don't know what the other side looks like post-lockout.
No.
I think some of it's the second half.
It's the second half thing. A lot of it is the second half thing for me. Plus, we know like Kwan he hasn't been shy about demanding a bunch of money and wanting to be paid a bunch of money. Well, the problem with that, like people here, if you get paid a lot of money, you got to perform, and it's got to be way higher than what Kwan has been able to perform as.
Well, and I think the one thing, and listen, some of this is like the Jay Laviolette kid has just really looked nice in spring training.
Yeah.
I think people might be coming around to the idea Travis Bazzana might just end up being your left fielder because I mean, I think Rokia would have to completely fall apart, which is saying something because he hadn't been that great, to not be the second baseman or shortstop of the future.
My guy Juan Brito.
I'm at some point. I don't know when the hell he's ever going to be up.
I don't know either, but I'm excited for it.
But
I want to see it.
I think specific to the Kwan stuff, I think people have just come around to the idea of you can't be a small market team and pay that guy $20 million a year.
Yeah, and pay just non-power hitting corner outfielders or even guys that want to try to play center field. Like it's nice, but we don't pay that for Gold Gloves. We just don't.
If you're a Gold Glove center fielder.
Well, I guess we paid it for Andres. For Jimenez.
And I think it kind of worked the way it did. Oh, I think, by the way.
But that's the problem, is that when it went south, that's exactly what you were paying for. You were paying for just a platinum and Gold Glover. You weren't paying, his offense really fell off.
There are teams that can pay Kwan $20 million a year for 5 years, and if all he ever is a 700 OPS outfielder with 10 home run power and Gold Glove in center field, that's not going to bite them. Philly can do that. The Yankees can do that. We know the Dodgers can do it, but I think the Giants can do it. The Mariners, you can't in Cleveland.
Right, it's different.
And
different set of rules.
I also think the other factor here is I think this might be the least confident we've been as Guardians fans going into the season. Like, there's a part of I saw Fangraphs. They predicted the Guardians to finish, I think, 4th, and they were either a 74 or 76 win team.
Yeah, their projections are always on the lower side.
My initial response was bleep them. They don't like the Guardians.
Yeah.
And I also hated that they had the Twins in 3rd ahead of the Guardians because I think the Twins are going to be in the basement of this division. That they sold off their team.
Yeah.
And then they didn't put any money back into it. Like when your hope for the offense is Josh Bell. And oh, by the way, Bailey Ober's had injury history. All these other guys have injuries now. Oh, my God, Lopez is banged up as well. I hated that too.
Yeah.
But I think this might be the year where it's like, you mentioned, I don't want to say the Guardians' luck, the Guardians' ability to just kind of make it work. I'm looking for reasons, and it's a lot of, well, maybe Chase DeLauder will stay healthy.
They got more ifs than what you typically see in a preseason or at this point where you're entering a year. Like even like last year. Remember last year? I think we had this big whole argument about like, well, if Manzardo can hit 25 home runs and it was like but there was only a couple that we ended up getting to where it was like we have to really max out what these guys can do offensively and then maybe you'll have enough. And last year, obviously, the offense wasn't even good enough. You were 29th and 30th in many offensive categories. But even within that, like this year is – think about the ifs we have attached to this. There's just one too many.
I think the toughest thing this year is so it's not just the – I think we have to have a real honest conversation that's not just the offense here. That bullpen has a lot of, gosh, I hope these guys work out. And you do have guys at AAA, and if Andrew Walters can come back healthy and the Alamon kid.
And you got that even with the starting rotation,
but
too.
At least you have some depth there. Like Logan Allen starting the season in AAA, I actually think is a good thing for you.
We get to Ciccone, but 3rd overall, you know? I mean, like it's like you got Parker Messick's there. Like, I mean, we get to it quick. Don't give me that look.
I'm not going to have any Slade Ciccone. I'm not going to do that.
There's a lot of ifs attached to Ciccone. There's a lot of ifs attached. I like Ciccone. There's some ifs attached to the man.
All right, 216-474-0092.
Yeah.
The Guardians are moving Stephen Kwan
I've always been a Cantillo guy. You know this about me.
Center field, yeah, the guy with location problems who doesn't throw 100 miles an hour.
Are we still talking about Ciccone?
Center field and left field. Is this a smart move? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$29 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Catch the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thank you to our guest today, Damian Parson of the Bleacher Report, Sean Devaney of Heavy.com, and Jamal Collier of ESPN. If you guys missed a single second of today's show, you can watch all 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe. Also, make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked here. Great stuff out of all our guests. Now, today, in case you missed, it's going to be a little different here. Because today is a day that both you and I, not only do we log each year against our own will, but it's also one of the things that was one of the things we bonded over, which was both having our fathers passed away. And I don't know if it was year 1 that we realized this or year 2 or somewhere in there, but both of our dads passed away on March 23rd.
Yeah.
And so it's always a weird day because I don't know if anyone else realizes this. About 3 weeks after somebody that you love dies, everyone wants to stop talking about it. And it gets really awkward if you bring it up. But it really was one of the first things you and I bonded over was just this weird happenstance. Your dad died in 2012. My dad died in 2013 in very different ways. But I definitely remember that was something we were like, no way! It was like the weirdest way to relate to somebody while being excited about having the same problem.
I think it actually happened on the day that it was too. I really don't remember. If you remember, let me know. But in my head, the way I remember it was either you came up and was like, "Oh yeah, I'm feeling down because of my dad," or I came up and said I was feeling down because of my dad, something like that. And it was like, "Wait a second, how is this even possible?" It was kismet in many ways.
And then the funny thing is, we compared notes about how our fathers died.
Yeah.
And again, very different. We don't need to relitigate that. But I thought it was interesting. Probably Dan Soder, who's a very big comedian. I think he's got some dates coming up here shortly. He talks about, he talks on air about how his father, who was an alcoholic, drank himself to death. Mm-hmm. And the only people who don't like when he makes jokes about it are people whose dads are living. And he was like, that's not fair. I can't have a dead dad and not be able to joke about it. And I thought, what's funny about that is you and I have joked about the dead dad gang, where my dad, Jim, died on March 23rd. Your dad, Charles, died on March 23rd. My biological father did not die on this day because that would have been really weird. But he's also deceased, so we would joke about having the dead dad gang. And the only people that were ever mad about it were the people who were like, my dad's alive, and I don't want to think about this. And I was like, yeah. Must be nice, D.
Yeah, way to rub it in, guy. You're right, because that's like the number one response back we'd get from people telling us that their dad's alive, and it's like you're missing the point completely here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a little rubbing our nose in it. I do think what's interesting is my dad. So it's 13 years for me. It's 14 years for you. To put that into context, I was 27 when my dad died. So that means almost half the time that I had him, I've now been without him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what is wild to me is, in terms of the overwhelming sense of grief, that comes and goes, but that initial burst that you have, whether it's a couple years or for me, it took 10 years to really get a handle on it in a way that didn't impact my mental health. But once you're past that, I think I've become a little bit more understanding, being able to kind of understand the kind of journey of the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
And it's wild how 13 years in, I still miss the guy as if it was yesterday. And in a way that I just never understood, that you can move on in so many ways, but you can't really move on when it's somebody that was the center of your universe. And the other thing is just how much I'm still learning because he's not here. And how those things as a father, as a husband, and in ways that I relate to him, in ways that I never would even though I already had our oldest when he passed away, there's just so many different ways that I'm connected to him and understand him, and I think he might understand me, all because 13 years ago he passed away.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like it's amazing when it pops up and doesn't pop up. Like for my first daughter, her name is Charlotte, and his name is Charles, and so like I'll see it on like forums or something, and it looks just like his name, and that's very nice. I like that. But like this many years later, the only thing that really bums me out is him just not seeing any part of the life that I've created.
Mm-hmm.
As far as he's concerned, because he died when I was 22 years old. He didn't see me. He saw me do very, very little radio, but nothing of substance or anything like that. As far as he knows, none of this happened. And I didn't. As far as he knows, I was never able to get married, never able to have kids, any of that. He has no idea, and that part bums me out a little bit. I've accepted a lot of this at this point.
It's funny. He met Olivia. Olivia was, I think, 2.5 when he passed, or somewhere in there. And so I'm glad he got to know her and my nieces through my brother and my nephew.
Well, I got to know Vanessa, too.
But, got to know Vanessa.
That's the coolest thing. I tell Elise all the time, I'm like, yeah, my dad would have loved you. And that's not something I say to a lot of people because, he was very particular about, like, who he liked and didn't like. And I'm like, he would have loved you. He would have thought you were great. And you're just like, all right. And she just has to take my word for it. That kind of sucks.
Well, and it's interesting. Like, that's also, in kind of Vanessa and my relationship, that's definitely something that's there.
Yeah, for sure.
Of like her importance to me is part of that.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's, again, like it's so funny because we don't talk about death days or birthdays of the people who've passed along much. And I think it's such a missed opportunity because 13 years later, I just continue to grow in gratitude that guy was my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny, man. Like what has helped me connect to him has been my girls, and in just being a dad and knowing what the struggle of being a dad is.
Yeah, there's a lot of times I think to myself, I'm like, man, I was too hard on him, wasn't I?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Like this dad stuff's tough.
No.
Like the whole weight of the world's on your shoulders. No one has any empathy for the dad role in life. They're always just like, suck it up and do it. But there's a lot you have to carry as a dad.
Well, and I mean, something as simple as asking yourself. And I don't know I did this when he was alive or when the girls were younger. But just being able to evaluate like, that's not how I want to do it because that's not how my dad would do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I will tell you, the one thing that I know that I do that he did, and I did it because he did it, was my kids might grow up one day and say, man, you were a bit of an a-hole. And they probably are right. Or, hey, I needed more of this from you or this from you. I don't think they're going to have a chance to ever say, I don't know if you love me. Because that dude told me every day of my life, my best day, my worst day, whether we saw each other, whether we didn't, every time it was a I love you and an unconditional I love you.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, dude, I tell my daughters 5-6 times a day. I do. And honestly, sometimes that's not even, that's light. Because I just like,
that's very nice.
The thing that sticks with me now, when I'm having a day where it just feels like, man, you did everything wrong, screwing things up. When my mind is playing tricks on me, the thing that I get to fall back on is my dad and my mom loved me, and I feel that love now. And so that's like the gift that I now want to give my daughters. Every day after I'm gone, you can be mad at me, you can be this at me, but I just want you to know that no matter what happened, your dad loved you.
Yeah.
And I was given that.
That's very nice. I'm not going to try to one-up that. That was very nice.
I was kind of hoping you would. We could get into a dead dad off.
No.
And I think...
No. But happy Dead Dad Day.
Yeah, happy Dead Dad Day.
Go Triple D.
To all of those that celebrate that...
Dad love Triple Ds.
Wish you wouldn't. Are we still talking about...
I don't know.
Was he a big Guy Fieri guy?
That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
What'd you know about your dad?
Dad would have loved that joke. Dad would have loved that joke.
What do you know about your dad? You liked him.
You liked him.
He honestly, not a good enough word. Loved him.
Happy Dead Dad Day.
Happy Dead Dad Day. To all of you, I'll finally land the plane on this. To all of you that have to celebrate that wish you didn't, happy Dead Dad Day. Dead Dad Day. Good God, that's hard to say. And now I'm rhyming. Great. I've gone from my dad's dead to Dr. Seuss. In about 10 minutes, Thinking about you guys out there. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board.
Yeah.
Yes. That's for that left tackle debacle in the 4 o'clock. I mean, I thought we were friends.
He's pissed every time you bring it up. He's like genuinely pissed.
Because he thinks Keith is going to hold it over him for the next 5 years.
Which he won't. Well, he might.
He might. But we'll still love you. That's all that matters. And Jake Murren, he's only the guy that can give you the next job that you want. Come on now.
Not like it. Like,
what are the stakes here?
Makes your whole career on the line or anything like that.
Yeah. Jake Murren, want to say thank you to him as well. Want to say thank you to Matt Corrali, that blonde bomber. What a wild card.
Yeah.
He's either going to be president or he's going to be canceled. I'm not sure which one, but God bless him.
My bet is canceled. Well, if those are the two options, I mean, it seems more likely.
I wasn't going to. I'm not
canceled than president. I don't know.
I'm kind of rooting for the canceled
Maybe
thing.
A congressman.
After hearing his one battle after another. Well, yeah, that's how you get canceled and then you become a congressman. Everybody knows that's the playbook. All right, guys. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.